Chapter 1155. Yang Fan and Shen Mu stood at the edge of the cliff. They first gazed at the gorge and indifferently said something. Then, they looked at each other with excited expressions. As they spoke, Yang Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Mu's collar. He then buckled his belt and lifted Shen Mu up. When Shen Mu's subordinates saw this, they immediately unsheathed their weapons and rushed over. Ren Wei, Jiu and the others didn't hesitate either. Both parties used the telekinesis technique and rushed to Yang Fan and Shen Mu's side at almost the same time. Seeing that Shen Mu was already under Yang Fan's control, Shen Mu's subordinates didn't dare to take even half a step closer. Shen Mu was lifted into the air by Yang Fan. In front of him was a precipitous cliff. If Yang Fan loosened his grip, Shen Mu would fall down and be smashed to pieces. However, even though Shen Mu was in a sorry state, he didn't seem flustered at all. There was even a hint of a mocking smile on his face. However, because he was suspended in the air, his smile seemed a little strange. Youngsters are still youngsters after all. They can't keep their composure and want to kill me just because of a disagreement. Erlang, this doesn't suit your current status. Why don't you think about whose territory this is? Even if you can kill me, do you think you can leave safely? Don't think that you can guarantee your safety just because you're an official. Even if you can mobilize the army to escort you back to the capital, you and your family will continue to be hunted until you die. Do you believe that? I don't believe it. Yang Fan sneered and suddenly threw Shen Mu forward. Shen Mu's subordinates cried out in alarm. They realized that their sovereign wasn't being thrown down the cliff, but towards them. Several of them quickly abandoned their weapons and went to catch Shen Mu. Yang Fan threw Shen Mu with quite a bit of force. Those people caught Shen Mu and had to take a few steps back before they could dissipate the force. Yang Fan said, shameless boasting. So what if you're young Master Jiang? If you die, then so be it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Do you think that your men will be loyal to you? After you die, will they still be loyal and devoted to you? Shen Mu stood still and tidied up his clothes. He smiled and said, since you don't believe me, why did you let me go? Yang Fan pressed down on the hilt of his saber and said sternly, because I want to defeat you fair and square. Shen Mu disdainfully glanced at him and said, you? Yang Fan said solemnly, just me. In the past, I spent too much energy on the imperial court, which gave you the opportunity to take advantage of. Now, as long as I focus on Jianghu will no longer be your world. The future king of Jianghu will definitely be called Yang Fan. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Yang Fan didn't seem to want to bicker with Shen Mu anymore. He waved his hand and left with his men. Shen Mu's men turned their heads to look at the sovereign. Shen Mu's relaxed smile disappeared the moment Yang Fan turned around. There was only a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. After Yang Fan left, he immediately left Wuzhong Plain with his family. They sped all the way until they reached the intersection of the official road outside a big city. At this time, a group suddenly rushed over from another road. Under the command of Ren Wei, Yang Fan's hundreds of guards immediately became alert. The sovereign tried to reconcile with Shen Mu, but both sides became more and more tense. Although they were already close to the city and it was unlikely that someone would rob and kill the current defender-supporting general, no one could guarantee that such a thing would not happen. The group of people gradually approached. When they saw their faces clearly, Ren Wei and the others were stunned. This group of people was a little too strange. A small half of them were border soldiers, but the other half were tubo people wearing triangular lapel robes and wide-brimmed hats. Judging from the flags they were waving, there were flags of both Tang and Tubo. This was obviously a group of Tubo people escorted into the city by the border army. Even so, Ren Wei still didn't dare to be careless and ordered his men to be on high alert. When those people arrived in front of them, they found it strange that Yang Fan's men looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they didn't think that someone would dare to rob and kill soldiers here. Therefore, they only looked at them curiously and turned into the main road into the city. The soldiers in front had just turned into the official road when a border army general lightly galloped over. When this person saw Yang Fan, he was immediately startled. After taking a closer look, He immediately dismounted from his horse and hurriedly took a few steps forward. He cupped his fists towards young Fan and said with slight excitement, "Chizhou's Major Qian Jiyu greets the defender supporting general." Young Fan was wearing a casual robe at this time. He didn't expect that someone would recognize him in this place. He was slightly startled and asked in surprise, "Major Qian, you recognize me?" Qian Jiyu nodded repeatedly and said, "I recognize you, I recognize you." When the defender supporting general toured Wuzhong Plain, this lowly official was the secretary of the Chizhou government. "I once accompanied my magistrate to escort the Tubo and his personal envoy to the capital and met the defender supporting general once. It's just that this lowly official's position is too low, so I've never had the honor to speak with the great general." This time when the defender supporting general toured the Chizhou government, the imperial court informed the local authorities. "This lowly official recognized you at one glance." Young Fan couldn't help but laugh. This person's memory was really good. When he and WNR toured the Chizhou together, he only met him once. Now that 7 or 8 years had passed, he unexpectedly still remembered. Young Fan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I wonder if the Tubo people escorted by Major Qian this time are the Tubo's envoy?" Qian Jiyu said, "Exactly." Young Fan said, "Oh, the Tubo king sent an envoy to the east this time. What is his purpose?" Qian Jiyu said, It's also for marriage." When Young Fan heard this, he was greatly surprised and involuntarily said, "Marriage? Isn't the Tubo king only 7 or 8 years old now? Are they going to get married so soon?" Qian Jiyu put his hands down and said with a smile, "The Tubo king is still a month away from turning 7 years old, but marriage, age is not a problem." Young Fan was speechless. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, I won't delay your official business any longer." Qian Jiyu hurriedly said, "How can this lowly official dare to compete with the great general who supports the state? Great general, please go first." Young Fan said, "Hehe, I came to Shichi this time to tour the mountains and enjoy the scenery. Only by riding the reins of the horse will I be able to enjoy the scenery. You go, don't worry about me." Only then did Qian Jiyu reluctantly agree. He led the horse for a distance before climbing onto the horse's back. He then ordered his men to slow down to avoid stirring up dust and making the great general unhappy. Seeing how meticulous he was, Young Fan's impression of this person deepened a bit. In the cloud-gazing pavilion, Li Xian and Empress Wei sat there, smiling as they watched the shouting and neighing of the horses on the field outside the pavilion. A small, vermilion red ball, under the struggle of the 10 people on both sides, continuously transformed into a red arc that swept across the sky. On the wide polo field, 10 horses galloped back and forth freely. The riders on the horses waved their staves as if they were brandishing horse-slaying swords. They were full of murderous intent and were as graceful as dragons. Among them, there was a young and handsome rider whose skills were particularly superb. Whether it was galloping on the horse or swinging his stave to intercept the ball, he was awe-inspiring. He was bare-chested, and his strong muscles glowed with a bronze light. Due to excessive exercise, his firm muscles glistened under the sun, revealing a kind of infatuating masculine beauty. Good. Seeing that the rider swinging his stave again, the red ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the goal. Empress Wei couldn't help but applaud and exclaim, "That was a great hit. Sai Zun, what's this young man's name?" Because young Sai Zun had beheaded Yi Huli under the Black Tortoise School, he had been put in an important position by Li Xian. Now, he was a high-ranking eunuch serving the emperor. Hearing Empress Wei's question, young Sai Zun glanced at the young man and recognized him as the imperial bodyguard Yang Jun who had just entered the Yulin Guard for less than a month. He replied, "Replying to your ladyship, this person's surname is Yang, and his full name is Yang Jun." Yang Jun, Empress Wei nodded and raised her charming eyebrows, saying, "This man hit the ball well. Reward him with 3 gold coins." Young Sai Zun quickly agreed. A young eunuch went to the palace treasury to retrieve the gold to prepare as a reward for Yang Jun. At this time, the field changed, and at the same time, it was half-time. Empress Wei withdrew her gaze and began to chat and laugh with Li Xian. When the second half began, Empress Wei suddenly felt some discomfort in her stomach, so she left early to return to her chambers to rest. Li Xian was a fan of the Ma family. Seeing that his wife didn't seem to be seriously ill, he stayed behind to continue watching the game. After Imperial physician Luo Jinrong received the Empress' decree from the palace eunuch, he asked about the Empress' discomfort. After a moment of thought, he said, "This Imperial physician will arrange for a suitable Imperial physician to enter the palace." "Please wait a moment, eunuch." Imperial physician Luo Jinjing walked out of his room and called over a young medicine boy, telling him to summon Imperial physician Ma Qingke. A moment later, Ma Qingke hurried over with the young medicine boy. This Ma Qingke was about 30 years old. His face was like a crown of jade, his eyes like bright stars, and his temperament was refined. He was truly a man of striking appearance. And in his every movement, there was an indescribable refinement, as if he was a scroll filled with the fragrance of ink. Who knew how many young girls who lived in the legends of talented scholars and beautiful women would fall in love at first sight when they saw such a distinguished person? When Ma Qingke saw Luo Jinrong, he smiled and cupped his hands, greeting, "Imperial physician Luo." Luo Jinrong said, "Imperial physician Ma, Her Majesty's jade body is not well. She wants you to enter the palace to treat her." Ma Qingke made an sound and happily bowed, replying, "Yes. This Ma will enter the palace now." Luo Jinrong continued, "Her Majesty's jade body is very precious. You must be especially careful when treating her. You must not show off your medical skills. You must be safe, understand?" Ma Qingke understood tacitly and revealed a grateful expression, saying, "Yes, many thanks to Elder Imperial Physician for your teachings." He took Luo Jinrong's hand and shook it gently, as if expressing his gratitude. An extremely smooth and round object was gently stuffed into his palm. Luo Jinrong felt the long and sized object in his palm, his hand naturally drooped down, the bead was tucked into his sleeve. He said to Ma Qingke, "Come with me, the palace eunuchs will take you in. This is your first time entering the palace. You must be well behaved at all times and listen to that eunuch's advice." Along the way, Luo Jinrong thought, this Ma Qingke's medical skills in the field of gynecology are extremely brilliant. If not for his young age, he would have long become a famous doctor. Now I only need to endure for a few days. Why did he give me so many benefits just to fight for this opportunity to enter the palace? If I can obtain the Empress's appreciation, I will become famous even faster. But are the people of the Tian family so easy to serve? Accompanying the Emperor is like accompanying a tiger. In the end, he is still a young man, eager for quick success and instant benefits. Chapter 1156. There was a Ma clan manor in the outskirts of Qi Province's Linyu city. The Ma clan was a large clan here, and they were the second largest landowner in Qi Province after the Shangguan clan. While the Ma clan was not as large as the Shangguan clan in terms of land, the Ma clan had 4 large farms and tens of thousands of war horses. Even the imperial court's imperial servant temple, which was in charge of horses, treated the Ma clan well. The Ma clan's fine horses were an important supplement for the imperial court. Because of this, the Linyu Ma clan had an unusual status in the local area. The main officials of the local government would all address the Ma clan as brother when they met the Ma clan. If it wasn't for Shangguan Wn's status in the imperial court, the Shangguan clan might not be as powerful as the Ma clan just because they owned a vast expanse of fertile land in the Qi province. The Ma clan was so prestigious in the area, and Ma Jiao village naturally became a forbidden land that no one dared to offend. But these few days, Ma Jiao village's security seemed to be even tighter than before, especially at night. The entire manor would quickly quiet down, and there would be no laughter or noise. There were only shadows moving in and out of the shadows. There were many top experts in the shadows, and there were also dozens of vicious dogs patrolling the Ma residence. With such tight security, even an expert in stealth like Jiyu Zhuting would have a hard time penetrating. In the middle of the night, the bright moon was shining high in the sky. A dark shadow leaped over the wall and boldly barged into the back of the house. Between the light and the dark, people kept coming up to greet him, but that person only needed to show one thing before he entered the house, as if there was no one there. But the people that went up knew this person's identity. He was the sovereign's secret guard. This Ma-Jiao village was the property of the hidden sect, and the Ma-Jiao village manor Lord Ma-Yu Feng was Shen Mu's subordinate. Shen Mu was currently living in Ma-Jiao village, and because he had become enemies with the Xian sect again, the security here was naturally very tight. Just like how Yang Fan had a secret guard like Guda, Shen Mu also had a group of people that always walked in the shadows. The person that entered Ma-Jiao village right now was undoubtedly one of them. This person stopped outside Shen Mu's bedroom, and the light from the corridor shone on his body. He had a tall and sturdy body, and his face was covered with a green cloth that only revealed a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Someone went in to report, and a moment later, the barrier door opened. The two guards standing in front of the door moved to the left and right to make way. The masked man went straight in, and the barrier door closed behind him. There was another person waiting in the room. It was an extremely graceful woman with a charming smile on her face. With rosy cheeks and watery eyes, it was obvious that she had just gone through a storm. She was obviously a delicate beauty, but the masked man could tell at a glance that this woman was also a first-class expert. When there was no danger, she would be as gentle as a cat, but when she was in danger, she would not only be a fierce female cat, but a terrifying tiger. With her slender and soft hands, it would be no more difficult for her to break a strong man's neck than picking up an eyebrow pencil. The masked man raised his eyebrows and walked past her. He smelled a nice fragrance. When he entered the inner room, he saw Shen Mu lazily getting up and putting on his sleeping robe. The masked man took off his mask, and the gentle light shone on his face. It was Guda. Shen Mu asked him bluntly, "So fast? Is there a result on Erlang's side?" Guda laughed and said, "With our Gu family's tracking technique, very few people can escape our surveillance if we keep an eye on them." Shen Mu also laughed and suddenly asked, "Who is that person?" Guda's face revealed a strange expression as he said, "Lu Binji." Shen Mu was slightly startled and said in surprise, "The second son of the Lu family? This is really unexpected." His eyes flashed as he said, "I always thought that Lu Binji would be a playboy for the rest of his life. I didn't expect him to be able to keep me in the dark. After 3 days, I really have to look at him in a different light." Shen Mu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then looked up and asked, "What does Erlang plan to do?" Guda said, "My clan leader thinks that we can beat him at his own game." The smile on Shen Mu's face became even wider. "Good idea. Since it is like this, I will continue to send people to the Lu family to inquire about second young master Lu. Let us see what this second young master is planning." The bright moon was like a jade plate, quietly hanging in the air. A corner of the eaves was so sharp that it seemed to want to stab at the bright moon. Li Xian and Empress Wei stood by the railing, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Empress Wei said, "What do you plan to do with the Tubo envoy?" Li Xian said, "Our daughters are already betrothed. If he came 2 years earlier, it would not be a problem to marry Dingen off. But now, naturally there is no other way." Princess Dingen was Wang Tongjiao's wife and Li Xian's daughter. But a concubine-born daughter was not that favored in Li Xian's heart. From the start, Li Xian had never thought of letting An Le go to Tubo to suffer. But if it was Princess Dingen, if possible, it was not impossible to use her as a political tool, even if that Tubo king was only 6 years old. Empress Wei said, "But that Tubo envoy is very sincere in his praise. He also stated that as long as it is a daughter of the imperial clan, it does not have to be your daughter. If you refuse, aren't you afraid of causing more disputes between the two countries?" Li Xian looked strangely at Empress Wei and said, "Wife's meaning is?" Empress Wei said, "Concubine thinks that there is no harm in agreeing to them. The Tubo king is only 6 years old and is in such a hurry to make the marriage. He hopes that he will receive the approval of our Tang dynasty and thus stabilize his throne. The Tubo princes have never given up their ambitions for the throne. If we can win over Tubo right now, it will be of great benefit to our Tang dynasty." Li Xian said, "Xiong princess. Once Xiong princess marries Tubo, won't it strengthen Xiong princess's power?" His wariness towards Xiong princess could not be displayed so clearly in front of his officials. He still had to work hard to pretend to be a brother. But in front of his own wife, there was no need to conceal it. Empress Wei sneered, her laughter not without a hint of mockery. Li Xian glanced at her with some sensitivity. Empress Wei said, "Times have changed. Now it cannot be judged according to the original situation. At that time, Tubo and the Turks proposed at the same time. One wanted to marry Xiong Princess, the other wanted to marry the Crown Prince's son. Their purpose was to provoke a struggle for the throne. Now that you have become the emperor, the situation is naturally different. Moreover, the Tubo king is still young and his throne is not stable. He proposed to the Tang dynasty in the hope of gaining the approval of the Tang dynasty. He does not have the strength to interfere with our internal affairs. Making the marriage with Tubo is precisely the time for our court to exert influence in Tubo. Think about it, if this happens, will the Tubo king curry favor with you? Will the Tubo princes curry favor with you?" Li Xian listened and nodded his head repeatedly. A trace of ruthlessness flitted across Empress Wei's face. She said, "Moreover, Xiong Princess has performed meritorious deeds for you and for the country. He is also your brother. If he does not make any mistakes, you will not have a suitable excuse to deal with him. If he does make some mistakes in this matter, when the time comes." Li Xian understood tacitly and revealed a proud smile. Empress Wei continued, "Even if he is cautious and always plays the turtle, as long as Tubo sends troops to invade and harass our Tang dynasty, don't you think he, as the father-in-law of Tubo, will find it very awkward? Will he avoid arousing suspicion? When the time comes, he will have to know his place and behave himself, not daring to make the slightest mistake." Hearing this, Li Xian's heart burst with joy. Putting his arm around Empress Wei's shoulder, he said, "Wife is truly your husband's strategist. If I leave you, your husband really does not know what to do." Li Xian only made a gesture of intimacy, but the two had not been intimate for many years. Empress Wei felt rather uncomfortable. Without a trace, she left Li Xian's embrace and said, "Since the decision has been made, husband should issue an edict to the Prince of Xiong's residence tomorrow. Your wife is tired and wants to go back and rest." Li Xian awkwardly said, all right, wife can rest. Your husband will also go to sleep." Watching Empress Wei leisurely walk toward the Empress's palace, Li Xian gave a light sigh and went straight to his own quarters. In Empress Wei's palace, she lightly creased her moon-like brows as she drank the last mouthful of the disgusting medicinal concoction. A maid immediately brought over a cup of sweet water mixed with honey. Empress Wei rinsed her mouth and glanced at Ma Qingke, who was solemnly standing in front of the bed. She said, "After taking the medicine you prescribed, Ben Gong truly did feel a bit more comfortable, but there was no great improvement. Recently, I still often suffer from insomnia and headaches. My body is also very tired, and I often lose my temper for no reason at all. Tell me, just what kind of illness does Ben Gong have?" Ma Qingke hesitated, then bowed and said, It is just that your Majesty is too tired from assisting His Majesty in the affairs of the state. Your Majesty is not seriously ill." Empress Wei saw that he seemed to find it difficult to speak and couldn't help but become nervous. She said, "Illnesses are not taboo to doctors. Just treat Ben Gong as an ordinary patient and speak freely." Ma Qingke still did not speak. Seeing this, Empress Wei lightly waved her hand and the palace maids waiting at the side left. Empress Wei straightened her face and said, "All right, now only Ben Gong is left, you can speak freely." With a thud, Ma Qingke knelt down in front of the bed and kowtowed, saying, "Please, Your Majesty, forgive this subject's offense of disrespect. Only then will this subject dare to speak frankly." Empress Wei's temper flared up again. She said impatiently, "Speak. No matter what you say, Ben Gong will not blame you." Ma Qingke said, "Yes. Your Majesty's illness." He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying in a low voice, "Is caused by improper sexual intercourse." Empress Wei was startled. Her face suddenly became feverish. Two faint blushes floated up. Amidst the embarrassment and anger, there was a special charm to it. Ma Qingke seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He continued, "Solitary yin does not grow, solitary yang does not grow. Yin and yang are unbalanced, causing qi and blood to be chaotic. Insomnia and overthinking, headaches and irritability are just minor symptoms. If not taken care of in time, It will shorten one's lifespan and speed up one's aging. Empress Wei was shocked. She gently touched her face and asked, "Then, if I take this medicine of yours, can it be taken care of?" Ma Chinka hesitated for a moment before gathering his courage to say, "Your Majesty should still be with His Majesty." These words were extremely obvious. Thinking of Li Xian's disappointing body, Empress Wei's heart felt somewhat desolate. Ma Chinka sneaked a glance at Empress Wei and said, "If this subject uses the art of massaging and medicine, it may have some effect. But, in the end, it cannot replace the natural Tao of yin and yang." Empress Wei stared blankly for a moment. She raised her eyes to look at his refined and scholarly appearance. She suddenly said, "Since it is so, then, give Ben Gong a massage first. Ben Gong has been suffering from insomnia for many days and cannot sleep peacefully." Chapter 1157. Wei Hu fell back onto the bed. Ma Chinka was instantly at a loss and stammered, This, there is a difference between men and women, Nyang. Chen. Wei Hu propped her chin on her hand and glanced at him flirtatiously, saying, "Ben Gong has said before, there is no taboo in treating an illness. Ma Chinka, just treat Ben Gong as a normal patient that you need to treat." As she spoke, Wei Hu flipped her body over, her entire body sprawled on the bed. Her curves were undulating, and the scent of a mature woman could be seen at a glance. Yes, Ma Chinka's voice trembled as he walked over. His hands gestured for a long time before he lightly placed them on Wei Hu's shoulders. Wei Hu's body twitched violently when he touched her, her entire body tensing. Ma Chinka was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Wei Hu calmed down for a moment before slowly relaxing her body. She said softly, "You do it." She grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest, silently lying there. Ma Chinka massaged Wei Hu's body. In the beginning, he was still very cautious, but later on, he gradually became more at ease. His hands seemed to have a great magical power. Wherever he massaged, Wei Hu's body would go numb, as if there was a very subtle electric current passing through her body. When Ma Chinka's hands gently massaged the back of her waist and massaged there, Wei Hu felt as though there was a ball of fire gradually burning in her lower body. There was an extremely unbearable feeling of emptiness in her lower body. It made her want to clench her legs, and her breathing uncontrollably quickened. Wei Hu was at the age of a wolf and tiger, and she had a long body. Ma Chinka was a very manly and beautiful man. This pair of a man and a woman, alone in a room in this quiet night, was enough to cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. What's more, Ma Chinka had secretly mixed some aphrodisiacs into Wei Hu's medicine. Even though the amount was not large, with so many primers, would it not arouse Wei Hu's lust? And once this lust that had been suppressed for so long was released, it could not be controlled. Ma Chinka gently massaged the back of Wei Hu's waist for a while. Seeing that Wei Hu couldn't restrain herself, her face and ears reddened as she hugged the pillow tightly. She didn't feel any disgust towards his occasionally touching her buttocks. When his hand touched, her buttocks would move slightly. Even though the movement was slight, it exposed her thoughts. Ma Chinka knew what to do. After a slight hesitation, he gathered his courage and slid his hands down Empress Wei's thighs. In an extremely low voice, he whispered into Empress Wei's ear, Niang, down there, do you still want a massage?" Empress Wei bit her lower lip, her pair of charming eyes like silk. She had long been unable to restrain herself. Hearing Ma Chinka's voice by his ear and a scorching breath on his neck, Empress Wei suddenly flipped over and sat up. Her fiery eyes looked at Ma Chinka, causing Ma Chinka to subconsciously shrink back. He exclaimed in surprise, Nyang. Wei Hu suddenly leapt forward, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck and pushed his entire body onto the bed. That night, no one knew if Wei Hu's private part was massaged, but there was a solid massage on the inside. Miracle Dr. Ma's medicine was effective, and Wei Hu slept really well that night. Yang Fan spent nearly a month in Qi province. Only when the autumn harvest was over and the wind blowing from the northwestern plateau was tinged with a chill did he set out for the capital. Upon entering Chang'an, Yang Fan sensed that something was wrong. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, 2 rows of soldiers of the Golden Guard stood guard every 5 steps, halberds in hand. They lined up from the avenue all the way to the imperial palace. The pedestrians on the street had to walk on the two sides of the avenue that the Golden Guard had cleared out. The center of the avenue was completely empty. Young Fan had his carriage turned to the side of the avenue and had people ask the onlookers what was going on. After a while, Ren Wei hurried back and reported to Young Fan, "Great General, the 8th daughter of the Prince of Xiong's estate, the Lord of West City, has devoted herself to the Tao. Today, she wishes to become a nun and cultivate the Tao to pray for Emperor Gaozong and Empress Ce. With the Son of Heaven's permission, the immortal Lord of West City has been conferred the title of Golden Immortal Princess and accepted by Daoist Master Chongxian as a disciple. At present, Daoist Master Chongxian is in the palace bestowing a talisman on the princess. In a little while, she will be sent to the Golden Immortal Monastery in Fuxing Lane to be presided over."
Oh!
Young Fan couldn't help but be a little dazed. He had a vague impression of this Golden Immortal Princess. Golden Immortals were not as lively as Li Kaiying. She was rather shy and introverted, but she was also an extremely beautiful woman. Because of the Prince of Xiong's daughters, she was the only one who shared the same mother as Li Kaiying. Young Fan, who had interacted with Li Kaiying a few times, had a particularly deep impression of her. This princess should only be 17 or 18 this year. How could a girl at such a young age like to cultivate the Tao? Young Fan suddenly thought of Princess Taiping's experience of becoming a nun and a Daoist priest in order to avoid marriage to a distant country. He couldn't help but think, could it be to avoid marriage to Tubo? That can't be, the Tubo king is only 6 years old, and this princess is already 17 or 18. How could she be chosen as a princess by marriage? Who could do such a messy matchmaking? It's too unreliable. Just as Young Fan thought of this, he heard Ren Wei say, "I heard that the emperor wanted to marry her to Tubo Zanpu." The Golden Immortal Princess knelt and begged, cried, and refused. The emperor refused to retract his order, so this Golden Immortal Princess insisted on becoming a nun. She said that she became a nun to pray for her grandfather and grandmother. As a son, the emperor naturally couldn't refuse. Just as I thought. Young Fan gently sighed. Thinking of this trip to Qi province, he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. The last time I went to Qi province, it just so happened that the Tubo king came to make a marriage. This time, when I go to Qi province, the Tubo king also came to make a marriage. Could it be that I have the potential to become the Moon Elder? In the imperial palace, Chang'an's most famous Daoist, Shi Chongxian, personally bestowed the Golden Immortal Princess with a talisman and bestowed the Dharma name Supreme Path. Then he was about to send her to the carriage pulled by a black ox. Accompanying the Golden Immortal Princess to become a nun were 20 palace maids bestowed upon her by the imperial palace. These 20 maids all wore apricot yellow Daoist robes and held horsetail whisks in their hands, respectfully standing in front of the carriage. The Prince of Xiong stood under the altar with an ugly expression. Li Kaiying stood behind him, looking at her sister with tears in her eyes. On the contrary, Li Binyang's expression was very calm. She didn't even glance at her father, elder brother, or sisters. She only put her palms together and followed behind her master toward the ox carriage. In Yangjiu Hall, Li Xian angrily paced back and forth. Preposterous. Preposterous. A little girl would rather become a nun than marry to Tubo. She even used my parents to pressure me, forcing me to agree. She let the world criticize me. She deserves to be punished. Empress Wei's complexion had been very good recently. Her cheeks were rosy like peach blossoms, but at this moment, her complexion didn't seem very good either. She sneered at Li Xian and said, "Shiqing has always been an honest girl. How could she be so scheming? There's no need to ask, this was the idea your good brother gave her. He's trying to imitate Taiping's actions. He wants to wait until this matter is over before having his daughter return to the secular world and marry." Li Xian gave a cold laugh, his expression somewhat savage. "If she wants to become a nun, we will send her to become a nun and even organize a grand affair for her. If she wants to return to the secular world, that's impossible. Since she likes to become a nun, we will make her a nun for the rest of her life." Li Xian suddenly turned around and harshly retorted, "Although Shiqing has become a nun, does the Prince of Xiong not have any other daughters? We will rely on him for this matter of peace marriage. On the day after the Golden Immortal became a nun, another decree was delivered to the Prince of Xiong's estate. The emperor had named Shiqing as a nun, but the marriage could not be abandoned. The emperor once again appointed 10th mother Li Kaiying to be married to the 6-year-old Tibetan Zanpu. That year, Li Kaiying was 16. The Golden Immortal Princess was the 8th mother, but the 9th mother had been betrothed before her. After the Golden Immortal became a nun, the Prince of Xiong only had 2 unbetrothed daughters left. One was 10th mother Li Kaiying, and the other was his youngest, Hua Guo. Upon receiving the decree, the usually honest Prince of Xiong could no longer endure it. He angrily tore the decree to shreds and roared at the eunuch who had delivered the decree, Yang Xishuan, "That's my daughter. I won't allow her to be married off to the Tibetans. Go back and tell the emperor that if he can't tolerate this brother of his, he can come and have my head. I will not resist. If he wants to touch my daughter, there's no way." Ever since the divine dragon coup, Yang Xishuan had seen all of Li Xian's actions. Li Xian had repaid kindness with enmity. Even though Li Xian already held great power and had gathered all the military authority in his hands, he was still so unconfident and cold-blooded in constantly pressuring his brother. Yang Xishuan was extremely disgusted by this. When Zhong Zhenji and the others launched the divine dragon coup, Yang Xishuan, as a member of the inner guard, had also rendered great service. However, Li Xian had disbanded the inner guard the moment he ascended to the throne. Li Xian had treated the inner guard girls who had been dismissed from the palace with great leniency, bestowing them with many rewards. As for the eunuchs, because they were the emperor's servants, he completely ignored their feelings. Yang Xishuan had been given the cold shoulder for a long time. When Crown Prince Li Zhongjuan was plotting a rebellion, Yang Xishuan had rendered great service by beheading Hu Li, allowing him to once again be placed in an important position. However, his mindset had already changed. It was very difficult for him to feel any loyalty toward Li Xian. Now that he saw the Prince of Xiong's uncontrollable rage, Yang Xishuan couldn't help but feel distressed. Li Dan's spittle splashed onto Yang Xishuan's face, but he did not get angry. He only bowed to Li Dan and amiably said, "Your Highness, Prince of Xiong, please calm your anger. This servant is only a messenger of an imperial edict. Losing your temper like this is not a solution. If your Highness does not wish for the princess to be married off to Tubo, your Highness should think of a more appropriate solution." Yang Xishuan's amiable words made Li Dan realize that his anger was unreasonable. Moreover, from the tone of his voice, he seemed to be standing on his side. Li Dan bowed back to Yang Xishuan and apologized. "This prince has been rude." Yang Xishuan hurriedly said, "This servant cannot accept your Highness's bow. Your Highness, this servant has already passed on the edict and must return to the palace. Your Highness and a saint share the same mother, and you also contributed greatly to the divine dragon coup. Everyone in the world knows of this, and the saint is not a person with a heart of stone. If your Highness insists on refusing, presumably the saint will become soft-hearted. This servant will take her leave." Yang Xishuan gave Li Dan a meaningful glance, then bid his farewell and left. Li Dan's heart thumped as he thought to himself, "Those words of his, what do they mean?" Chapter 1158. Autumn was approaching. A gust of wind blew past, and yellow leaves rustled down. There were several persimmon trees, jujube trees, and hawthorn trees in the Yang family's courtyard, and their fruits were all ripe. Young Master Yang's favorite thing to do in his spare time was to climb up and down the trees and eat all kinds of fruits. When he was full, he would run to the flower hall, climb on the arhat couch, and squeeze to the side of his younger brother and sister who could not climb yet. He rubbed his stomach and groaned, "My stomach is full, and my teeth are sore. Mother, give me some maltose. I'll be fine after eating it." Elder sister Nienrong was becoming more and more beautiful, and she was becoming more and more like a young lady. Her favorite thing to do in her spare time was embroidery. The mandarin ducks she embroidered were particularly beautiful, as if they were real. Young Dia liked it very much, so she asked her elder sister to embroider a mandarin ducks in the water for her. The second young master of the Yang family, Yang Ji, looked at his second sister's bellaband and liked it very much, so he asked his elder sister to embroider a mandarin ducks in the water for him. Ever since Yang Fan retired at such a young age as the general-in-chief who supports the nation, the days of the Yang family had been peaceful and prosperous. It seemed to be more like a family than before. Xiao Man and her husband had just practiced martial arts in the back garden. Xiao Man's kung fu had inevitably been neglected since she started to serve her husband and children at home, especially when she was giving birth to a child. Her kung fu had been neglected even more, while Yang Fan's kung fu had become more and more refined. After a round of practice, Yang Fan's expression did not change, but Xiao Man was sweating profusely. Xiao Man was wearing an arrow sleeve, and her face was flushed. Accompanied by Yang Fan, she walked to the front yard. The third sister had already left in advance and ordered someone to boil water for a bath. After chatting with her husband for a while, Xiao Man suddenly mentioned the Tubo marriage. Weddings and funerals were things that people liked to talk about the most, not to mention that the Prince of Xiong's daughter was going to marry Tubo. Xiao Man often went to the East Market to take care of her family's shop, so she was particularly well informed. Lang Jun, I heard that after the Golden Immortal Princess became a nun, the emperor appointed Shenyang, Li Kaiying, from the Prince of Xiong's mansion, to marry Tufan. In the end, Shenyang was also unwilling to marry, so she followed her sister's example and wrote a memorial to the emperor, saying that she also wanted to become a nun and enter Taoism to pray for Emperor Gaozong and Empress Ce. Yang Fan listened quietly, recalling the scene of Wu Zetian's marriage with Tubo, and sighed faintly in his heart. Xiao Man angrily said, "For a girl, marriage is the most important thing in her life. How can the emperor do this and force other people's daughter to marry to Tubo?" Yang Fan sighed and said, You have been in the palace for so many years, don't you understand? Since it was a marriage, when was it up to women to choose? Who told her to be a daughter of the imperial family? Since she was born with a lofty status that others can never reach, with luxurious clothes and delicious food, and servants as many as clouds, then sometimes she naturally has to make sacrifices. Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said, Rong is 15 this year. If someone asked you to marry your daughter to a kid 10 years younger than her, with a runny nose, and this kid's family is far to the west of Yangguan, would you be willing? As soon as Yang Fan heard this, he flew into a rage and said, I dare. Whoever dares to come to my door and propose this marriage, I will slap him. I, Yang Fan's daughter. Xiao Man interrupted, What's wrong with your daughter? Isn't she born the daughter of a great general, with luxurious clothes and delicious food, pampered and spoiled? Yang Fan said, Then, this, he. Xiao Man said, Isn't it the same for a daughter of the imperial family? She can't choose which family she is born in. Her father was an emperor or a prince. How could he have raised her as a maid since she was young? Does she have to make such a sacrifice when she grows up? Yang Fan glanced at her and said, Why are you fighting for justice like this? Xiao Man said, It's not just me. In Chang'an, whether it's aunts, wives, or girls, who doesn't say that the emperor is unreasonable? It's fine if he married his own flesh and blood, but in the end, he married his own daughter. How much has the Prince of Xiong done? This is how he treats people. If you ask me, it's the right thing to do for you to be unemployed at home. Otherwise, given how the emperor treats his own brother so harshly, no one will have a good time at his side. Yang Fan listened to her angry words and found them particularly cute. He couldn't help but scratch her nose and pamper her as he did in the past. Okay, my Nyonyo likes to fight for justice again. Hurry up and take a bath. This kind of matter, we can just talk about it. Even an upright official finds it difficult to settle a family matter, let alone a matter of the imperial family. Although Xiao Man was already the mother of 3 children, she still liked to be pampered by Yang Fan like a child. She wrinkled her nose at Yang Fan and said in a spoiled manner, You have a heart of stone, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Saying this, she flew to her bedroom. Yang Fan smiled and looked back. His gaze swept over the top of the wall and suddenly saw a snow-white figure. That was the Prince of Shochuan's mansion. At the beginning of the year, a small building had been built in the mansion. From the upper floor, one could see the situation in Yang Fan's courtyard. From here, one could naturally see the person standing on the upper floor. With just one look, Yang Fan recognized that the young girl dressed in snow-white clothes was Li Kaiying. Although compared to the girl in his impression, this girl was taller, her face thinner, and her facial features were more beautiful and charming, but there wasn't much change in her figure and charm. Yang Fan stopped because Li Kaiying was standing upstairs, quietly staring at him. How could he pretend not to see her? The two people looked at each other for a long time across the wall. Li Kaiying suddenly turned around and left. Yang Fan still stood there, stunned for a long time, and then sighed softly. He was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly saw a rope protruding from the tree opposite him. The rope even trembled a little. Something flashed in Yang Fan's mind. His face suddenly changed color and he said, "Not good." Without saying anything, Yang Fan suddenly became faster than a galloping horse, and with a few leaps he arrived at the wall. His body leaped up, the tip of his foot touched the wall, he spun his body and straightened his waist, turning around in midair. The saber he used to practice martial art with his wife just now was unsheathed with a clang sound. When his body turned around, the edge of the saber just barely cut the rope tied to the tree trunk. As the blade slashed across, Yang Fan suddenly had a strange feeling. Why, there are two ropes? Out. As soon as the rope was cut, Li Kaiying grabbed the two pieces of broken rope and sat down on the ground. Her eyes shone with tears of pain. She looked with grievance at this righteous hero who had pulled out the saber. Yang Fan landed on the ground. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Li Kaiying looked at him hatefully. Suddenly she giggled, her small mouth pouting, and held out her hand to him. Yang Fan quickly pulled Li Kaiying up. Her small hand was soft and slender. It had the feeling of a young girl. Li Kaiying stared at Yang Fan with her big black eyes and said, "Did you think I wanted to commit suicide?" Yang Fan laughed dryly. "I originally thought it was mainly because the seventh princess all hung themselves. Yang has a deep impression of it." Li Kaiying wanted to laugh again. She quickly pursed her lips. After a moment of silence, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She said sadly, "I want to become a nun." Thinking of the old Li family's mess, Yang Fan could only sigh. Li Kaiying wiped her tears and said, "I won't commit suicide. Don't worry." Li Kaiying turned to leave. She suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned back. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Fan. "On the day I enter Dao, will you come to attend the ceremony?" Yang Fan gazed at her hopeful eyes and for some strange reason nodded his head. "Okay." Li Kaiying smiled, a very sweet smile. As she smiled sweetly, two clear streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. "Say, how wonderful it would be if I wasn't born in the imperial family." Before Yang Fan could speak, there was a flash of white, and this soft and fragrant girl threw herself into his arms. Yang Fan froze, his entire body frozen. Soon after, he felt a pair of soft lips swiftly kiss his, and then the girl left his embrace. She turned and rushed away. Only when she reached the house did she suddenly stop. She turned back to glance at him, her eyes brimming with despair and sorrow, glistening with tears. The emperor wanted to marry the Prince of Xiong's 8th daughter to Tubo, but she resolutely became a nun. The emperor also wanted to marry the Prince of Xiong's 10th daughter to Tubo, but she actually wanted to become a nun, and for the same reason that he could not refuse. Li Xian angrily approved the memorial and once more arranged a grand ceremony. He ordered the Great Master of the Three Caves, the Minister of Honor, the founding Duke of Hanoi Commandery, the Pillar of State, and the Master of Grand Purity Monastery, Shi Chongxian, to bestow scriptures on Li Kaiying and grant her the title of Princess Yuzhen. She was to become a nun with the Buddhist name Supreme Zhen. When a princess became a nun, although there were no rules that stipulated who could and could not attend the ceremony, this was a private matter of the imperial family, so the officials of the court never participated. Last time when a golden immortal princess became a nun, only a few people from the imperial family came to attend the ceremony. This time, however, there was one more person, Yang Fan. The altar was made of clay and had 3 levels. It was 12 feet tall, surrounded by golden lotuses and engraved with violet gold. All around the altar were brocades, 72 bolts of blue, red, white, soap, and yellow silk, 480 bolts of silk, 240 strings of coins, 200 taels of gold, 120 catties of incense, 24,000 pieces of memorial paper, and all sorts of gold and jade incense burners. It could be said to be priceless. As expected, the extravagance of a nun of the imperial family was extraordinary. If even a nun needed such extravagance, then perhaps it would be an extravagant hope for an ordinary person to become a nun. Today, besides the Prince of Xiong, Princess Taiping, and the Prince of Xiong's eldest son, second son, and daughters, there was not a single member of the imperial family. Everyone knew that 2 women from the Prince of Xiong's estate had become nuns, which was a form of retaliation and contempt toward the emperor. Who would be willing to appear at this time? However, Yang Fan had come, wearing a violet ribbon and jade belt, dressed in full court robes. Princess Taiping was rather surprised to see Yang Fan. After he met the surprised Prince of Xiong and retreated to her side, she asked in a low voice, "Why have you come?" Yang Fan looked up at the platform and answered, "I was invited by Princess Yuzhen." Taiping froze and couldn't help but glance at the praying Li Kaiying on the platform. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Fan and her. If the two had an affair, Yang Fan wouldn't have told her so openly. But if they didn't, could Yang Fan and that girl Kaiying have any sort of friendship? Chapter 1159. Li Kaiying had her palms pressed together and did not see Yang Fan, but the Golden Immortal Princess did. The Golden Immortal Princess had become a nun and her Buddhist name was Supreme Path. She had the same master as Li Kaiying. Since the 2 of them were biological sisters, they were now fellow apprentices. Today, Golden Immortal was accompanying her master, Reverend Chongxian, to teach her sister. Seeing Yang Fan appear, the Golden Immortal Princess was surprised and whispered to Li Kaiying, "Shenyang, why is Yang Fan here? Is he here?" Li Kaiying was delighted and said to the Golden Immortal Princess, "I invited him." As she said this, she anxiously looked down the stage and saw Yang Fan standing there. A gratified smile appeared on True Jade's face. Yang Fan smiled and nodded to her in greeting. The Golden Immortal Princess shook her head gently and grumbled in a low voice, "You are really insensible. This time, you have caused trouble for General Yang." Li Kaiying was surprised. "What's wrong?" The Golden Immortal Princess said, "You and I became nuns one after another and refused to marry. We have swept the emperor's face clean. Other than Aunt Taiping, which member of the imperial family is willing to attend the ceremony? Who is not afraid of offending the emperor? You invited General Yang. If the emperor finds out, won't he resent him?" Oh no. Although True Jade was intelligent, she was still a naive girl. How could she understand such matters? At this moment, she realized that her invitation to Yang Fan was a political risk to Yang Fan. He would offend the most powerful person in the world, the emperor. However, he agreed without hesitation. He really came. Thinking of this, Li Kaiying was agitated and secretly glanced at Yang Fan again. For some reason, Li Kaiying suddenly felt like crying. In Yangjia Hall, Li Xian could no longer remain angry. The Golden Immortal had become a nun, and so had True Jade. The Prince of Xiong only had his youngest daughter, Huoguo. From the Prince of Xiong's point of view, if Li Xian kept pressuring him, Huoguo might also become a nun. At that time, how would the people of the world view him? Li Xian could predict that as long as he dared to appoint Huoguo for the marriage, Huoguo would immediately imitate her 2 sisters and become a monk. Judging from the current situation, Li Dan had no objections to this as a father. Moreover, it was very likely that he was the one behind all of this. Thinking of this, Li Xian felt a deep sense of defeat. Although he had become the emperor, he still couldn't do whatever he wanted. Empress Wei calmly said, "This matter cannot continue like this. Let's appoint another member of the imperial family." Li Xian gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. "I can't accept this," Empress Wei said. "Husband, the matter is clear. This time, the Prince of Xiong has steeled his heart to resist you. If you appoint the state of Hue again, you will just suffer another humiliation. What benefit is there? In addition, you will incite the curses of the people of the world." Seeing that Li Xian was still unwilling, Empress Wei softly sighed. "Even if you can't accept it, you have to endure it. Now you know that this brother of yours isn't so respectful to you, right? If we want to punish him, there will be many opportunities, but now is not the time. Li Xian's heart wasn't very good. In his anger, his lips had turned purple, and his chest was extremely stifled. He rubbed his chest and took a few deep breaths before he somewhat calmed down. Helplessly, he said, "Fine, I'll do as my wife says. Then take a look and see which member of the imperial family is suitable. Make her a princess and marry her off to Tubo, ending this matter as soon as possible." At this point, a young eunuch walked in and said to Li Xian and Empress Wei, "Sage, Empress, Princess Anli and the prince consort request an audience." Empress Wei said, "Have them come in." A few moments later, Princess Anli and Wu Yanxiu walked in from outside. Upon seeing Li Xian and Empress Wei, Princess Anli giggled and greeted, "Father, mother." Seeing Li Xian's unhappy expression, Princess Anli stuck out her tongue. Pulling on Empress Wei's arm, she whispered, "Mother, father doesn't seem to be very happy. Who provoked him?" Wu Yanxiu bowed to Li Xian and Empress Wei, then obediently stood to the side. Empress Wei snorted. "Isn't it because of the matter of the Prince of Xiong's Shenyang becoming a nun? This matter has caused your father to lose a great deal of face. It would be strange if he could be happy." Hearing this, Princess Anli indignantly said, "In this matter, the Prince of Xiong truly wants a foot when given an inch. It's only because of father's benevolence that he would yield to him like this. However, the Prince of Xiong has no respect for the sovereign. Who doesn't see this?" This time, when Shenyang became a nun, not a single member of the imperial family came to attend the ceremony other than Aunt Taiping. This is what it means to be fair. "Father, don't be angry." Empress Wei glanced at Li Xian and said, "It's only natural for Taiping to attend the ceremony. Taiping and the Prince of Xiong are brother and sister, and your father is also brother and sister. However, that pair of brother and sister have a much better relationship than your father and sister." And Li's eyes turned, and she suddenly said, "That's right, when your daughter came just now, I saw that Grand General who supports the state, Yang Fan, also attended the ceremony for Shenyang. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, he's the only one, right? This Grand General really doesn't care about father, the emperor, in his eyes." Hearing this, Li Xian's face instantly turned angry. In a stern voice, he asked, "Yang Fan really went to attend the ceremony?" And Le blinked her eyes and replied, "Yes, your daughter saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake?" Ever since they met on the street and she was once again given the cold shoulder by Yang Fan, the humiliation and anger that Enle had been suppressing all this time finally erupted. She knew that no matter what method she used, she would never be able to make Yang Fan submit to her. After her illusions were shattered, Enle felt a deep hatred for Yang Fan. Now that she finally had something to use against Yang Fan, she naturally wanted to use this opportunity to slander him. Wu Yanxiu, who had been standing solemnly on the side, suddenly smiled and said, "If the Grand General who supports the state dares to do this, he naturally has something to rely on." Putting aside the fact that the Divine Dragon coup and the Crown Prince's rebellion, the Grand General who supports the state made great contributions one after the other, so it's not easy to move against him. Let's take these 10,000 cavalry for example. Back then, they were just 100 cavalry, but under Grand General Yang's hands, they became 1,000 cavalry, or 10,000 cavalry. Although the Grand General is no longer in the army, the Iron Army that the Grand General single-handedly forged still holds the Grand General in high esteem. Hearing this, Li Xian's face darkened, and a murderous intent quietly blossomed. On the altar, Li Kaiying received the purple script of the 3 holes of the 8 scrolls, wore the true seal of the 5 elders, and used the 8 powers strategy. These were the most mystical and superior secret techniques of the Taoists at that time. According to the Taoists, after the princess received the teachings of Daoist master Chongxian, and the 3 Taoists who had attained the Tao testified, she received this spiritual treasure and instantly rose 4 levels of the immortal step. She could be considered a female cultivator who had attained the Tao. After the bestowment of the 8 scrolls and the wearing of the talismans, Li Kaiying put on the 8 treasures Daoist robe and followed her master and senior sister down the altar. When she passed by Yang Fan, Li Kaiying suddenly stopped and solemnly bowed to him. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly returned the gesture. Li Kaiying gave him a mischievous smile, then glanced at her father, brother, and sisters before following Daoist master Chongxian to the ox cart. Because she had become a nun, the imperial clan temple urgently vacated a Daoist temple and renamed it Yuzhen Temple. It could be considered as her place of cultivation. As Yang Fan gazed at Yuzhen's innocent and unaffected smile, his heart suddenly ached. This 16-year-old girl probably still did not understand what it meant to become a nun and cultivate. From now on, her youth would be buried in this Daoist temple, and her fine black hair would turn to snow, Yang Fan sighed. Dispirited, he turned and bowed to the Prince of Xiong and Princess Taiping, then strode away. The Prince of Xiong was extremely surprised by Yang Fan's appearance on the viewing platform today, but at the same time, he was also extremely moved. When he saw Yang Fan bow, he hurriedly and solemnly returned the gesture. Princess Taiping whispered a few words to the Prince of Xiong, then quickly chased after Yang Fan. Erlang. When Yang Fan heard the call, he immediately stopped and waited for Princess Taiping to catch up to him. Only then did he walk out, shoulder to shoulder. Princess Taiping asked, "Why did Erlang come to Shenyang's initiation ceremony today?" Yang Fan replied, "When I was in the estate a few days ago, I happened to see a rope swaying on a tree outside the wall. I thought that someone had taken things too hard and wanted to commit suicide, so I hurriedly jumped over to help. I didn't expect it to be Princess Yuzhen playing on a swing in her brother's estate. It was a misunderstanding. When I was about to leave, Princess Yuzhen suddenly said that she was about to become a nun and invited me to attend the ceremony, so I came." Princess Taiping angrily said, "A little girl doesn't know what's important, and you don't know what's important either. Do you know what your appearance here today means to the emperor?" Yang Fan indifferently replied, "Of course I know. Isn't it just losing the Sacred Heart? In truth, when I tried my best to deny that I was involved in the Crown Prince's death, I had already lost the Sacred Heart. Now that I'm idle at home, what can His Majesty do? Kill me?" Princess Taiping looked at him in shock, her expression changing. "Erlang, do you know what you're saying?" Yang Fan halted his steps and turned around to stare at her. "Of course," he said. "Do I look like I've drunk wine?" Princess Taiping anxiously looked to the left and right and approached Yang Fan. "Erlang," she said in a low voice, "what do you mean?" Yang Fan raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was overcast. It was a cloudy day. Because of the dark clouds, the sun was only showing a faint silhouette, completely losing its power to illuminate the earth. Yang Fan was silent for a while, then he said in a low voice, "Do you think that the sun that is covered by the dark clouds, when it appears again, will it still be the same sun?" "Of course it will," Princess Taiping replied. "Is that so?" Yang Fan smiled. "Is that so?" he asked. "Is the white horse a horse?" Taiping was stunned. Yang Fan laughed out loud and left in big strides. Princess Taiping looked at Yang Fan's receding back. She suddenly thought of something and her countenance changed abruptly. After Princess Enle and Wu Yanxiu had finished criticizing Yang Fan in front of the emperor, they pestered Li Xian to go to the treasury to look for treasures. It turned out that 2 days ago, Empress Wei's favorite minister Zhong Chuk held a banquet for guests and friends. He took out his meticulously collected calligraphy of Wang Shiji and Wang Xianji and mounted them into 12 screens to show off to the public. Such rare treasures were indeed rare. Wu Yanxiu was extremely envious. When she returned to the princess residence, she told Enle about this. Enle loved to be in the limelight. She remembered that there were many rare treasures in the imperial palace. Perhaps there was a treasure that could surpass Zhong Chuk's. So, she and Wu Yanxiu went to the palace. Li Xian doted on his precious daughter very much. He could not resist her pleading and said, "Fine, fine. You and the prince consort can go to the treasury and take a look. If there's anything you like, feel free to take it." Enle was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, father. Father treats Guo the best." Li Xian laughed, "You little girl, if father doesn't love you, who else would I love?" Enle had achieved her goal. She happily bade farewell to her father and mother. She pulled Wu Yanxiu along and rushed to the treasury of the imperial palace. She was going to bid farewell to Zhong Chuk. When she arrived at the treasury, she only cared about the calligraphy and paintings. In less than an hour, she had picked out more than 20 authentic works of Wang Shiji and Wang Xianji. Among them, the most valuable was the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion. With this kind of treasure, they thought that they could surpass Zongchuk's limelight. The husband and wife left the imperial palace in high spirits. Chapter 1160. After 2 daughters of the Prince of Xiong's estate had entered the Dao and become monks, Emperor Li Xian could no longer continue to oppress the Prince of Xiong. If this continued, he would not be able to achieve his goal, and his already poor reputation would drop even further. Helpless, Li Xian could only adopt the Prince of Yong, Li Shouli's daughter, Li Nunu, as his adopted daughter, bestowing upon her the title of Princess of Jincheng, allowing her to marry into the distant Tufan Empire. Li Nunu did not have the guts to become a monk like Golden Immortal and True Jade. The Prince of Yong, Li Shouli, did not have the courage to challenge Li Xian. As a result, the 14-year-old Princess of Jincheng, Li Nunu, was quickly escorted to Tibet by the Grand General of the Left, Yang Juhu, and married to the 6-year-old Tibetan Zanpu. After this matter, the relationship between Emperor Li Xian and the Prince of Xiong, Li Dan, dropped to a freezing point. Even the commoners knew of the grudge between the emperor and the Prince of Xiong. However, now that Li Dan had handed over his military authority, he didn't even leave his residence every day. He could only cautiously pass his days in the prince's mansion. He had made great contributions, and now that he had not made any mistakes, Li Xian couldn't do anything to him. For the time being, it was a peaceful situation. Ever since Yang Fan became the general-in-chief who supports the nation, other than appearing in court during the Grand Assembly, he had basically faded out of the court. He spent every day with his wife, concubines, and children. Occasionally, he would accompany Xiao Man, who deeply sympathized with the plight of the 2 princesses of the Prince of Xiong's estate, to the Jade Truth Temple. The Yuzhen Temple was located in Longqing Square, and it was built next to the Longqing Pool. It was originally called the Sanqing Temple, but because Li Kaiying was in a hurry to become a nun, they didn't have time to build a new one for her. Therefore, they hurriedly tidied up the place and chased a few Taoist priests to another Taoist temple. They changed the plaque and it became Li Kaiying's place of cultivation. Although it was called cultivation, Li Kaiying's life was not much different from before. She was still living a life of luxury, with countless servants. The only difference was that she had more time to do her homework. In terms of food and drink, if she did not want to be vegetarian, as the head of the monastery, all the female Taoists in the monastery were her palace maids, who would be willing to meddle. Today, Princess Yuzhen set up a banquet to entertain Yang Fan and his wife. She ordered people to prepare a banquet with wine and fish. However, she was a young lady and her diet was light, so she didn't eat too much meat. The Golden Immortal Princess was also at the Jade Truth Monastery. These 2 sisters often met. Rather than saying that they were cultivating, it would be more accurate to say that they treated this monastery as a courtyard for the Prince of Xiong's estate. It was more suitable for them to cultivate here. After the banquet, the Golden Immortal and True Jade accompanied the second-rank honored Madam, Xiao Man, to the rear courtyard to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Meanwhile, Yang Fan brought Jiu and Ren Wei for a stroll through the bamboo forest to aid their digestion. It was already late autumn, and the bamboo leaves were beginning to turn yellow, losing the elegant taste of the slender bamboo. After strolling for a while, Yang Fan asked Ren Wei, "Have Sun Long, Pei Yarrow, Zheng Li and the rest followed my instructions to Luzhu, present-day Shaanxi?" Ren Wei replied, "Following sect heads' instructions, these people have all headed to Luzhu separately. Currently, those who arrived first are in Luzhu making connections with the local officials and nobles. They are purchasing land, buying residences, and opening up shops for grain, cloth, salt, horses, etc." Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction and asked, "These people's identities are extremely secretive?" Ren Wei replied, "Sect head can be rest assured. These people were either recruited by our evident sect in recent years or their original identities are extremely secretive. The hidden sect will not be able to detect their true identities." Yang Fan smiled and said, "That's good. The Prince of Xiong's estate's 3rd son, the Prince of Linzi, Li Longji, is currently serving as a consort in Luzhu. You can ask Zheng Li to find ways to curry favor with him. This child is rather ambitious and has the intention to do something big locally. If he knows that Zheng Li is going to build a large horse farm in Luzhu, he will definitely support it with all his might. Give him whatever the Prince of Linzi wants. Give him money, silk, and women. He will fulfill all his requests. This is the fastest way for us to establish a connection with the Lu province officials. As long as Zheng Li succeeds, we will be able to establish a foothold in Luzhu. Ren Wei acknowledged and accompanied young Fan for a while. He then asked with a puzzled expression, "Sect head, this subordinate doesn't understand. Luzhu is not a developed place for trade. Why are we spending so much effort to establish a foothold in Luzhu?" Young Fan replied, "It is precisely because Luzhu is not a developed place for trade. That is why the hidden sect's influence in Luzhu is very weak. This is our opportunity. Otherwise, do you think we will be able to intervene smoothly and snatch such a large territory from the hidden sect so easily?" He glanced at Ren Wei and suddenly laughed. "Do you think that Luzhu is of little value to us?" Ren Wei smiled embarrassedly. Young Fan withdrew his smile and spoke with a stern expression. "You are wrong. Luzhu is very important to us. Gongji province is currently the capital city. If we are going to fight to the death with the hidden sect, we cannot choose this place. Otherwise, once the imperial court finds out, everyone will be finished. Then, where can we choose?" Young Fan stretched out his hand and casually pointed in the air. "The west is Longyu, which is the hidden sect's foundation. Even if we use all our strength, we can forget about uprooting it. In order to defeat the hidden sect, we can only use the method of weakening them step by step. In the east and south, our strength is stronger than the hidden sect. Once we make a move, we will be able to eliminate their forces quickly. To us, the hardest to deal with is the hardbone that is the Hebei province." Ren Wei seemed to understand and said, "This subordinate understands. Sect head wants to control Luzhu and then separate the Longyu province from the Hebei province." Young Fan nodded and said, "That's right. The Hebei province is not only an extremely important territory for the hidden sect, but it is also connected to the hidden sect's trade with Korea and Japan. When we are able to control Luzhu firmly, it will be the time for us to launch an attack on the hidden sect's forces in the Hebei province. As long as we take over the Hebei province." Young Fan let out a cold laugh. Ren Wei understood and immediately continued, "By then, our obvious sect will be able to use the prestige of victory and gather the forces from the north, east, and west to encircle and annihilate Longyu. Even if we can't annihilate them, we can still chase them back to Longyu and force them to hole up. From then on, our obvious sect will be able to unify the central plains." Young Fan laughed heartily while Ren Wei rubbed his fists and said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely do his best and manage Luzhu well for sect head." Young Fan nodded and said, "It is extremely important for Zheng Li and the others to complete their mission. Their identities are considered top secret. In the future, if I have any instructions, I will give the order to you directly. You will be the one to contact them. You must not let anyone else do it. You must ensure that their identities will not attract the hidden sect's attention." "Yes." After Lu Binji finished reading a small piece of paper, he flicked it lightly and threw it into the brazier. The paper quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Lu Binji spoke arrogantly and proudly, "The obvious sect and hidden sect are finally going to fight." Ding Yu used a bamboo ladle to scoop a bowl of tea for him and gently pushed it in front of Lu Binji. He smiled and said, "Young master seems to be a little impatient." Lu Binji smiled and said, "That's right. I have been impatient for a long time. However, I am also clear that they will not make a move so quickly. Before the troops are mobilized, the rations and fodder are already in advance. They will definitely make ample preparations before they think about making a move. This is also our chance. With the obvious sect and hidden sect's massive forces and how secretive their forces are, even if we use the army to annihilate them, we will not be able to do anything. If the two sects use some martial artists to fight and kill, it will not harm their vitality. Their true battlefield will not see blood, but it will also be the most damaging. At that time, their strength will truly be exposed. We will then be able to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the obvious sect and hidden sect are mutually injured, They will come out to clean up the mess. We will then take over and rebuild the succession hall. Ding Yu said excitedly, this subordinate understands. Then, when the obvious sect and hidden sect are preparing their troops, should we not interfere in order to avoid alerting them? Lu Binji nodded and said, of course, but, Lu Binji rubbed his chin and muttered, in the north, in terms of foundation, who can compare to our Lu clan? Of course, we cannot help, but if we don't help at all, it seems like we aren't fulfilling our responsibility as the host. His smile was a little sinister, and Ding Yu couldn't help but ask, then young master plans to, Lu Binji said, let our men in Lu province try to provide some convenience to Yang Fan's men and help them establish a foothold in Lu province as soon as possible. Ding Yu smiled knowingly and said, this subordinate understand. Yang Fan and Xiao Man stayed at Yuzhen Temple until the evening before leaving. The couple came out of Yuzhen Temple and drove back to their mansion. But as soon as they entered the mansion, Mo Xuanfei whispered in Yang Fan's ear, "Ah Lang, Shangguan Zhaorong has arrived." Yang Fan nodded and informed Xiao Man before walking to the back garden. There was a small building in the back garden. This was where Wn and Yang Fan met after leaving the palace. Although Madame Zheng was not very satisfied with Yang Fan's somewhat unfair treatment of her daughter's heart was on Yang Fan, so she could only let it be and use her mansion as a cover for the two. Yang Fan arrived at the back garden and strolled to the front of the small building. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, a cute round-faced maid hurriedly bowed to him and pointed upstairs, smiling mischievously at Yang Fan. This master was very easygoing, so the maids in the inner residence were not afraid of him. Yang Fan smiled knowingly and walked upstairs. Wanna had already showered and changed into a soft robe. She was lazily leaning against the quilt, reading a book. Hearing the sound of the stairs, Wanna listened attentively. She immediately tiptoed off the bed, put on her soft-soled shoes, and quietly hid behind the screen. But with Yang Fan's skills, how could she hide her movements from Yang Fan? She was leaning against the screen waiting for Yang Fan to come out and scare him. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan suddenly flashed over from the other side of the screen and grabbed her waist, startling her. Yang Fan laughed and fell on the bed, pulling her to his side. Looking at the book by the pillow, he asked, "How come you have time to read today? You didn't bring Daya here?" Wn sighed and said, "That girl is gradually growing up, and her temper is also wild. She runs around with her brother Ji all day. I want to bring her here to accompany her, but she is not happy. In the past, I could tell her some stories, but now she is tired of listening to them. It is so annoying." Looking at her bitter expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Wana rebuked him and hit him, saying, "You are still laughing. Isn't it because of the good daughter you raised? You have no conscience. Now you are far away from the court and have found a place, but what about her? You are not thinking of a way. Don't worry. Soon, I am thinking of a way." Yang Fan hugged her and comforted her. He asked, "How is the situation in the palace now?" Wana sighed and said, "What else can it be? The ruler is not the ruler, the minister is not the minister, the husband is not the husband, and the wife is not the wife. It is really disappointing." Chapter 1161. Hearing Wna's words, Yang Fan felt strange and said, "What do you mean by the ruler is not the subject, the husband is not the wife?" Wana sighed and said, "In the beginning, we all hoped that the Li family would regain their power and the world would be at peace. Looking at it now, it's no wonder that Emperor Zetian doesn't like the crown prince. His son is really a hopeless fool. He's so muddle-headed." "What? Why are you still asking? Tell me, what has he done since he ascended the throne? Now he spoiled Princess Enla even more. He always said that when he was exiled to Fangzhou, he gave birth to Enla halfway and didn't even have time to prepare a baby. He felt sorry for his daughter. Now that he was the emperor, he had to treat her better. It was one thing for Enla to take away the treasured works of the two princes in the palace, but even the official positions were given away by Enla. Enla and her sister, Princess Changning, competed for wealth. Their mansions were decorated with flowers and it was hard to tell who was better. Enla wanted to get the Kunming pool to win over Changning. Could the Kunming pool be given as a gift? It was such a big lake, and many people depended on it to survive. The emperor refused, so she marked a piece of land on the outskirts of the city and forcibly drove away the local people. She wanted to dig a lake that was even bigger than the Kunming Pool. She even named it Kunming Pool. But to build such a big lake, the money was like running water. Anla didn't have that much money, so she sold official positions. As long as you could pay the price, she would guarantee you an official position. After receiving the money, she wrote an imperial edict and asked the emperor to approve and stamp it. She covered up the content in advance, leaving only the space for the emperor to stamp it. The emperor didn't even ask her what she was writing. Have you ever heard of such a preposterous thing since ancient times? Hearing this, Yang Fan's mood was inexplicably depressed. Wana said, "That's not all. She still wants to be the crown princess." Yang Fan opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "Last time she wanted to be the crown princess and caused a change in the crown prince. She still dares to ask to be the crown princess?" Wana said, "Yes, I thought it was just a joke." Now it seems that she took it seriously. Yang Fan remained silent. Wana said, "Let me ask you, which prince dares to take the initiative to ask the emperor to appoint him as the crown prince? Anyone who dared to covet the treasures would have an obvious ending. As a woman, Anla actually made such an absurd request. The emperor should have sternly reprimanded her. Guess what the emperor said? Wana shook her head and smiled bitterly. The emperor said, "If you want to be the Empress Dowager, wait until your mother becomes the Empress Dowager." Emperor Zetian almost wiped out the entire Li clan. How long has it been since then? He's completely forgotten about it. What empire? In the eyes of our emperor, he's not the emperor. He's just the master of the Li clan. At this point, both of them became silent. After a long time, Yang Fan looked at Shanghai Wana and said, "Wana, before I completely withdraw from the court, I want to do one more thing." Wana raised her eyebrows and looked at him questioningly. Yang Fan said, "The mistake was made by me, so I should redeem it. Moreover, after I leave, even though I don't have military power, at least I will still have glory, splendor, wealth, and a frightening title, general who supports the nation. But those brothers who have gone through fire and water with me are still in the army. After the Wei brothers took over the Yulin royal guards, they are wantonly expelling dissidents. In time, those good brothers will not have a good ending. So, I want to do one thing." Wana was clever and had been by the emperor's side for more than 20 years. Hearing this, she understood. Her expression couldn't help but change. She said in shock, "Langjun, do you want to?" Yang Fan nodded lightly. Wana suddenly threw herself into his arms, her delicate body trembling. This matter had clearly shocked her. Yang Fan gently stroked her back and said in a joking tone, "Don't worry. It's not the first time I've done this. Practice makes perfect." Both of them were so focused on this topic that they inadvertently skipped over the matter of husband and wife are not husband and wife. Ever since the day Princess Yuzhen entered the Wei to observe the ceremony, Princess Taiping had frequently asked out on dates with Yang Fan. Yang Fan's words in the palace that day had really frightened her. But toward her, Yang Fan could not be as unreserved as he was toward Wana. Taiping was a very strong and independent woman. Furthermore, she had too many responsibilities on her shoulders. In this aspect, she was very different from Wana. In Wana's heart, her man was her heaven. In Taiping's heart, she was her Tai. The heavens and the earth were big. There was nothing that could bind her, whether it was family or love. Yang Fan was willing to implicitly reveal some of his intentions to her because if he really wanted to take action, he would very likely have to work hand in hand with Taiping. Otherwise, he would not even reveal this bit of information to her. A ruler does not lose his country in secret, and a subject does not lose his body in secret. Right now, Yang Fan was not alone. He also had his own responsibilities that he needed to bear. How could he be so ostentatious? However, with Princess Taiping's intelligence, she had already vaguely guessed what Yang Fan wanted to do from his implicit expression. For this reason, she repeatedly made appointments with Yang Fan to confirm his intentions. Naturally, Yang Fan was not willing to reveal more. Right now, he was still in secret contact with the person he had chosen. The other party had not given him a clear answer. If the other party did not intend to do this, he would naturally cancel his plans. There was no need to reveal the secret to Taiping so early. That day, Princess Taiping came to the Yang family again. This time, she did not come to interrogate Yang Fan about his hidden expression that day. Instead, she went with him to the banquet in Princess Anli's palace. Because Princess Anli's palace was right next to Yang Fan's palace, she went to the Yang family first. Although Wu Chongshuan had died, Princess Anli and Wu Chongshuan had a son. Today, this child was celebrating his birthday. Normally, a child's birthday would not disturb all the officials of the court, even if his mother was a princess. But now, this Princess Anli was like a little son of heaven. She was almost half of Li Xian's family. Naturally, it was a different matter. Furthermore, Li Xian doted on his daughter. Today, he specially came out of the palace with the empress to attend the banquet in Princess Anli's palace. He specially ordered all the civil and military officials of third rank and above, as well as members of the imperial family, to attend. Even Princess Taiping had no choice but to lower herself and come to celebrate her grandnephew's birthday. Taiping sat in the Yang family for a while and ate 3 bowls of green tea. Just as she was about to walk with him to Princess Anli's palace, the doorman Mo Xuanfei suddenly came in with a female daoist. The female daoist looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a charming appearance. Seeing Yang Fan walk over, Mo Xuanfei hurried forward and reported, "Ah Lang, this daoist nun is from Jade Truth Temple. She says she has an important matter to discuss with Ah Lang."
Oh!
Yang Fan looked at the little daoist nun with surprise. She seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not remember her name. Yang Fan had visited the Yuzhen monastery several times, so the little daoist priestess recognized him. She hastily bowed in greeting, but suddenly she realized something was wrong. With a blushing face, she hastily cupped her hands in greeting, making Yang Fan want to laugh. When the little daoist nun saw Yang Fan's smile, her expression became even more bashful. Twisting her fingers, she said with embarrassment, "This humble daoist Ning Xiong is here on the orders of Jade Truth Temple's Master Wushang to invite the great general." Yang Fan said, "Oh, I was just about to attend a banquet at Princess Anli's palace. Little daoist nun, please reply to Master Yuzhen that I will pay a visit later." The little daoist nun Ning Xiong agreed. She stammered, "But..." Master Yuzhen said that the matter is very urgent and requests the great general to go over immediately. Yang Fan frowned slightly and thought, what urgent matter could that little girl Kaiying have? He said, "I understand. I am going to Princess Anli's palace to attend a banquet. It cannot be delayed. After the banquet, I will go to Jade Truth Temple." The little daoist nun Ning Xiong did not dare to say anything else. She could only agree. She stole a glance at Princess Taiping and left in a panic. Yang Fan felt that the side was a little quiet. He turned his head and saw Princess Taiping looking at him with a strange expression. He could not help but ask, "What is it?" Princess Taiping slowly walked 2 steps forward. She hesitated and asked, "Erlang, what is your relationship with Kaiying?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and stared at Taiping. A smile gradually appeared in his eyes. "What relationship do you think I have with her?" Taiping's face began to turn red. She angrily stamped her feet and said, "You know what I mean." Yang Fan sighed, "Don't let your imagination run wild. What relationship can I have with that silly little girl?" Princess Taiping followed him and looked at his expression. Seeing that his expression was calm and did not seem to be fake, she was slightly relieved. She was Yang Fan's woman. If her niece also had an unclear relationship with Yang Fan, it would be really embarrassing. Yang Fan denied it now. It seemed that there was really no relationship. But this was only Yang Fan's side of the story. What about Kaiying? Did she have other thoughts about Yang Fan? Kaiying was at the age when young girls yearn for love. And Yang Fan was undoubtedly a man that girls liked. Especially when he was over 30 years old and had a mature temperament. That kind of handsome and charming charm was not something a young girl yearning for love could resist. Princess Taiping thought about it. Her mind was in a trance. When she reached the door of Princess Anli's residence, she still did not wake up. Princess Yuzhen paced back and forth in the quiet room. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Princess Yuzhen stopped in her tracks and shouted, "Is it Ning Xiong? Come in quickly." The door was pulled open. Little Daoist nun Ning Xiong came in and said to Princess Yuzhen, "Disciple Ning Xiong greets monastery head." Princess Yuzhen looked behind her and asked anxiously, "Where is the Grand General? Is he not home?" Ning Xiong said, "The Grand General is here. But the Grand General is about to attend Princess Anli's banquet. This servant, no, this disciple did not invite him." Princess Yuzhen was very anxious. She stamped her feet and said, "Didn't I say that no matter what, you must invite him back?" Ning Xiong said embarrassedly, But Princess Taiping is beside the Grand General. This servant, this disciple is afraid when she sees him. I dare not be impudent." Princess Yuzhen was even more anxious when she heard it. But she could not blame her. Yuzhen had just received news related to young Fan. She was anxious to inform young Fan. However, the 20 over little Daoist nun beside her were bestowed by the palace. Even though with her identity, it was reasonable to say that she would not attract the emperor's attention and would not place spies around her, she still did not dare to take the risk. How could she dare to tell this matter to the messenger? Now it seemed that she could only make a trip personally. Thinking of this, Princess Yuzhen raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the carriage immediately. I want to go to Princess Anli's residence." Chapter 1162. Ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, perhaps the time when power had been most concentrated was when Li Dan was emperor. There were no factions in the imperial court. All the factions were hibernating, and there was only one faction in the imperial court, the Wei faction. In the political affairs hall, 3 members of the Wei clan, Wei Wen, Wei Anshi, and Wei Juyuan, served as prime ministers. The prime ministers not only held political power, but also controlled the imperial guard of the southern Yamen. At the same time, Wei Jie, Wei Zhuo, Wei Bo, Wei Xian, and the empress's nephew Jiao Chong, as well as Wu Yanxiu, controlled the northern Yamen. All the civil and military officials were gathered in the Wei clan. Besides the direct members of the Wei clan, there was also Zhong Chuk and Ji Chuna. Zhu Yong, Ran Zuyong, Li Ji, Song Jishuan, Yao Shaoji, Zhong Jinqing, and a group of other henchmen attached themselves to the Wei clan. These people controlled the imperial censorate and the 6 ministries of the imperial court. All the important government offices were under their control. In the entire imperial court, all the nobles and nobles belonged to the Wei clan. Even when Wu Zetian was in power, she had never allowed the Wu clan to monopolize power. Wu Zetian had always adhered to the path of balance. No matter how many people she defeated, she would always establish a new power to ensure the balance between the various factions. But Li Xian had done the exact opposite. He had taken the initiative to help the Wei clan eradicate all its competitors. In these circumstances, who would dare not come to celebrate the birthday of Princess Anli's son? Did they not see that even the Prince of Xiong and Princess Taiping had no choice but to come and celebrate the birthday of their grandnephew? All sorts of precious gifts, which had not been transported away in time, were piled up on both sides of the ceremonial gate. The residence was filled with important ministers dressed in scarlet. If one was not dressed in scarlet, one would not even have the right to go in and drink water. To be able to leave a gift behind was already giving one a great deal of face, so one could happily leave. Princess Anli's son had just turned 5 this year. The 5-year-old little birthday boy was held in Li Xian's arms, and he impatiently twisted his body. He didn't like to mingle with so many adults, but after Anli glared at him, he became obedient. Towards his biological mother, who had always been too lazy to take care of him, the little birthday girl only had fear. Yang Fan purposely chose a corner to sit, but he was discovered by someone and was pushed to the front. Although the people who appeared in Princess Anli's residence today were all important people with great authority, there weren't many major second-rank officials. Not only was Yang Fan a second-rank official, he no longer had any real power, so everyone respectfully arranged for him to be with those old fellows who had already retired. As far as the eye could see, all around him were white-haired former prime ministers and former ministers. Yang Fan sat among them, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Of course, he knew that this was Princess Anla's intentional arrangement. He had already seen Princess Anla's proud gaze, and this was Princess Anla's residence. How could she not ask for her opinion on the seating arrangement? However, Yang Fan did not feel humiliated. He was not familiar with these former high-ranking officials. Sitting among them saved him from being harassed. He only cared about calmly drinking his own wine and eating his own food. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Seeing Princess Anla deliberately humiliate Yang Fan, Princess Taiping was initially quite worried, afraid that Yang Fan would not be able to restrain himself and become hostile on the spot. Seeing him calm and collected, she relaxed. Empress Wei sat at the seat of honor and presented a large night pearl to the birthday boy as a gift. The birthday boy was very interested in this round and smooth pearl. He happily accepted it and played with it with his two small hands. Empress Wei smiled at Li Xian. "Today is your grandson's birthday. As his grandfather, shouldn't you give him a gift?" Li Xian smiled. "You have a pearl as a gift. Naturally, I have a gift for him as well." Li Xian whispered a few instructions to a young eunuch who was serving at his side. The young eunuch then walked out. A short while later, he came back with a horse. When the guests in the hall saw this, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This horse was only half a meter tall and extremely small. Even if it was placed in a kennel, it would not necessarily be as strong as a large dog. However, it was truly a horse. When the birthday boy saw this horse, his eyes immediately lit up. Twisting his body, he slid out of Li Xian's embrace and ran to the front of the horse. He excitedly stretched out his hands. This little pony was extremely docile. The eunuch was not afraid that it would kick and injure the child. He giggled as he watched the birthday boy stroke the horse's mane. Li Xian stroked his beard and smiled. "Grandson, do you like this horse?" The birthday boy beamed with joy and nodded his head repeatedly. "I like it. I like it. Grandfather is so good." Li Xian chuckled. Empress Wei pursed her lips and said, "It is just a Han Palace pony. You are the emperor who has the wealth of the world. To only gift a pet horse to our grandson's birthday, isn't that a bit too stingy?" Li Xian said, "Ari, he is just a child. His birthday is just for fun. Do you think he will like things like gold, pearls, jade, and other such things? This is a gift that we have carefully chosen for our grandson." Princess Anli pulled on Li Xian's arm and said in a spoiled manner, "Father, I also feel that it is a bit too stingy for the grandson of heaven to only give a pony as a birthday gift. My son is still young and cannot tell good from bad. When he grows up, he will inevitably blame you, his grandfather." Li Xian helplessly said, "Fine, fine, fine. You little girl, tell me, what should father reward you with to satisfy you?" Princess Anli's eyes turned. Clapping her hands, she said, "Then father will bestow him an official title." This, Li Xian stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He said in a low voice, "Then, what official title should I bestow?" Anla giggled and said, "Father is the present emperor. Isn't it up to father to decide what official title to bestow?" Li Xian felt that his grandson was only 5 years old. It was not appropriate to suddenly bestow a high official title. But the title was too small. It looked like his daughter would not be satisfied. Just as he was deliberating, Empress Wei impatiently said, "What is there to think about? Just bestow my grandson the position of Taichung official, with additional titles of gold and purple bright rank official, general of the left guard, the title of Duke of Hao, and 500 households of land." Hearing this, Li Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, "That won't do. Isn't it too hasty? Wait for Zhen to return to the palace and think carefully before making a decision." Empress Wei icily said, "What is there to argue about? Didn't your majesty say at Fangju that no matter what Kie does in the future, your majesty will not interfere?" Li Xian was instantly at a loss for words. Princess Anla hurriedly shot a glance at Wu Yanxiu. The two pulled the birthday girl over and bowed to Li Xian. "Many thanks to Imperial Father for bestowing this title." Li Xian opened his mouth, but in the end, he dejectedly said, "You may rise." All the officials present saw this. The officials of the Wei clan saw that the emperor had no prestige in front of the empress and couldn't help but be pleased with themselves. The Prince of Xiong, Taiping, and the other officials, on the other hand, were inwardly dejected. Yang Fan held a cup of wine and coldly gazed at the scene in the hall. He thought to himself, the current emperor is clearly Empress Wei. Yang Fan tilted his head back and gulped down the cup of wine. Li Xian had been publicly rebuked by Empress Wei and felt very humiliated. He sat gloomily for a while, then said that he was tired and wanted to return to the palace. The emperor had come to celebrate his grandson's birthday and shouldn't have stayed for too long. After sitting for a while, he should have left. Now that the emperor was leaving, the officials naturally had to see him off. The civil and military officials, as well as the emperor's relatives, noisily escorted Li Xian and his wife out of the princess's estate and returned to the hall to take their seats. Now that the emperor was no longer seated at the seat of honor, the hall truly became lively and relaxed. Yang Fan saw that the emperor had left and drank a few more steps. Then he stood up, intending to bid farewell to the owner of this place. He saw that Wu Yanxiu and Zhong Chuk were drinking and chatting merrily. Just as he was about to walk over, a green-clothed manservant suddenly stopped in front of him and bowed to him with a smile. He said, "Great General, my princess invites you." After the emperor and empress left, the male and female guests parted. The noble ladies of the imperial clan all went to the rear residence. Princess Enle also pulled her son to the back. There were no more women in the hall. Hearing Enle's invitation, Yang Fan thought that she was going to pester him again. He said, "I am already slightly tipsy and am about to bid farewell. I and the princess are men and women, so I won't be going to the rear residence." The blue-clothed manservant lowered his voice and said, "Great General, don't misunderstand. When the princess sent this lowly one, she said that there was an important matter that she wanted to discuss with Great General. The princess also knows that it is not suitable for Great General to enter the rear residence, so she is waiting in the room next door. Great General, please do not make things difficult for this lowly one." This, Yang Fan felt it was strange. Hearing these words, it seemed that Enle really did have some important secret that she wanted to talk to him about. Of course, Yang Fan didn't believe that someone like Enle would care about the affairs of the country. However, with her status, it wouldn't be strange for her to know some important secret. And for her to want to meet with him, it was very likely that she wanted to use this secret to threaten him or use both hard and soft tactics to force him to submit. But, what important matter did she know? Since she invited me to meet with her, it seemed that this matter must be related to me. Thinking of this, Yang Fan decided to meet with her. As long as he wasn't tempted, could it be that Princess Enle would rape him? Yang Fan nodded his head and said, "If that's the case, please lead the way." The manservant smiled cheerfully and said, "Great General, this way please." This hall was very spacious. There were exits at the front, back, left, and right. The manservant led the way to the door on the right. Yang Fan followed behind the manservant. He had just taken a few steps when he heard a commotion at the main entrance of the hall. Someone said, "Hey, you can't go in." Immediately, a clear and crisp female voice said, "How dare you? Although I have entered the path of cultivation, I am still a daughter of the royal family. You are just a lowly servant, how dare you stop me?" Yang Fan felt that the voice was familiar. He stopped and turned around to look at the door. He saw two servants wearing green clothes and small hats blocking the entrance of the hall. Coincidentally, they were slapped by a jade hand. The two of them cried out, covered their cheeks and took 2 steps back, but they still refused to move away. The one who hit them was a Taoist nun. She was wearing a simple and elegant moon-white robe. Her shiny black hair was tied into a simple bun with a jade hairpin. Her skin was like jade and her face was like a peach blossom. She was graceful and charming, just like a jade person. In the crook of her arm was a jade scepter. Her elegant and otherworldly appearance was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Wasn't this Yuzhen Temple's Wushang Zhen Taoist elder Li Kaiying? Chapter 1163. When Yang Fan saw that the person who had come was Princess Yuzhen, he couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Why had she come? Was she also here to celebrate the birthday of the Enle family's birthday star? The Prince of Xiong had no choice but to come. Li Kaiying was a monk, so even if she refused to attend, no one could force her. Besides, this sort of forcefully barging into the princess's residence and slapping Enle's servant didn't seem like she was attending a banquet. In a flash, Yang Fan suddenly recalled that Li Kaiying had sent someone to invite him to the banquet. He couldn't help but think, could she have come for me? That's impossible. What urgent matter does she have that she can't even wait for a moment and has to barge into Enle's residence? Although she's a princess, she's like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to Princess Enle. How could she so easily offend Enle? Could it be that Enle has done something to anger her? Given Enle's usual arrogant conduct, this matter really isn't certain. While Yang Fan was thinking, Princess Yuzhen had already turned around. From the hands of a young Daoist nun, she took a book with a yellow silk cover. With a shake of her wrist, she unfurled it into a long scroll. In the Tang dynasty, thread-bound books had not yet been invented, and the whirlwind style was not in vogue. At the time, most books were folded. When the folded book was not opened, it looked no different from later books. Once opened, it looked like the memorials commonly seen in movies and dramas. When unfolded, it was a long scroll, and after repeatedly folding, it formed the appearance of a book. Li Kaiying yelled, "Dog servant, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. With the jade disc here, does this humble Daoist count as a member of the imperial family?" The yellow book in Li Kaiying's hand was a jade disc. It was a book specially used to record the identity of the members of the royal family. It was the genealogy of the royal family. However, although it was called a jade disc, it was also made of paper. It did not mean that this kind of proof of identity was carved from jade. After the emperor left, the Prince of Xiong immediately took his leave. He had already left, so he did not see his daughter's angry appearance. At the time, Princess Taiping had also wanted to leave, but Princess Enle had strenuously urged her to stay. A group of imperial princesses who wanted to curry favor with Enle swarmed forward and invited Princess Taiping to the rear residence, where she was not present. Without their elders to stop them, who would be willing to step forward and scold a princess? When Wu Yanxiu saw this situation, as the host, she naturally had to step forward and ask questions. Therefore, she left Zhong Chuk behind and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. The green-clothed manservant who was leading Yang Fan to the side room was also very curious about Princess Yuzhen's actions. He stood there to watch and did not urge Yang Fan to leave. Wu Yanxiu rushed to Princess Yuzhen's side and cupped her hands with a fake smile, saying, "Priest Wu Shangzhen, I wonder what brings you to my humble residence." Li Kaiying was dumbfounded by his question and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. But in the eyes of others, she was still a beautiful and youthful Taoist nun and could not see this change. Being questioned by Wu Yanxiu, Li Kaiying could not help but feeling anxious and startled, frightened and flustered. "Oh no," she thought. "I came in a hurry and did not even think of a suitable excuse. What should I do?" In the next room, Princess Anli had already made meticulous preparations. She wore a set of torn undergarments inside and covered it with a light gauze gown. Thinking of the scene when Yang Fan entered the room and she suddenly tore open the gown and shouted that he was molesting her, causing the guests in the hall to swarm in, Princess Anli smiled slightly coldly. Wasn't it normal for a calamitous beautiful princess and a drunk general to appear in such a scene? At that time, she could only say that Her Highness wanted to invite this unemployed general to be her son's first teacher. Therefore, she invited him to the side room to discuss this matter. Who knew that this general was drunk and lustful and actually wanted to rape the princess? Just based on this, even if it was not enough to take his life, it was enough to ruin his reputation. From then on, he would not be able to have a foothold in Chang'an. The imperial court would also definitely punish him by demoting his position and removing his title. At that time, Yang Fan would be like a phoenix with all its feathers plucked. No matter where he was deposed to, it would only take a word to kill him. No one could understand the feeling of a trapped dragon being played by shrimps better than Princess Anli. After waiting for a while, Yang Fan still did not come over. Princess Anli became a little impatient. She also knew that Yang Fan was not willing to see her. But unless Yang Fan already knew that she was going to set him up, How could he not be curious? Did he not want to know what urgent matter she had? In order to make it easier for her to use the plan, Princess Anli had already dismissed the maids beside her. At this time, it was impossible for her to send someone to see what was going on. She could only continue to wait patiently. In the time it took for Li Kaiying to be in a daze, tens of thousands of thoughts had already spun through her mind. As it turned out, Princess Yuzhen was in a hurry to see Yang Fan today because she knew that Princess Anli wanted to set Yang Fan up. Ever since Princess Anli had given up on the idea of conquering Yang Fan, she had wholeheartedly wanted to kill Yang Fan. Even though she did not say why she hated Yang Fan so much, but in front of Wu Yanxiu, she had often talked about her hatred for Yang Fan. Wu Yanxiu was very fawning on his princess wife, but he did not have any good ideas for him to deal with an outstanding general. So the matter had been dragged on like this. 2 days ago, Wu Yanxiu was on duty in the palace and had a drink with Empress Wei's nephew, Jiao Chong. These two were now Yulin generals and each controlled a troop of winged cavalry and a troop of 10,000 cavalry. It could be said that they had great power. At present, Lady Wei's arrogance reached the heavens and she was insufferably arrogant. The two of them not only dared to drink while on duty in the palace, they drank the imperial wine brought from the palace, and the people serving them were palace eunuchs. They did not trust Yang Fan's former subordinates. They could maintain a certain level of vigilance against ordinary palace maids and eunuchs, but they were not so wary of the eunuchs promoted by the empress. Thus, there was no need to avoid discussing matters in front of them. Unexpectedly, while Empress Wei used and guarded against WNR and refused to let WNR's people work in her palace, she did not pay attention to Jiao Lisha, this young eunuch. Jiao Lisha was now in charge of the plum job of purchasing in the palace. With this good job, he had won over many people. Of the two little eunuchs serving tea and wine for Jiao Chong and Wu Yanxiu, one of them was Jiao Lisha's godson. Although he was a godson, this little eunuch was actually not much younger than Jiao Lisha. However, when the eunuchs in the palace ranked seniority, it was mainly based on status and had little to do with age. When Wu Yanxiu and Jiao Chong were about 70 to 80% drunk, Wu Yanxiu suddenly changed the topic to Yang Fan. She said that for some reason he had offended the princess, but she had no excuse to punish him. Jiao Chong had offered him this plan. Wu Yanxiu heard it and felt it was very feasible. When she went back, she was going to follow this plan. Their conversation was heard clearly by Jiao Lisha's godson. He went back and secretly reported it to Jiao Lisha. Jiao Lisha turned back and sent the news to Princess Yuzhen through the eunuch in charge of purchasing in the palace. Princess Yuzhen might have left home, but she was still the only person in charge of this line of communication in the palace for her third brother. Jiao Lisha could only contact her. After Princess Yuzhen heard the news, she immediately wanted to warn Yang Fan. However, by the time she received the news, it was already the day of Princess Anli's birthday banquet. Although Princess Yuzhen immediately sent someone to see Yang Fan, they were still one step too late. Li Kaiying made up her mind and charged straight into Princess Anli's fu. At this moment, Wu Yanxiu stepped forward and asked. Princess Yuzhen suddenly realized that there was an important link in this matter that she had not considered. How could she explain her purpose in coming? If she had randomly found some other reason, such as celebrating her nephew's birthday and was angry that someone had obstructed her, then she would have displayed her might. Her reason for charging into Princess Anli's fu would be more than sufficient, but she would have no excuse to detain Yang Fan. If Wu Yanxiu had someone send her to the rear residence and Yang Fan fell for the trap, why would she have charged in? If she had come for Yang Fan, what reason did she have to charge into Princess Anli's fu, all for the sake of Yang Fan? If she did not have a reasonable excuse and ruined Princess Anli's affair, Wu Yanxiu and the others would assuredly be alarmed, guessing that the news had been leaked. There had only been 2 eunuchs serving Wu Yanxiu and Jiao Chong that day. As long as they were determined to investigate, this matter would assuredly be leaked. The eunuch would die, Jiao Lisha would probably be exposed, and the Son of Heaven would know that the Prince of Xiong's estate had planted spies in the palace. Just thinking about this string of evil consequences made Li Kaiying break out in a cold sweat. Just as it was said that in a moment of desperation, all sorts of dangers flashed through her mind, and Li Kaying suddenly thought of an excellent excuse. Wu Yanxiu saw that Princess Yuzhen was silent and only had a slightly strange expression on her face, so she couldn't help but ask, "Just why has Daoist priest come to visit my humble residence?" "Haha, could it be that you have also come to celebrate my son's birthday?" Li Kaying calmed down and looked over Wu Yanxiu's shoulder at Yang Fan. In a loud voice, she said, "Great General Yang, this humble Daoist arranged an hour with you, but this humble Daoist's pot of tea is already old, and General still hasn't arrived." This humble Daoist thought that General had some important matter, but it turns out that you are here enjoying yourself. Li Kaying's words were laced with jealousy, and everyone in the hall could feel the sourness in her words. The entire hall was immediately in an uproar. It was just treating someone to tea. Was there a need to make such a big fuss just because someone was late? Moreover, this tone, this demeanor. No wonder Li Shenyang was unwilling to marry to Tufan, she already had someone in her heart. Moreover, this person in her heart was already married, and this person in her heart had an ambiguous relationship with her aunt. Hiss, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and uniformly turned their admiring gazes towards Great General Yang. A hero. What's more, someone suddenly remembered that the Golden Immortal Princess also frequently went to Yuzhen Temple to reunite with her younger sister. Moreover, this Golden Immortal Princess also insisted on becoming a nun because she was unwilling to marry to Tufan. Could it be that this pair of sisters had an affair with Yang Fan? Thinking of this, their gazes towards Yang Fan were filled with admiration. This is the princess killer Ah. Although Yang Fan had already faded out of people's sight, because of this matter, his legend has been circulating in Jianghu for a long time. Li Kaying also knew what kind of ambiguity her words would attract, not to mention that she had purposely made it sound like she was jealous. As soon as the words left her mouth, 2 red clouds unconsciously flew up on her pretty face. Her eyes flickered with embarrassment and annoyance, which further confirmed the guesses in everyone's hearts. Chapter 1164. When Yang Fan heard Li Kaying's words, his heart tightened. In practically an instant, he was already sure that Li Kaying really had something extremely important to tell him. This matter was so important and extremely confidential that she didn't hesitate to humiliate herself in order to conceal her true objective. Yang Fan was a smart person. How could he not know what he should do? He immediately circulated his qi and made a blushing face. He hurriedly went forward and said to Princess Yuzhen uneasily, "Priest, I am really sorry, I have missed the appointment. Attending Princess and Les banquet today is under the Emperor's order. As a subject, how can I defy the Emperor's order? I have troubled priest to wait for me and even personally come forward to welcome me. I am really terrified. This Yang will definitely apologize to Daoist priest later." After Yang Fan finished, he hurriedly turned around and still had a shy expression. He awkwardly avoided everyone's gaze and cupped his hands towards Wu Yanxiu and said, "I am indebted to Prince Consort's banquet. I have eaten and drank to my heart's content. I will take my leave now, take my leave." Ah! Wu Yanxiu opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end. That green-clothed manservant did not know the princess and the couple's real intention. Even though the mistress said that General Yang must be invited to the side room, but Yang Fan was bidding his male master farewell. As a house servant, how could he have the qualifications to ask him to stay, so he could only stand there without saying a word. Princess Yuzhen saw that Yang Fan understood her intention and could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. But once her nervousness was released, embarrassment inevitably surged up. For a moment, she could not suppress the embarrassment and wished that she could find a hole to hide in. She was a young lady who had just experienced her first awakening of love and her face was very tender. Now that she had spoken like this, it was not considered as openly declaring her love to Yang Fan. It could directly cause others to think that she had an affair with Yang Fan. It was obvious that she had already given her virginity to Yang Fan. How could she not be embarrassed? Now, Yang Fan's act was equivalent to admitting that the two of them had an affair. Princess Yuzhen was embarrassed and her face was so hot that an egg could be placed on it. The gazes of surprise, disdain, envy, and ridicule pierced Li Kaying's face. She couldn't stand there anymore. She simply flicked her sleeves, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. With an embarrassed expression, Yang Fan hastily cupped his fists toward Wu Yanxiu. Lifting the lapel of his gown, he ran after Princess Yuzhen. As soon as the two of them left, there was a loud bang in the hall. Immediately, there was a burst of discussion. The imperial court officials dressed in purple winked at each other, beaming with joy. Who said that people of high status didn't have the heart to gossip? These people were no less gossipy than the men and women in the marketplace. The only difference was that they only talked to people of the same level. Occasionally, there were a few experienced and dignified people who only twirled their beards and smiled faintly without saying a word. It looked like they were shrewd. Who knew if they were pondering over what Yang Fan said, "I will definitely apologize to the Taoist priest solemnly when I get back." The more they thought about it, the more it left an endless aftertaste. When the news reached the West Chamber, and Le was dumbfounded. Following that, there was a deeper hatred. Li Qinyang was admittedly beautiful, but could she be more beautiful than her? She knew why Yang Fan looked down on her. This was a stain that she couldn't erase, and she didn't want to erase it. She had never thought of guarding her body and heart for a man, but she couldn't accept a man being able to reject her seduction. Thus, she could only turn this into a deeper hatred. Yang Fan. And Le sneered venomously. Her hatred was deep. In the backyard, Princess Taiping, who was drinking with the other princesses and noble ladies, also heard the news. When they heard that Princess Yuzhen, who had become a monk, had an affair with Yang Fan, the backyard immediately exploded. These bored ladies were more interested in this kind of gossip than the men. They chattered and excitedly talked for a long time before they suddenly realized that there was a Taiping who had an ambiguous relationship with Yang Fan sitting at the scene. At this time, they wanted to shut up, but it was too late. Although Princess Taiping tried her best to hide her emotions, her face was already frighteningly gloomy. A cup of dark red wine was tightly held in her hands. Her joints were so tense that they turned white. Humiliation and the pain of betrayal were like two knives, constantly twisting her heart. When Yang Fan cooperated with Li Kaiying to put on that show, he knew that it would definitely cause a huge uproar. But at that time, he couldn't care too much. It was even more impossible for a girl to ruin her own reputation, and he would still use a pretentious tone to clear his name. This kind of gentleman, he was disdainful. Li Kaiying came in an ox cart. Even though the ox cart was slow, there were only ox carts in her nunnery and she had nowhere to find a horse. Even though the ox cart was slow, it was much more spacious than a horse cart. When Yang Fan came, he came on foot. Therefore, when he left Princess and Le's residence, he boarded Princess Yuzhen's ox cart. The car was spacious, and there were passenger seats, so Yang Fan didn't need to squeeze with Li Kaiying. Even so, because of the conversation in the hall, the two of them suddenly sat in this small enclosed space, and Li Kaiying still felt very uncomfortable. She secretly glanced at Yang Fan, and her pretty face blushed again, inexplicably bashful. After Yang Fan sat down, the ox cart started moving. Yang Fan also couldn't help but take a look at Li Kaiying. He took a very serious look. Her black and glossy long hair was tied into a daoist bun with a jade hairpin. She wore a white daoist robe that covered her body. Her waist was slender and there was a hidden allure hidden in it. Looking at her eyebrows that were like distant mountains, her skin that was smooth and creamy, she was elegant and refined. She really had the aura of a mature woman. Yang Fan coughed lightly and no longer looked at that slightly translucent and blushing face. He only placed his hands on his knees and asked solemnly, "Your Highness did not hesitate to use such a method to summon me out. Did something big happen?" "Ah, yes, something big happened." Li Kaiying's mind was in a trance. It was as if there was an indescribable feeling that was quietly invading her heart. Suddenly being awakened by Yang Fan's words, Li Kaiying's mind immediately became clear. She hurriedly said, "This poor Taoist rushed over in a hurry and it was really not by choice. This poor Taoist suddenly received a message that Princess Enle is going to harm the general." Li Kaiying narrated the message she had received from beginning to end. A smear of anger instantly floated onto Yang Fan's brow. Was this scheme childish? It was very childish and very simple, but it could achieve its effect. It was precisely because this scheme was too simple and childish that Yang Fan would not be on guard. And once this kind of thing was seen by others, they would rather believe it than not. Also, the emperor had wanted to punish him, but he had no excuse. Li Guo'er did not know that he was also the sect leader of the Xian sect. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fan had this identity, if he fell into the trap this time, he would really be at the mercy of others. Yang Fan lightly exhaled and slowly restrained the anger on his brow. He clasped his hands to Li Kaiying and sincerely said, "Many thanks for Princess's warning. If Princess had not disgraced herself to come warn me, this Yang would definitely have fallen into her trap today. This great kindness cannot be thanked with words. This Yang will engrave it in his heart." Li Kaiying curiously glanced at him and then hurriedly shifted her gaze. For some reason, she was somewhat afraid to look at Yang Fan. Li Kaiying twisted her fingers and stammered, "Then Enle, why did she scheme so much to deal with the great general? The great general has done the emperor's family a great favor. Could it be that the great general has a personal grudge against Enle?" Yang Fan bitterly smiled and countered, "The emperor is currently scheming to deal with the Prince of Xiong, and the Prince of Xiong has also done the emperor a great favor. Is there a personal grudge between them?" Li Kaiying pouted and said, "That's different." Yang Fan asked, "What's different about it?" Li Kaiying opened her mouth, but in the end, there were some words that were difficult to say. In her view, the grudge between Yang Fan and Princess Enle was most likely due to the matters between a man and a woman. Enle's skirt was too loose, and it wasn't some incredible secret in the capital, but Enle's peerless beauty was unparalleled, and yet he was able to resist Enle's temptation. This sort of willpower was truly quite extraordinary. Thinking of this, Li Kaiying couldn't help but sneak another glance at Yang Fan. Unexpectedly, when she glanced over, she saw Yang Fan staring straight at her, an indescribable smile on his lips. Li Kaiying was greatly embarrassed and quickly withdrew her gaze. Her chin hung down deeply, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't even sit properly. Yang Fan stared at Li Kaiying and took her measure, not because he was appreciating her tranquil and elegant appearance, but because he was pondering something. How did Li Kaiying manage to find out about such a major secret? There was no question that she had people in the palace. And she was a naive and unaffected young girl. Why would she place spies in the palace? Yang Fan thought of Jiao Lisha, thought of Li Sanlang behind Jiao Lisha, and then from Li Sanlang to this temple abbess Yuzhen in front of him. A clear connection gradually became clear in his mind. Li Sanlang was far away in Luzhu, and the person who contacted Li Sanlang in the palace was his younger sister, Princess Yuzhen. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. In the past, he had thought that changing the Son of Heaven was a very difficult matter, but the success of the Dragon God's coup and the Crown Prince's simple and crude coup almost succeeded made him realize that although the Son of Heaven was wealthy and had millions of soldiers, he, who was at the center, was actually very weak. It was like a beehive. No one could resist the tens of thousands of bees, but if you could avoid the worker bees, directly attack the heart, find the queen bee, and pinch it to death with 2 fingers. Yang Fan, who had personally participated in 2 coups, was determined to do one last thing before he retired from the court: pull down the person he had personally raised to the throne. If he wanted to pull down Li Xian, could he replace him with Li Xian's sons? Yang Fan had done some research on Li Xian's 2 remaining sons. Li Zhongfu, who had been banished to Lingnan, had very mediocre talent. Moreover, his princess consort was the niece of Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong, and Yang Fan had participated in the assassination of the second Zhong. As for Li Xian's other son, Li Zhongmao, he was still a child. This meant that he could only support someone else, and who else could this person be besides Li Dan? From how Li Dan had resolutely appeared during the Dragon God's coup and led his 5 sons to the Taiji Palace to seize control of the Southern Palace Imperial Army, ensuring that the capital was not thrown into chaos, Yang Fan could see that while Li Dan usually had a weak personality, he did not lack for a staunch side. Moreover, this person had successfully educated his 5 sons and 11 daughters, making them so close to each other as siblings. This was something that Li Xian did not possess. Li Xian had a cold and indifferent personality, and the relationship between his children was also very cold. But Li Dan could not be like Li Xian. That kind of person could not raise such children. Thus, Young Fan had already set his target on Li Dan. However, it was not just Lu Bin who had secretly probed Li Dan's intentions. Young Fan had also sent people to probe the Prince of Xiong's intentions. Although the Prince of Xiong had been repeatedly suppressed by the Emperor, he had never had any intention of rebelling against his biological brother. As a result, Young Fan could only take another path and reach a consensus with the Prince of Xiong's sons. Young Fan considered the Prince of Xiong's 5 sons again and finally decided on 2 possible candidates, Li Chengqi or Li Longji. The reason why Young Fan was so cautious with the people he wanted to interact with was that if he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thus, he had to choose the most reliable person to interact with. After another round of serious analysis and selection, Young Fan finally chose Li Longji. He pretended to prepare for war with the hidden sect and began to place troops in Lu province. His goal was to easily provide Li Longji with financial and material resources once he formed an alliance with Li Longji, allowing him to recruit soldiers and buy horses. However, while he was cautious, wasn't Li Longji the same? To the two of them, this was an extremely dangerous matter. Thus, Li Longji had yet to give him a clear answer. Now that he had this Princess Yuzhen, he and Li Longji could be considered to have a reliable bridge. Li Kaiying had no idea what Young Fan's knowing smile meant. When Young Fan smiled, Li Kaiying lowered her head. Her heart was like an uncontrollable little deer, beating wildly, making her feel flustered. Li Kaiying stealthily swallowed her saliva and timidly asked, "Great General, what are you smiling about?" Young Fan let out a sigh and sighed ruefully. "I was thinking that since things have already come to this, I believe that there are some things that I will have less to worry about when I do them." When the flustered Li Kaiying heard these words, she couldn't help but feel alarmed. What does he want to do that he no longer has any scruples? Chapter 1165. The affair between Young Fan and Princess Yuzhen was secretly spread through the upper echelons of society. Strangely, this matter did not spread to the common people. Very few people in the marketplace knew of it. This effect was all thanks to the Wei faction. At present, the Wei faction was at the top of the court. Even though they knew that this matter would harm the Prince of Xiong's estate's reputation, the Wei faction, which had always viewed the Prince of Xiong as a thorn in their side, did not use this matter to make a big fuss. The reason for this was that no matter what, this matter could not cause any substantial harm to the Prince of Xiong or Young Fan. On the contrary, it would cause the Emperor to lose a great deal of face. And the Emperor and the Wei faction were bound together for good or ill, so the Wei faction naturally would not do anything that would harm their own reputation. Because Li Kaiying had become a monk in order to resist the Emperor's marriage. What did you proclaim? Fine, not only was she not getting married, she didn't even become a monk properly. Not only did she continue to live in luxury, she even had a man. Who was the most shameful? Back then, Li Shimin had been able to execute monk Bianji in a fit of rage, but Li Xian had been unable to kill Young Fan. This was because Princess Yuzhen was different from Princess Gaoyang. Princess Gaoyang was already married and had a son-in-law, but she was having an affair with a monk. Moreover, the jade pillow that Princess Gaoyang had gifted to monk Bianji had been stolen, and the imperial censors had brought the matter to the Golden Palace Hall. The imperial family had already lost all face and could only use murder to wash away this humiliation, which was why they had ordered Bianji's execution. But Princess Yuzhen had no husband. She was a free woman, and after becoming a monk and entering the Tao, she became even freer. There were 3 kinds of female Daoist priests in the Tang dynasty. One was those who had sincerely entered the Tao and devoted themselves to cultivation. Another was the daughters of noble ladies who did not get along with their husbands or were impatient with the many rules and regulations and thus became Daoist priests. The third was even prostitutes who, in order to avoid taxes, used the identity of Daoist priests to become prostitutes. Regardless of which one it was, the Daoist priests of the Tang dynasty did not have such a strict distinction between men and women, and it was very common for male guests to enter Daoist temples. In this atmosphere, what could one do to Princess Yuzhen? Even if one wanted to deal with this matter strictly, one could not do anything to the Prince of Xiong. If Princess Yuzhen and Young Fan were to deny it, they would not have the jade pillow as evidence. In addition, The people truly in charge were Empress Wei and Princess Anli. Princess Anli's private life was not peaceful. She did not know how many dissolute things she had done, even the common people knew about it. The common people were extremely sympathetic towards Princess Yuzhen being forced to become a nun. She dared to make a fuss about this matter. She was not afraid of drowning in their spittle. As for Wei, she had a large poster painted on the Vermilion Fan on Vermilion Street. Of her, and she had Wei had Fan. Chen of Zhen on, but she had on of Chen Wuji, but he on of. But every few years, Yang Fan would become a figure in the eye of the storm because of a freak combination of factors. This time, the consequences were not so serious, which made him rejoice. Dynasty. Yu and Wang Yuan Chen, one emperor of Chen. In the study room, Princess Taiping carefully looked at a long list of gifts. After reading it, she nodded and said, "Well, prepare according to this list. On the 6th of next month, it will be the conscription ceremony. Don't let anything go wrong." Li Yi, the steward, answered respectfully. Princess Taiping sighed tiredly. She rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Chongzun is a playful child. I hope he will be more sensible after he is married." Li Yi did not dare to say anything about the young master. He bowed to Princess Taiping and left. As soon as he reached the door, he saw second Langjun Shui Chongjian rushing in. Li Yi quickly retreated to the door and bowed to Shui Chongjian. Shui Chongjian ignored him. He stepped into the door and said loudly, "Mother, how is it going to be?" Princess Taiping put down her hand and said with a frown, "This child, why are you pestering us again? Now that the situation is delicate, why do you insist on being a soldier? Your identity is too sensitive, and you don't have to ask people to find fault with our family." Shui Chongjian was displeased and said, "Mother, are my requirements high? You want me to have a bright future, so I want to train in the army. I love martial arts, and Mother knows that. If I don't go to the army, what should I do?" Princess Taiping waved her hand in annoyance and said, "I am busy. Go ahead. I will go to the palace tomorrow and talk to the emperor." Shui Chongjian's anger turned into joy. He happily agreed and ran to the drill ground to practice. Princess Taiping looked at her son's back and smiled bitterly. She thought that if she wanted to do this, the Wei family would have to agree. She wanted to ask someone to get a set of expensive jewelry from the warehouse and go to the palace to talk to Empress Wei. For the sake of her beloved son, Princess Taiping, who was always arrogant, had to lower her voice. She was about to ask someone to get her favorite ruby headwear from the warehouse when a maid walked in and squatted, "Princess, the general-in-chief who supports the state wants to see you." Hearing that it was Yang Fan, Princess Taiping's face immediately darkened. "I won't see him." Seeing the princess's face darkening, the maid did not dare to say more. She hurriedly agreed and ran out. Princess Taiping opened her mouth to speak as if she wanted to call her back. But her hand was already in the air and the words at the tip of her mouth could not come out. This was the third time Yang Fan came to see her. From beginning to end, she only had 2 words, "I won't see him." She did not want to listen to Yang Fan's explanation. Regardless of whether Yang Fan and Kai Ying really had an affair, she had already become a laughingstock. Perhaps what she hated was not Yang Fan, but the fact that even though her powerful mother had passed away, she still could not get rid of the shackles on her body. She could not pursue what she wanted and could only continue to live in an environment that she hated. She hated Yang Fan and hated herself even more. She was tired of everything now. Even love could not give her the passion she deserved. "General-in-chief, please return. The princess won't see you." Without waiting for Yang Fan to answer, the door was closed with a bang. Doormen were the most snobbish kind of animals. Seeing that Her Royal Highness had made Yang Fan eat closed door 3 times in a row, this doorman had no respect for Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood in front of the door. Light snowflakes fell on his head and shoulders. Very soon, they became a layer of white fluffy. Yang Fan sighed softly. Carrying the snowflakes on his shoulders, he walked down the stone steps. Ren Wei led a fine horse. Yang Fan adjusted the saddle and stirrup. The group of people slowly went away and gradually merged with the snow. Yang Fan could not tell Princess Taiping the truth that Princess Yuzhen was looking for him. Princess Taiping did not hesitate to humiliate herself to keep this secret. As the person who was rescued, he could not shamelessly reveal this secret in order not to be misunderstood. Yang Fan racked his brains and came up with a similar excuse to cover up the past. Unfortunately, Princess Taiping did not want to see him. Naturally, he was also unable to explain the misunderstanding to Princess Taiping. After asking to see her several times, Yang Fan could only silently leave. His heart gradually turned cold. High official Shimon said, "Pan donkey, Deng Xiaoxian, these 5 things, I have some." High official Yang did not have Deng Xiaoxian nor Deng Xiaoxian. How could he have a lot of time to talk about love and flatter? Moreover, Princess Taiping had already passed the age where a lingering word could make her happy for half a day. Regarding this day, perhaps Yang Fan already had a premonition. He knew that Princess Taiping's matter was actually just an incentive. Princess Taiping had her own life, her own world. After she became middle-aged, the passion between a man and a woman gradually faded away. More of her energy was focused on her family and children. The two of them did not have a common child, and they also did not have a common family. Unconsciously, their feelings faded away. It was a matter of course. Love, no one knew where it started, and no one knew where it ended. This was probably the truest portrayal of if life is only like the first meeting. Not only the relationship between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping was bleak, but also the weather. Another heavy snowfall covered the earth with a thick layer of cotton quilt. Everywhere was wrapped in silver and white. The several winter-sweet trees on the Yang family hill were in full bloom. Another year's New Year arrived. During the Shangyuan festival, the palace was bustling with noise and excitement. But this kind of festive excitement was quite different from the previous years. The Tang dynasty was almost completely controlled by Madame Wei and Princess Anli, who would pester her father to become the crown princess from time to time. The grand banquets in the palace and the New Year's celebration were naturally organized by them. The exorcism dance was cancelled because Empress Wei did not have any interest in that kind of large-scale dance that bared fangs and brandished claws. The grand palace music that Wu Zetian liked with 1,000 people dancing together was also cancelled because Princess Anla found it boring. Under Princess Anli's ingenious arrangement, colorful canopies were set up in Yeting Palace, counters were set up, and all kinds of street goods, all kinds of raw and cooked snacks, silks and satins, jewelry and headgear, needles and thread were put on display. The little chamberlains and palace maids were made to stand behind as peddlers. The officials first entered Taiji Palace, and then entered Yeting Palace through the Tongming Gate. As soon as they entered the palace gate, they saw many shops on both sides of the imperial road. The palace maids and eunuchs had long received Princess Anli's orders and immediately began to shout with all their might. These officials did not know how many years it had been since they personally went to the market to buy things. And when they went up to ask for the price, they could actually bargain. It was like a real business, and some of the officials found it very refreshing. But more officials looked at each other and shook their heads, sighing sadly. They felt that this was a disgrace to the culture. The imperial palace had actually turned into a market, and all the officials in court had become customers. They did not know whether this game was meant to entertain others or entertain themselves. Yang Fan strolled with his hands behind his back. Looking at the foul atmosphere in the imperial palace, he felt an inexplicable sorrow in his heart. These were the descendants of Tian Khan Li Shimin. Even though Yang Fan had always disdained the only female empress in history, Wu Zetian, but he had to admit that if the owner of this imperial palace was still Wu Zetian, at least she would not trample on the imperial power to this extent. Yang Fan walked slowly with the flow of people, looking indifferently at the stalls and shops on his left and right. He did not notice that there was a pair of eyes in the dark that had quietly locked onto him. The eyes were unusually complicated. Chapter 1166. As Yang Fan walked, the pair of eyes in the crowd continued to stare at him. Those eyes were hesitant and indecisive, as though they wanted to approach Yang Fan but lacked the courage. When Yang Fan returned to Taiji Palace from the back door of Yiting Palace and walked along the 1,000 steps corridor to the Black Tortoise Gate, the pair of eyes silently disappeared. If one wanted to follow someone on the 1,000 steps corridor, it was very easy to be discovered. At this time, the Black Tortoise Gate was also draped in red, a festive atmosphere. Large red lanterns hung from the eaves of the walls, and a soft red carpet was laid from the bottom of the walls to the top of the walls. The top of the walls was equipped with an imperial throne, and around it were braziers of high-quality animal charcoal. So the emperor had been original and wanted to watch the singing and dancing and tug-of-war competition here as a celebration of the Upper Prime era. This was naturally the idea of Empress Wei and Princess Enle. They had turned the Upper Prime festival celebration in the palace into a cultural and entertainment event. When Yang Fan ascended the Black Tortoise Gate, the emperor and empress had not yet appeared. Seeing Yang Fan ascend the walls, Lu Marofeng, who was guarding the Black Tortoise Gate today, had a happy expression. He immediately led a few of his personal guards to welcome him. Yang Fan immediately gave him a stern look. Currently, there were many high-ranking officials of the imperial court standing on top of the city walls, talking loudly. Yang Fan did not want this scene to fall into their eyes, to let them know that he still had great control over his 10,000 cavalry. Moreover, Yang Fan did not want to make things difficult for Lu Marofeng and the others. He knew that the cavalry were not having an easy time right now. Ever since the Wei brothers had taken over the cavalry, in order to quickly take control of this armed force, they had used what they thought was the most effective method: severe punishment. Large numbers of soldiers had been severely punished by them with all kinds of excuses. Many middle and low-ranking officers were not spared. 2 days ago, even a high-ranking general like Huang Xuchang had been whipped by Wei Bo for the slightest bit of rebuttal. Lu Marofeng was not lacking in scheming. As soon as he saw Yang Fan's expression, he immediately turned his feet slightly. Originally, he was leading a few of his bodyguards to greet him, but at this moment, he brushed past Yang Fan's shoulder, as if he had something urgent to attend to. He didn't immediately stop or turn his head. Which of the ministers on the city wall wasn't a shrewd person? That kind of action would be too obvious, and it would instead arouse suspicion. When the two of them passed by each other, Yang Fan slightly lowered his head and gave him a look of approval without anyone noticing. Ever since Yang Fan was demoted to the position of great general who supports the nation in name only, all the officials knew that Yang Fan had lost his power. Now that even his former subordinates were estranged from him, they could not help but secretly sigh at the fickleness of the world. However, when it came to their turn, no one went to add flowers to brocade. As soon as Yang Fan stood on the city wall, the surrounding ministers, intentionally or unintentionally, immediately moved away, clearing an empty space within a radius of 3 zhong around him. No one wanted to be the emperor or empress to see themselves standing together with Yang Fan when they ascended the city wall. The officials who ascended the city wall after Yang Fan swept a glance at the top of the city wall and tacitly avoided him. But there was one person who hesitated for a moment and then strode over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yang Fan. This person was the one who had been secretly following Yang Fan all the way from Yeting Palace. It was not that Yang Fan was not aware of the crowd's avoidance. Although he did not mind, he could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. At this time, there was someone who dared to come close to him. Yang Fan was rather surprised. When he saw the person clearly, he was even more surprised. This person was Princess Taiping's son, Xue Chongjian. Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had an affair, but now he was standing so close to her son. How could he act freely? Yang Fan's expression was slightly awkward, but the awkward expression was fleeting. He then smiled and nodded to Xue Chongjian. Xue Chongjian's face heated up and he hurriedly turned his face to look down the city wall. He was still a 17 or 18-year-old youth and his calmness was not as good as Yang Fan's, so he felt very uncomfortable. Just now, he had been quietly following Yang Fan and did not have the courage to come forward. Xue Chongjian had also heard about the matter between Yang Fan and his mother. He did not know how to face Yang Fan, so he would rather never meet Yang Fan face to face. But this time he had no choice but to come. In fact, he did not have to choose this kind of scene to meet, but if it was a quiet and secluded place to be alone with Yang Fan, he was afraid that he would not have the courage. Xue Chongjian let the cold wind blow on his face until the heat on his face gradually subsided. He then slightly calmed down and said, "General, San Lang asked me to send his greetings to you." Yang Fan almost suddenly turned his head. It took a great deal of willpower to stop his neck from turning. When he saw Xue Chongjian come to his side, he knew that he must have something to say to him, but he could only think of one topic: princess typing. Therefore, Yang Fan inevitably felt a little anxious, but he did not expect to hear such earth-shattering news as soon as Xue Chongjian opened his mouth. San Lang. Li San Lang from Luzhu? Li San Lang asked him to send his greetings to me. Yang Fan had been waiting for Li Longji's reply, but he did not expect that Li Longji would directly pass his decision to the people he had left in Chang'an, bypassing the people he had sent to contact Li Longji. Xue Chongjian must be Li Longji's people. The first step was always the most difficult. After Xue Chongjian said this, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart weakened a little. He took 2 steps forward and put his hand on the wall. He picked up a handful of snow and felt the coldness penetrate his lungs. General, at the beginning of the 3rd month, the emperor will hold a ceremony in the southern suburbs. At that time, San Lang will also return to the capital to participate in the ceremony. He will personally discuss the details with General. Yang Fan slowly let out a breath. He could already confirm that Xue Chongjian was Li Longji's people, and an absolute confidant. After Li Longji went to Luzhu, he was clearly worried about his father and brother who were trapped in the capital, so he had his younger sister collect information in the capital for him. Even though he was in Luzhu, he could still know everything that was happening in Chang'an like the back of his hand. But this alone was not enough. He still needed an emergency force. His father and brother were important targets under the court's surveillance. If the emperor decided to deal with them, they would be helpless as they were in the game. In order to escape danger, the only hope was for a new force to emerge, and this new force was undoubtedly Xue Chongjian. Yang Fan looked at Xue Chongjian and saw a calmness in his eyes that did not match his age. There was not a single trace of the crude martial artist in him. It was said in the streets that the second son of the Princess Taiping liked martial arts and hated literature, that he was a crude martial artist who would often get together with a group of young heroes of the capital to hunt and practice martial arts. He did not engage in proper work. Now it seemed that Xue Chongjian had actually draped himself with an excellent layer of protection. But then he thought about Li Longji's careful arrangements, and Yang Fan's heart trembled. This Li San Lang is not simple. Xue Chongjian faintly smiled. San Lang and I have always been on the same wavelength. Correct, after San Lang left the capital, I was the one to secretly coordinate and protect the Prince of Xiong's safety. However, my strength is actually very limited. At the most, I can play the role of raiding the execution ground and breaking into the celestial prison at the crucial moment. Xue Chongjian said, I originally thought that if I could hold a military position in the Featherwood Guard, it would be best if I could command 10,000 cavalry. Even if I could only command a brigade of elites, and a cavalry that could come and go like the wind, I could still become a true surprise force at a crucial moment. Alas, Xue Chongjian lightly sighed and loosened his grip, letting the ball of snow fall to the ground and sink into the soft snow. Alas, the emperor is also very wary of my family. Mother sent a generous gift to the empress, but she was still unable to get me a military position. She only gave me the position of deputy of rights, which is of no help to me. Haha, Xue Chongjian gave a self-deprecating laugh, then added, now that the Wei clan has monopolized the court, no one can predict whether or not they will suddenly attack and do something. In Luzhu, San Lang is most worried about the Prince of Xiong's safety. He said that if something unexpected happens, he hopes that Great General can lend a hand to the Prince of Xiong's residence to ensure the Prince of Xiong's safety. Yang Fan is very good at understanding his own position, not becoming arrogant just because Li Longji has a request for him. He lightly nodded his head and replied, the Prince of Linzi is too polite. Since this Yang wishes to serve the prince, this matter is naturally within this Yang's responsibility. The emperor and empress had arrived, and the yellow silk umbrella canopy could be seen from afar. Li Xian and Empress Wei ascended the city walls hand in hand. Closely following behind them is Princess Anli, dressed in a snow-white fox fur coat, resembling a plum blossom in the snow. Princess Anli followed her imperial father and Empress Wei to the top of the city walls. Sweeping her charming eyes over the crowd, she arrogantly and gracefully made her way to her seat. As the crowd on the city walls gathered, She did not notice young Fan standing in a corner. A yellow wall has been erected behind the emperor's seat to keep out the cold wind. After taking his seat, Li Xian chuckled. This year is the upper yuan. We do not wish to entertain ourselves with geishas. My beloved subjects are all talented. Why don't you display your talents and enjoy the company? Zhong Chuk, Wei Bo, and the rest hurriedly applauded. In order to curry favor with the emperor and empress Wei, Minister of Works Zhong Shi and Minister of Agriculture Zhao Elwen rushed to recommend themselves. Your Imperial Majesty's words are reasonable. This subject is willing to perform a dance to attract jade. These two officials were used to flattering and fawning. Princess Anli is currently in the midst of repairing Dinkuan Pool. She has recruited a large number of teachers from the commoners and borrowed a large number of manpower from the Ministry of Works and the Sinong Temple. In order to curry favor with Princess Anli, these two officials did everything they could. In order to curry favor with Princess Anle, when the Minister of Agriculture, Zhao Elwen, was escorting people to Dingkuan Kai, he even rolled up his sleeves and personally pulled a small cart to help transport a few carts of earth. It was rare to see a dignified third-rank high official like this. Empress Wei saw the officials enthusiastically and was delighted. She said, "Since it is so, why don't we let Minister Zhong dance first?" Zhong Shi cast a complacent glance at Zhao Elwen. Immensely pleased with himself, he walked forward and let the musicians play a piece of music. Then he danced on top of the Black Tortoise Gate, performing the song Tan Rong Niang. Not to be outdone, Zhao Elwen quickly followed up with a vigorous and forceful Hun Tu Wu. Those who could neither dance nor sing recited a passage of scripture or recited an ancient poem. In any case, they just had to choose something auspicious to say. This way, they would receive Li Xian's praise and rewards. These officials were usually serious and solemn. At this time, they were displaying their talents. In order to curry favor with the emperor and empress, they were even more bashful and ugly. Even the palace maids and eunuchs serving at the side could not help but laugh. Young Fan watched coldly from the side. He thought of what Wn said that day, "The ruler is not the ruler, the subject is not the subject." He could not help but shake his head and sigh. He mumbled to himself, "Soon, the country will no longer be a country." Li Xian and Empress Wei were in high spirits. Princess Anli took advantage of their excitement and giggled, "Imperial father, Imperial mother, there are still many officials who have yet to display their talents. But it is cold on top of the city walls. It will be hard to stand for too long. Why don't we choose from the officials who have yet to sing, dance or compose poems? Let them warm up a little." Li Xian said cheerfully, "What Guo said makes sense. Everyone, if you have not sung, dared to sing or compose poems, come out for the tug-of-war." The officials who thought they had escaped a calamity immediately had bitter expressions on their faces. But seeing the emperor's enthusiasm, they did not dare to refuse. Preparations had already been made at the bottom of the city walls. A thick rope that was almost 400 feet long was placed on the ground. Two large flags stood in the middle as a boundary. The officials pushed and shoved each other and reluctantly selected a group of people. They dawdled down the city walls. These people split into two groups and picked up the rope. Li Xian was in high spirits at the top of the city walls. He personally grabbed the drumsticks and cheered for them. Only these old officials at the bottom of the city walls were qualified to stand by the emperor's side. Most of them were old. Their average age was above 60. Among them, the Prime Minister Dolu Qinwang and young Zixi were almost 80 years old. Leaving aside the fact that in this era, the officials placed great importance on dignity, the dignified Prime Minister rolling up his sleeves in a tug-of-war for the Emperor's entertainment was very different from them drinking wine and dancing on their own initiative. Even if it was to please the Emperor, such an old man who was also a Prime Minister should not be joining the tug-of-war. But as soon as Li Xian saw Empress Wei and Anle clapping their hands and cheering, he was afraid that he would dampen their spirits and did not stop them. Instead, he personally beat the drums to liven things up. Tug-of-war originated from the spring and autumn and warring states periods. In ancient times, it was called pulling hook. It originated in the Chu kingdom. By the Tang dynasty, it had become like kuju and sumo wrestling, an extremely common folk sport. However, The tug-of-war this time was no small matter. Because the participants were not young and strong men, but the civil and military officials of the court. As the drums rang out, both sides gave a low shout and used their strength to start the tug-of-war. Don't look at how unwilling they were. But once they actually began to fight, they couldn't help but be competitive. Many of the white-haired and white-bearded elders on both sides gritted their teeth, their faces red to the ears. The two sides fought like a seesaw for a long time. One side gradually gained the upper hand. Their morale couldn't help but rise. Following the chant that the young eunuch shouted, they suddenly pulled with all their strength. With a boom, both the winning and losing sides fell to the ground. The losing side fell flat on their faces, admittedly looking ugly. The winning side fell flat on their faces. Empress Wei and Enle watched from the top of the city wall and laughed so hard their stomachs hurt. Many of the palace maids and eunuchs also covered their mouths like gourds. Li Xian threw down the drumsticks and laughed loudly. Come, the winning side, each person will be rewarded with 5 bolts of colored satin. The losing side, before he could finish, there was a sudden clamor below the city wall. Many people gathered around, as if something had happened. Li Xian's brows furrowed. Leaning against the wall, he looked down. In a short while, a eunuch flew up to the top of the city wall like a gust of wind. It was the martial artist Yang Sai-shu. Yang Sai-shu's face turned green. As soon as he reached the Black Tortoise Gate, he anxiously reported to Li Xian, "Your Majesty, it's not good." Yang Xianggong tripped and fell unconscious. Dolu Xianggong choked and cut his forehead, blood is pouring out. What? When Li Xian heard that 2 old prime ministers, nearly 80 years old, had such an accident because of a tug-of-war, his expression immediately changed. If something happened to these 2 people, it would be difficult for him to escape the judgment of an absurd emperor in the history books. With an ugly expression, Li Xian stood up from his throne. Quickly take Shen to see my husband and summon the imperial physician immediately. Li Xian followed Yang Sai-shu down the city wall in a hurry. Seeing that something had happened, Empress Wei and Princess Enle couldn't help but be displeased. Empress Wei furrowed her brows and said, "What a disappointment. Let's go, let's return to the palace." Enle said, "Yes, daughter will accompany Nyang Qin to talk." Enle took Empress Wei's arm and was about to leave the city wall when she suddenly saw a tall and straight figure walking down the stone steps. That figure's back was somewhat lonely, like a pine tree under heavy snow, carrying an indescribable pride. Chapter 1167. Yang Fan really could not stand the scene of important officials being played like monkeys. He could not stand the behavior of some people who did not hesitate to play clowns in order to flatter the emperor, so he left early. After Yang Zixi was rescued by the imperial physician, he slowly regained consciousness and was immediately sent back to his residence to recuperate. Dolu Qinwang did not faint, he only fell and hurt his head. After a simple bandage, he was also sent back to his residence. These 2 people, one was 80 years old, the other 79 years old. They were already at the age of a candle in the wind. In this tug-of-war, they fell down heavily and were ruthlessly pressed down by someone. Whether there would be more serious consequences, it was hard to predict. This accident did not affect Li Xian and Empress Wei's mood. That night, under Princess Anli's suggestion, the emperor and empress changed into casual clothes. After enjoying themselves with the officials, they planned to enjoy themselves with the people. They changed into casual clothes, but it was not because they wanted to visit incognito, but because it was convenient to travel. All the palace maids and eunuchs of the 6 shong and 24 departments, except for some essential personnel to stay behind, all carried lanterns and accompanied the emperor and empress. Thousands of palace maids and eunuchs, plus a large number of guards in casual clothes, surrounded the emperor and empress. This was a huge procession in itself. In addition, the people of Chang'an flocked to this grand scene for the first time. This year's Lantern Festival was especially lively. But at dawn, when the procession returned to the palace steward did a head count and was shocked to find that almost 1/3 of the palace maids and beauties had disappeared. In recent years, there had been frequent coups d'état in the imperial court, and some of the normal management in the palace had also been affected. Originally, There was a draft every 3 to 5 years to select some young palace maids. If the palace maids over 25 could not become female officials or did not hold important positions, most of them would be released back to the capital. But in recent years, there had been no such large-scale rotation. As a result, taking advantage of tonight's lantern-bearing procession through Vermilion Bird Long Street, as well as the fact that there were too many people at night and nobody was watching over them, several thousand palace maids actually escaped without a trace. There was no curfew for the 3 days of the Lantern Festival. After so many years, the palace maids had a certain amount of savings. They brought them with them in advance. Once they escaped, most of them left Chang'an overnight. This made Li Xian embarrassed and angry. The only thing that comforted him was that none of the eunuchs had left. Empress Wei was also very upset. But if this matter was publicized, it would be a scandal for the royal family. The household registration system was not so strict at this time. Did they have to search the world to find the escaped palace maids? Moreover, the women chosen to enter the palace were all good-looking. If it was a man who escaped, it would be hard for him to make a living. However, there was no need to worry that no one would want these women. Even if they really investigated, it was likely that only a few of them would be found even if the world was turned upside down. Helpless, Li Xian and Empress Wei could only swallow their anger. But with such a large-scale escape, it was inevitable that the news would leak out. When Yang Fan heard of this matter, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Preposterous, preposterous, nothing could surpass this. Family affairs in. Of the palace maids. During the lantern, Wn not to do, but she of the emperor to. And could to her. During the Lantern Festival, Wn was the busiest in charge of the palace affairs. She could not rest until after the Lantern Festival. Ba covered thousands of miles of snowy plains. When the weather was fine, there were often wild animals looking for food. Sometimes there were foxes and wolves. This was the happiest day for those who were not afraid of the cold and liked to go hunting. Today, Yang Fan also brought a group of attendants with him. He rode Ba with Wn and went hunting to relax. Yang Fan finished dressing up. He wore a fur coat, a bow and a sword. He looked tall and strong, handsome and fierce. Wan's temperament was completely different from his. Although she was also wearing men's clothes, she was incomparably beautiful. She wore a shoe brocade robe with a round collar and narrow sleeves. Her waist was tight with a leather belt. She wore deerskin boots and a grey cloak. Her lips were red and her eyes were clear. Her skin was delicate like peach blossoms. He was so handsome that women would inevitably be dazzled by him. Men who liked men would probably feel their hearts sway even more when they saw him. Wan's horsemanship was not bad. Her archery was not bad either. She rode her horse lightly and her movements were agile. When her cloak fluttered, she looked even more valiant. Suddenly, Wn knocked an arrow and shot from a distance. Every time she shot, she would get something. Now, there was a string of fat rabbits on her horse. Wana shot another arrow, and a grey rabbit was shot. It rolled on the ground and stopped moving. The guard hurriedly urged his horse to pick it up. Wana looked back at Yang Fan and smiled. Hehe, today's outing has been fruitful. Yang Fan smiled and said, he. Yang Fan smiled and said, you look so happy. Don't catch a cold. As he said this, he leaned over and helped her tie the loose fox tail around her neck. Wan smiled sweetly at him. She enjoyed her Longjuan's gentleness. Yang Fan helped her tie her fox tail and said with a smile, Wn is a talented woman of the present age, but you have never recited a poem in front of me. Right now the scene on the beach is magnificent. Does Miss Shangguan want to express your feelings? Longjuan's order, I will obey, Shangguan Wn replied with a smile. She gently shook her whip. After thinking for a while, she slowly recited, 3 winters, the moon, the year of the dragon. 10,000 riders watching the wind leave Ba Chuan. Watching the lightning leap dragon as a horse. Returning to the frosty plains, the jade becomes a field. Yang Fan clapped his hands and praised, good. What a good line, watching the lightning leap dragon as a horse. Returning to the frosty plains, the jade becomes a field. Although Wn is a woman, this poem is magnificent. The atmosphere is extraordinary. It has the spirit of a woman who is not inferior to men. Wan wanted to change the topic from the scenery on Bh1 to the love between the two of them. But Young Fan's praise interrupted her train of thought. She couldn't help rebuking, "Look at you. I was just about to put you and me into the poem. Now that you've interrupted me, I've lost my inspiration." Young Fan coughed lightly. He laughed and said, "What's so difficult about that? When we get back from hunting, the room will be as warm as spring, and the gums will be filled with boundless love. You and I will be in love. When we become one person, the next line will naturally come to mind." Wan blushed. She lightly spat at him. She softly and charmingly said, "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." The two of them were flirting with each other when suddenly a horse galloped from afar. Young Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the dazzling snow. He saw a man in a long robe. He was running towards the two of them. The man quickly arrived. He first cupped his fists and bowed to Shangwon Wn. Then he turned to Young Fan and politely said, "Greetings, great general." As soon as Young Fan saw that it was Wn's man, he stopped his horse and didn't say anything. Wan was confused and asked, "Is there something in the palace?" The man was Wan's confidant. He knew the relationship between Wn and Young Fan, so he didn't avoid it. He dismounted and walked quickly to Wan's horse. He took out a secret letter from his sleeve and held it up high. He said, "Fu Jejie ordered me to deliver this secret letter." Wan exhaled a cloud of white air. She hung the horsewhip on her little finger. She reached out and took the letter. She opened it and read it. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said to the knight, "I got it. Tell Ching Ching and present it to His Majesty." "Yes." The knight respectfully replied. He cupped his fists and bowed to Young Fan. He turned around and mounted his horse. Young Fan rode his horse closer and asked, "What's wrong?" Wn said, "I don't know where Wei Yuan Chuk of Swanzhou, Yangjin, Henan, heard that I usually stay outside the palace. He wrote a letter to the court to impeach me. He said something like, 'The palace maids of the previous dynasty have to live outside. They can come and go without restrictions. Traffic is requested. He wants the court to ban it.'" Wn shook the secret letter in her hand and said with contempt, "Another pedantic scholar who does whatever it takes to get the emperor's attention. I don't want to go in and out of the palace. If he really has the ability, then he can kick me out of the palace. I can't ask for more." Wan was dressed in men's clothing. She was elegant and handsome. Now, the corner of her mouth curled up. Her black and white eyes squinted. She looked even more mischievous. Young Fan looked at her with pity and love. He couldn't help but say, "It's been hard on you." Wan, don't worry. If I succeed and retire, I will take you with me to live in seclusion." Wan looked at him and said, "Are you serious? You won't lie to me again, will you?" Young Fan said seriously, "Of course. But when that time comes, you can only be a wife who takes care of your husband and children. You won't have the honor you have today, and you won't have the power you have today. Don't regret it." Wan smiled sweetly. Her voice was soft but firm. "Nothing can compare to a hug from you, Langjun. Wan won't regret it." Wan's words were said with deep affection. Young Fan heard it and his heart was stirred. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes intertwined. They were intoxicated. Ba returned from hunting. As soon as he entered Longqing Square, Young Fan's expression became a little strange. Wan had rested for 3 days and was returning to Longqing Square. So the two of them went the same way. But Young Fan had another place to go after returning to the city. He found it difficult to talk to Wn because he was going to Yuzhen Temple. Along the way, a magnificent lake appeared in front of them. The plain and elegant Yuzhen Daoist temple next to the lake also came into view. Young Fan had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Wana, you go back first. I cough, I still have something to do." "Oh." Wan glanced at where Yuzhen Temple was. Her eyes turned and looked at him with a faint smile. She said, "Are you going to visit Li Shenyang?" Even though Yang Fan was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but be embarrassed by WN's words. He hurriedly explained, "WN, you know the reason." "How could I?" Cough. WN covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "All right, I naturally understand. You go. Even if you really want to do both work and work, it's nothing." Yang Fan was choked by her words. He couldn't help but cry out, "WN." WN smiled but said half-truthfully, "I know a little about Kaiying's temperament. This girl is better than Taiping's wife." Women. Yang Fan looked at WN's receding figure and smiled bitterly to himself. In the beginning, Taiping forced her to make a poison oath, and from then on, she and Taiping had a grudge. Later on, although because of her, the two of them reconciled, and when they were together, they always looked like they were in love with each other. Unexpectedly, the affection on the surface was actually fake, and the grudge between the two of them was already this deep. As a matter of fact, WN, who had always been generous and virtuous, seized the opportunity to give Taiping a taste of her own medicine. Chapter 1168. After Princess Yuzhen barged into Princess and Le's residence that day, causing people to misunderstand the relationship between her and Yang Fan had to frequently visit Jade Truth Temple. They had to continue this fake show to ensure the safety of the spies in the palace. At the same time, it was beneficial to cover his contact with Li Sanlang. Li Longji wanted to return to the capital to participate in the grand ceremony. He would arrive in the capital in a few days. Jade Truth Temple was the best place for the two of them to meet for the first time. Yang Fan walked up the stairs and arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. Suddenly, he thought of Li Kaiying's beautiful face and the rumors between the two of them. For a moment, he really felt like his heart was like a monkey running amok. Ambiguity was a kind of poison. It could unknowingly corrode a person's heart. The snow on the stone steps had been swept away, but there was a thin layer of ice. Yang Fan had some thoughts in his mind. His foot slipped and he almost fell. Luckily, he was an expert. He quickly steadied himself. His face was slightly hot. "What nonsense are I thinking about? Do you want an old cow to eat young grass?" Moo tilde 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 at the right time, a cow mooed. A big green cow strolled in, swaying its big horns. It slowly walked over while chewing on a bunch of hay. When it saw Yang Fan, the big green cow arrogantly glared at him and slowly walked over. "Aya, Great General Yang." The little Daoist nun Ning Xiong walked over with a bucket of water. When she suddenly saw Yang Fan, she hurriedly put down the bucket and smiled sweetly at him. Yang Fan smiled. "Hello, Daoist Ning Xiong. Is Temple Master Jade Truth here?" Ning Xiong hurriedly nodded. Yes. Great General, please." Ning Xiong strenuously lifted the bucket, but it was snatched away by Yang Fan. He smiled and said, "Let's go." The water bucket in Yang Fan's hands was as light as a feather. Ning Xiong took small steps and followed beside Yang Fan. When they reached the backyard, Yang Fan passed the water bucket to her. Ning Xiong's eyes were like crescent moons as she sweetly said, "Thank you, Great General." The sound of a zither drifted over from the front. Yang Fan smiled and nodded at Ning Xiong. He slowed down his pace and walked over. When he reached the corridor, the sound of the zither from inside the room became clearer. Although Yang Fan had learned to play the zither when he was young and had been taught by Dugu Ning Ku and other masters, he had only picked a few pieces to practice his fingering skills. He was not familiar with too many ancient pieces, so he could only hear the simple melody but didn't know what kind of music it was. Yang Fan stood in the corridor and listened quietly. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow some snow off the eaves. The speed at which the snow fell seemed to be even faster than the sound of the zither. Yang Fan listened for a while and felt that this zither song lacked some emptiness and elegance. It was tinged with melancholy and didn't seem like Daoist music. He thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. This Yuzhen became a nun to avoid marriage. Her master is infatuated with officialdom and rarely comes to teach her anything. She must have learned this song when she was at the Prince of Xiong's estate. When the zither music finally stopped, Yang Fan knocked on the door with the lingering music lingering in the air. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Temple Master Yuzhen, this Yang requests an audience. Ah. Thump. Wang. 7 notes rang out in unison, followed by what seemed to be a cry of alarm. The zither fell to the ground, shaking the 7 strings, and then there was a flurry of sounds. Yang Fan's eyebrows shot up, almost suspecting that a large, straight tail had grown out of his butt. Is there a need to be so scared? After a while, the room quieted down. He heard Li Kaiying say in a forcefully calm voice, "General Yang, please come in." Yang Fan slowly pulled open the barrier door and saw Li Kaiying, dressed in blue, standing with her head bowed. When he looked into the room, he saw that the walls and floor were empty. There was still a Dao character dripping with ink hanging on the wall, but there was nothing on the floor except a few prayer mats. Li Kaiying saw his searching gaze and the blush on her face deepened. She lightly lowered her eyes and shyly said, "Great General, please come in." Yang Fan took off his boots and entered the room. Li Kaiying followed. Under her blue daoist robe was a pair of snow-white socks. Her feet were slender like the moon and her gait was as light as a cat's. The two of them each sat down on a prayer mat. Li Kaiying lowered her eyebrows and said with a slightly blushing face, "Why did the great general come?" Yang Fan said, "Didn't the temple master say that San Lang might return to the capital today? I thought that San Lang and the temple master have a close sibling relationship. If he returns to the capital, he will definitely come to visit the temple master. So I wanted to wait for him here." "Oh. Third brother returned to the capital this morning, but I don't know if he will come today," Li Kaiying said in a low voice. There was a faint sense of loss in her heart. Yang Fan saw that she was suddenly lost in thought, her long eyelashes blinking. She looked as if her soul had left her body. He couldn't help but look at her with curiosity. Li Kaiying was lost in thought for a long time. She suddenly came back to her senses. When she saw Yang Fan's strange gaze, her cheeks became hot again. It was as if her thoughts had been seen through. She said guiltily, "Ah. Yuzhen forgot to serve tea to the great general. Please wait a moment, great general." Li Kaiying was so nervous that she forgot to call someone to serve her. She actually ran to prepare tea herself. But just as she ran to the door, before she could put on her boots and go out, she heard a shout of surprise. "Third brother, you're here." Yang Fan heard the voice and looked up. He saw a handsome young man wearing a light blue robe, a black cloak, and a black gauze hat on his head. He was striding over from the snowy path in high spirits. "Shenyang, long time no see." Li Longji affectionately held his younger sister's hand. Seeing Li Kaiying's tears welling up, he could not help but patted her back with pity. His gaze went over her shoulder and suddenly saw Yang Fan, who was slowly standing up. Their eyes met and they smiled at each other. In the middle of the room, there is a 2 feet wide floor. When the floor is lifted, it is hollow. The stove is placed in the middle and the red charcoal is burning, causing Li Kaiying's face to turn red. Yang Fan and Li Longji are sitting cross-legged facing each other. Li Kaiying is holding a pair of fire tongs and occasionally fiddling with the charcoal. Occasionally, she would raise her head and look at the 2 men closest to her. Her face is filled with satisfaction and happiness. Li Longji and Yang Fan chatted happily for a while. Suddenly, he turned to Li Kaiying and asked, "Shenyang, do you have a more secretive place here?" "Oh, yes. If third brother has something to say, we can discuss it in the inner room." Li Kaiying regained her senses and hurriedly replied. Li Longji smiled and faced Yang Fan, cupping his hands respectfully. "Great General, please. Prince of Linzi, please." Yang Fan did not overstep his boundaries just because Li Longji wants to rely on him. Li Longji smiled and stepped forward. Pulling open a barrier door, he turned his head to Li Kaiying and instructed, "This place is as usual. Do not let anyone in." Li Kaiying nodded her head in acknowledgement. Li Longji and Yang Fan then entered the inner room one after another. Once inside, Yang Fan discovered that it is a completely different world. After pulling open the barrier door, there is not only one room but a long corridor that connects to 3 rooms. The 2 rooms on each side should be Li Kaiying's study room and bedroom respectively. The door in the middle is open and it is a quiet room dedicated to the statue of Lord Larozi. After Yang Fan and Li Longji entered the inner room, Li Kaying was lost in her thoughts for a while. Suddenly, she sighed softly and pressed on the floor beside the wall. A small door slid open and a zither can be seen. Li Kaying took out the zither and placed it on her knees. After a careful inspection, she realized that she did not break the zither in her panic. She heaved a sigh of relief but soon let out another long sigh. She didn't know when she had started to become sentimental. In the quiet room, Yang Fan and Li Longji are engaged in a conversation that is of utmost importance to them and the entire world. Li Longji remarked, "During the Dragon God's coup, there are many meritorious officials. But in my opinion, there are only two people who contributed the most." Yang Fan smiled, "I am all ears." Li Longji said, "The first one is my father. If it weren't for my father breaking into the Southern Yamen, controlling the 16 guards of the Southern Yamen and suppressing the North Gate Imperial Army to not act rashly, the situation on that day would have been a mess." Yang Fan nodded and said, "What San Lang said is very pertinent. Everyone thinks that Zhong Jianji and the other four have contributed the most, but in my opinion, at the critical moment, the only thing that can be relied on is martial power. If there is no martial power to rely on, everything is just an illusion." At first, Yang Fan still respectfully called him Jun Wang. But under Li Longji's repeated insistence, Yang Fan changed to call him San Lang. This was the title used by the closest people nowadays. Li Longji pointed to Yang Fan and said, "The other one is you, Erlang. If it were not for you opening the Xuanwu Gate and allowing us to enter, we would have ended up like Crown Prince Zhongjun in the coup that day." Yang Fan did not want to boast, so he just smiled and said nothing. Li Longji sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this, where are the meritorious officials? Zhong Jianji, Huan Yangfan, and the others were first promoted, but secretly demoted, and then they were deposed. In the end, they died tragically in the hands of Zhu Yong and the others. My father and Aunt Taiping were conferred the title of Prime Minister of the Yin Kingdom, and Aunt Taiping was conferred the title of Zhenghua Princess. Their etiquette is like that of an emperor. It can be said that they are extremely favored. In fact, they are just like Zhong Jianji and the others. They are honorable on the surface, but secretly embarrassed. Now they are living an ignoble life, not knowing when the butcher's knife will fall. As for you, Erlang, hihi." Li Longji slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "Erlang, you are already the general who supports the state at such a young age, and you are about to reach the peak of the military. The emperor also favors you very much." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't want to be the second Zhong Jianji." Li Longji said sadly, "My father doesn't want to either, but it can be foreseen that when the Wei clan gains a more stable footing, it will be an extravagant hope for us to seek temporary peace. The knife has already been placed on our necks." Yang Fan slowly and forcefully nodded his head and said, "This is exactly the reason why I invited Erlang to meet me. I don't want to sit and wait for death. I believe Erlang doesn't want to either. The Wei clan is holding the emperor in their hands, and they are wantonly nurturing the Wei clan's henchmen. Given enough time, we will no longer have the strength to resist." Li Longji happily said, "Great minds think alike. If one doesn't think far ahead, he will definitely have immediate worries. Now that the Wei clan is sharpening the knife, if we still have any illusions in our hearts, we can only wait until the knife is sharpened, then they can cut off our heads." But Li Longji gave Yang Fan a deep look and said, "Erlang, to tell you the truth, the strength I have at hand is actually very limited. It's not enough to accomplish anything. The reason why I want to accumulate strength is because I don't want to die a cowardly death. But now that I have been invited by Erlang to discuss the grand plan, I want to know, what kind of help can Erlang give me?" Chapter 1169. Yang Fan was quiet for a few moments, then indifferently spat out, 10,000 cavalry. Li Longji's inky, sword-like brows slightly rose as he said, 10,000 cavalry? Aren't these 10,000 cavalry already under the control of the Wei clan? Yang Fan smiled and said, "Controlling an army and replacing the main commander of an army with one of your own are two different things. These 10,000 cavalry were single-handedly established by this Yang. Although Yang Fan is no longer in office, it hasn't been long since he left office, so he still has some prestige. As for the Wei clan's party, Although they have the 10,000 cavalry under their control and even have the winged cavalry to keep them in check, Wei Xian and Wei Bo have never been soldiers or fought in battle. They only know how to use harsh punishments and harsh laws to control their subordinates. As a result, they have not been able to raise the morale of the army and have instead caused their subordinates to become disloyal. This Yang still has some friendship with the generals in the army. If this Yang were to step forward and communicate with them, if someone qualified to assume command of the army were to step forward and preside over the situation, I am confident that those hot-blooded men will make the wisest choice. Li Longji slightly narrowed his eyes, a sharp light occasionally flashing through them. He was currently evaluating and digesting the information Yang Fan had told him, and his angular and square face appeared solemn. Yang Fan calmly gazed at him, his pursed lips revealing several fine and distinct lines, causing his face to exude an expression of determination and decisiveness. On this contemplative face, there was a maturity that did not quite match his age. Yang Fan continued, although Wei clan is holding the absolute power now, but their foundation is only concentrated in the capital, and it is only on the surface. At this point, they only need a surprise troop, and perhaps, they can achieve great things. If this continues, it will truly be impossible to stop. Li Longji gave a slight nod, his thoughts frantically racing. He agreed with Yang Fan's view. He also knew that once the Wei clan's party gained even greater power and absolute control over the political situation, they would never let the Prince of Xiong's branch go. At that time, his father, his brothers, his sisters, the entire Prince of Xiong's branch would be uprooted. Yang Fan had undoubtedly developed this sense of crisis, which was why he wanted to advance and retreat together with him, a fellow sufferer. Li Longji was mainly thinking about whether there was any possibility of success after joining forces with Yang Fan. At present, he was accumulating power in Luju. Back in the capital, he had also made a group of brothers whom he could entrust his life to. However, he knew that this power was not enough to protect himself, let alone counterattack. Back then, he had only been constantly seeking power, not because he had delusions that he could resist the imperial court with his weak power. It was merely an instinctive reaction in the face of danger, as well as an indignant anger. However, what if they added the power of 10,000 cavalrymen? Li Longji thought to himself, with my salary, it's naturally not enough to recruit more people. However, I now have Zheng Li, Sun Long, Pei Yarrow, and other wealthy merchants from the western regions who have pledged their allegiance. They've been pushed aside and bullied by the Longxi Li clan. Now that they've moved to Lu province, they've already pledged their allegiance to me. These merchants who have long resided in the restless lands of the western regions are different from the merchants of the central plains. They are more willing to take risks. As long as I agree to enough conditions for them, I'm confident that they will spare no expense to help me. With their financial support, I can recruit even more warriors and buy even more people. If I add on the army of 10,000 cavalry, if things go smoothly, 1,000 people will be enough to topple the regime. 10,000 people is an enormous capital. It's worth the risk. Time waits for no man. At this thought, Li Longji suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Fan. He sternly said, "Great General, can you persuade 10,000 cavalry to defect? How confident are you?" In his nervousness, Li Longji couldn't help but revert to the respectful title of Great General he used for Yang Fan. By addressing him this way, he emphasized his status and use. The army. That was the only guarantee of success. Yang Fan lowered his head in thought, then slowly raised his head. 70%. Li Longji closed his eyes, then opened them again. He let out a long exhale and emotionally said, 30% is worth the gamble. Great General Yang, if this matter succeeds, my Prince of Xiong's lineage will not disappoint General. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth hate me, and may even gods and ghosts attack me. Princess, please wait a moment. This servant will go, there's no need. This princess will go see Imperial Mother. Princess Anli did not wait for the eunuch to say anything. She arrogantly waved her hand and walked in with her chest held high, exuding a graceful bearing. She wore an extremely gorgeous dress woven from the feathers of hundreds of birds. The dress had also cleverly used the different colors of the feathers to weave flowers, birds, and beasts of all sizes. Some were as big as a fist, some as small as a grain of millet. It could be said to be an exquisite work of art. Under the moon and under the sun, this kind of dress looked different. Even if it was under the same sunlight, it would still undergo all sorts of changes at different angles and in different intensities of light. Seeing the astonished and curious gazes of the palace maids and eunuchs she encountered along the way, Li Guo'er's vanity was greatly satisfied. She had finally obtained a dress of hundreds of birds that was not one bit inferior to the one from the Yang clan. Because it had taken far too much time to gather the materials, design, and workmanship, even though Enle had offered 3 times the price of the dress that Yang Fan had bought, she had only obtained it today. Princess Anli impatiently put on this dress and rushed to the imperial palace. She wanted to ask her mother to hold a grand banquet at the still incomplete Ding Kunchi, inviting all the princesses, emblems, and daughters of the diplomatic envoys. At this banquet, she could display her unique feather dress. Yes, unique. Of course, the Yang family also had a feather dress like this, but the Yang family had never worn it in the streets. Enle had enough confidence that she would be in the limelight at the banquet and cause countless women to look at her with astonished and envious gazes. As for the Yang family, Enle smiled coldly. There would be a day when she would have Yang Fan die without a burial. She would have Yang Fan's wives, concubines, and children all become her official slaves. She would humiliate and enslave them at will. She would confiscate Yang Fan's home and personally burn that feather dress that had humiliated her. Princess Enle arrives. The palace guard Taijian following behind Enle saw that Enle was about to enter the palace and suddenly sang loudly. Enle had wanted to give her mother a surprise. Hearing him shout, she couldn't help but glare at him reproachfully. However, she didn't make things difficult for her mother's confidant. On the bed in the palace, Empress Wei was lying on a pillow with her legs spread apart. There was a person leaning under her dress, only the lower half of her body was exposed. Occasionally, she would make smacking sounds. Empress Wei's face was full of spring, her eyes were like silk. She was gritting her pearly white teeth and seductively enduring Ma Qingke's tongue. When she suddenly heard this shout, her expression changed. She quickly sat up and said, "Get up quickly, Guo'er is here." Li Kaiying held the zither in her arms, her mind was in a daze. It was very easy for a young girl who was experiencing her first awakening of love to develop a favorable impression towards a handsome, mature, successful man of the opposite sex. If the two of them had many special experiences, and that man was the only man of the opposite sex that she could interact with regularly, some things would come naturally. Moreover, even though the rumors and slanders about them were false, but if they were to be put on a show, it could turn the show into reality. She did not know when it started, but Yang Fan's figure had already filled her heart. However, she was also clear that based on her status and identity, it was impossible for her to be with Yang Fan. A girl's shyness and reservation made it so that she could not even confess her love to Yang Fan. She could not help but feel sorry for herself. She subconsciously plucked the strings of the zither and unwittingly played that song again. The simple and unsophisticated music spread into the quiet room at the back. Yang Fan and Li Longji, who were sitting opposite each other and discussing official business, appeared to have a kind of ancient feeling. However, when he heard his sister's zither song, Li Longji was startled. Not only was Li Longji adept in both literature and martial arts, he was also well versed in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was no stranger to the song that his little sister was playing. As he listened to that familiar melody, a corresponding ancient poem flowed through his heart like the murmuring of a brook, indigo collar, leisurely in my heart. Even if I do not go, Xening will not have a voice. Indigo zipe, leisurely in my thoughts. Even if I do not go, Xening will not come. Picking and picking, in the city watchtower. 1 day apart is like 3 months. This temple master of True Jade Temple, who had already entered the Tao and had already attained a rank 4 immortal book, was actually playing the song Indigo Collar. Sister, this is thinking of who? Li Longji's expression suddenly became rather strange. Yang Fan did not notice his strangeness. He was currently responding to the conditions that Li Longji had just proposed. The official path is dangerous. San Lang, once this matter is completed, I don't want the title of prince, nor do I want to stay in the bureaucracy. This Yang would rather be a carefree and unfettered farmer. I am willing to do everything in my power to assist the Prince of Xiong. I only ask that after this matter is completed, San Lang can promise me 2 things. Li Longji hurriedly gathered his thoughts and said to Yang Fan, "What are these 2 things? Erlang, please speak." Yang Fan said, "First, if this matter is completed, I hope that the Prince of Xiong's bloodline can treat our brothers in the cavalry well. It's fine even if we have to transfer them from the army for other purposes. But, please treat them well." Li Longji gazed at Yang Fan and suddenly laughed involuntarily. "Haha, Erlang, are you worried that we will be like the current His Majesty, suspecting you for no reason and fearing your prestige in the cavalry, thus doing something unfavorable to them?" Li Longji calmly shook his head. "They are your comrades, and even more so, officials of the imperial court. If an emperor cannot win the loyalty of those who rely on the emperor's salary, cannot suppress those who harbor dissenting ambitions, then this emperor is incompetent. Incompetent people, no matter how hard they try, will find it hard to escape defeat. So," Li Longji took a deep breath and confidently said, "After this matter is completed, the imperial court will still put them in important positions. As long as the emperor treats his officials like his own brothers and sisters, even if it's you, if you want to lead them to rebel against the imperial court, they will definitely not comply." Yang Fan looked at this high-spirited young prince in front of him and cheerfully nodded. Li Longji asked, "Then, what's the second matter?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "The second matter is easy to handle. It's about a woman." Li Longji's expression suddenly became strange again. He asked, "A woman?" Yang Fan nodded and softly said, "She and I are in love with each other. However, her identity and status are too sensitive, so we can't stay together. If we succeed today, I hope that San Lang can lend me a hand and let me take her to live in seclusion in the forest." Li Longji's face suddenly flushed red. His eyes widened, and his figure leaped up like a tiger. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Shut up." Yang Fan was stunned. Li Longji said sternly, "You already have a house full of wives and concubines, yet you still have designs on my younger sister. No matter how precarious my family's situation is, she is still a member of the imperial family. How can she be a concubine? You actually dare to raise such a condition? What kind of person do you think I, Li San Lang, am? Whether it's for self-preservation or for the throne, this Li will not betray my family and sacrifice my younger sister." Yang Fan wiped the spittle off his face and blankly looked at the furious Li Longji. He thought to himself, did this guy drink too much? Chapter 1170. Princess Enla walked into the bedroom and saw her mother reclining on the bed. Grand Physician Ma Chinka was sitting on a brocade stool by the bed and taking her mother's pulse. Enla asked, "Ah Niang, are you not feeling well?" Empress Wei's hair was slightly loose, her face was flushed, her eyes watery. She really did look like she was lying on the bed. She smiled slightly at her daughter and said, "Nothing, it's just that I didn't sleep well. After Grand Physician Ma's treatment, I'm much better." Empress Wei glanced at Ma Chinka, who was putting on an act, and said lightly, "You can leave. Ben Gong wants to speak with my daughter." "Yes, this subject will leave." Ma Chinka hurriedly picked up the medicine box that had never been opened and bowed to Empress Wei and Enla before retreating outside. Ma Chinka had a dignified appearance, and even Enla couldn't help but take another look at him. Enla's heart suddenly skipped a beat. There was a strand of curly hair stuck to the corner of Ma Chinka's mouth, and when he looked at his mother's flushed cheeks, Enla suddenly realized something. Empress Wei felt slightly guilty under her daughter's slightly strange gaze. She hurriedly coughed and straightened her body, asking, "Why does daughter have the time to visit mother today?" Princess Enla quickly concealed her strangeness. She lifted the hem of her dress and twirled on the spot. She giggled and asked, "Ah Niang, do you think daughter's dress looks good?" When Empress Wei saw it, her eyes lit up. She carefully examined the feather dress and praised, "It really is a work of art. Where did this daughter buy such a dress? It is probably one of a kind in the world." He, of course it is, unique." Princess Enla was very proud. When she said unique, she suddenly remembered that the Yang family had a similar dress. A thread of darkness flashed across her heart, but she quickly threw the thought away. This dress is not unique now, but it will definitely be in the future. Princess Anla put down the hem of her dress and went forward to grab Empress Wei's arm. She giggled and said, Niang, it's almost spring and the flowers are blooming. My Ding Kuan Kai is starting to take shape. Why doesn't mother invite all the noble ladies and socialites in the capital and hold a banquet at Ding Kuan Kai? Empress Wei heard this and understood her daughter's intentions. She couldn't help but chuckle. You got a precious dress and you can't wait to show it off to others? Princess Anla wasn't shy at all. She smiled and said, since I have embroidered clothes, how can I travel at night? Mother, do you agree? Empress Wei thought for a moment and said, Daughter, it is not necessary to go to Ding Kuan Kai to hold the banquet. This spring the court will be holding the Heaven and Earth sacrificial ceremony in the southern suburbs. Mother wants to personally attend the ceremony. Mother is a woman, it is not good to ask a group of foreign officials to serve as the kitchen attendants. Therefore, I want all the madams and daughters of the ministers in the capital to serve as the kitchen attendants. Your daughter will be going with mother. When the time comes, not only will all the noble ladies and young ladies of the capital be able to witness your splendor, even the ministers of the court will be able to admire your elegance. When Princess Anli heard this, she was overjoyed and quickly said, Good, but mother wants to be the Yaxin, will father agree? Ever since the Duke of Ju established rights, the use of rights in the officialdom grew. Even now, the specific steps of every ceremony contained rich political meaning. This was even more so for a grand ceremony like the Heaven and Earth sacrificial ceremony. All along, the Heaven and Earth sacrificial ceremony was always the Son of Heaven responsible for the first offering, the ministers and officials responsible for the second offering. If the Crown Prince was present, under normal circumstances, the Crown Prince would be responsible for the second offering. This rule was once broken by Emperor Gaozong and had Empress Wu Zetian be the second offering. Wu Zetian also made an exception and threw the then Crown Prince Li Dan to one side and had the King of Wei, Wu Chengsai, be responsible for the second offering. These two events had caused an intense debate in the court. That was why Enla asked this question. Empress Wei twisted the corner of her mouth and said disdainfully, Your older brother, Chong Run, was killed by Di Tian Empress long ago. The successor, Crown Prince Chong Jun, is an animal who wanted to kill his father and mother and has been executed. Zhong Fu is unfilial and has been sent to Lingnan. As for Zhong Mao, he is still an ignorant child. Other than mother, who else is fit to be the second offering? Anla giggled and pointed at the tip of her nose, saying, Of course it is me. Mother, I am your biological daughter. Zhong Fu and Zhong Mao are both Shu sons and have low status. They are not related to mother by blood. Could it be that mother still wants to choose a crown prince from among them? Anla sat down next to Empress Wei and said, Look, Zhong Jun was not born by you. How did he treat you after becoming the crown prince? He actually wanted to send troops to kill his mother. Mother, now that I have even had a female emperor, why can't daughter be the crown princess? We are one family. Rather than letting Zhong Fu or Zhong Mao be the crown prince and letting mother down when they are fully fledged, our Niang should persuade our father to appoint daughter as the crown princess. We are close relatives. Daughter is the one who is truly filial to you. Empress Wei glared at her and said angrily, Preposterous. This kind of matter, even the emperor cannot make a decision on his own. You want to be the crown princess? Will all the civil and military officials in court agree? Your father can't be without scruples. Anla said with disdain, What civil and military officials are there? Right now, aren't all the civil and military power in our hands? Whoever dares to disobey, we will use swords to force them to obey. Niang, why don't we do this? Anla said excitedly, Anyway, father does not like to be in charge of government affairs. Right now, most of the government affairs are managed by mother. Why don't father give the throne to our Niang? Father will be the grand emperor, mother will be the emperor. Then, daughter will be the crown princess. Isn't it logical? Empress Wei poked her forehead lightly and said with a smile, You are really indulging in the wildest fantasies. This melon head of yours, what kind of muddled ideas do you think of all day? As Empress Wei said so, her heart suddenly moved. That's right. The Political Affairs Hall, the 6 ministries, and the Imperial Guards of the North and South are all in my Wei clan's hands. Why can't I really be the Empress? Madame Wei and Li Xian had already cooled their relationship as husband and wife, and from the bottom of her heart, she looked down on Li Xian. Ever since the refined Ma Qinke and the strong and muscular Yang Jun had become her guests, she felt even less shame for Li Xian's position. Now, her daughter's words had actually moved her heart. Thinking of the Empress Wu Zetian's domineering and unparalleled presence in the past, thinking of how she herself didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of this Empress grandmother, Empress Wei's thoughts couldn't help but wander. Li Xian had been afraid of Empress Wei for a long time. Even though he had become the emperor, this henpecked habit had never been changed. Moreover, right now, both the civil and military paths were in the hands of Madame Wei. He, as the emperor, had no confidence. However, when Zhong Jianji and the other 5 meritorious officials had become complacent and overstepped their bounds, Li Xian was unable to restrain his anger. When his blood brothers and sister held great power, he was wary. Now, the entire imperial court was surnamed Wei, but he didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion or fear. This emperor, who had lived in Fengzhou's Huangzhuling for 16 years, seemed to only have a vision as big as a thatched hut. In his view, no matter how powerful his wife was, she was still his wife, his family. Her power was his power. Moreover, her power had to rely on his status as the emperor, so he didn't have to worry about betrayal. Therefore, when Empress Wei begged him to make the offering, Li Xian almost didn't have to think at all and readily agreed. But as expected, this matter caused a great uproar in the imperial court. When Emperor Gaozong was consecrated on Mount Tai, it was Empress Wu Zetian who was responsible for making the offering. That was an unprecedented move. As a result, Wu Zetian succeeded Emperor Gaozong and became the emperor. From then on, Li Tang had been in turmoil for more than 20 years. Could it be, after Wu Zetian, there was going to be another Empress Wei? Even though the Wei clan had basically taken control of the imperial court, they still couldn't control all voices. Immediately, an imperial censor objected. Empress Wei had long since prepared for this. She immediately arranged for someone to quote scriptures and say that it was an ancient custom for the empress to participate in the grand ceremony. The opposing imperial censor argued that in the ancient custom, the empress's participation in the grand ceremony was a sacrifice to the ancestors, a sacrifice to the imperial ancestral temple, and not a sacrifice to the heavens and the earth. There was a fundamental difference between the two. The two factions argued endlessly. Seeing this, Li Xian decided, this matter can be decided by the prime ministers. Who were the people in the Political Affairs Hall? Yang Zixi, who was in a dilemma, and Dolu Qinwang, who was ostensibly loyal to Li Xian but was actually the Prince of Xiong's trusted aide, had injured his body in the tug-of-war and was currently bedridden, recovering from his injuries at home. Of the remaining prime ministers, 3 were surnamed Wei, all of them of the same clan as Empress Wei. The prime ministers naturally stood on Empress Wei's side, so the matter of the empress's offering was settled. Bang! A cup of tea was slammed down in front of Li Longji, the tea instantly spilling out and splashing onto the table. Following that, another cup of tea was brought out. A pair of slender and delicate hands gently placed it in front of Yang Fan, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Li Longji had a bitter smile on his face. Ever since he had misunderstood Yang Fan last time and almost fought with Yang Fan, Princess Yuzhen had been both angry and embarrassed after learning the truth. She no longer had a good attitude toward her third brother. Ah, girls always go out. Isn't it all for your own good that I'm doing this? Li Longji rubbed his nose and thought gloomily. Great General, please have some tea. Li Kaiying gave a gentle smile to Yang Fan, picked up the tea tray, and left the room. Li Longji bitterly watched his sister leave, but all he got in return was an indignant supercilious look. Then, he pulled the curtain door shut. Cough. Yang Fan coughed awkwardly and said, San Lang, are you aware of what has happened in the court these days? Yang Fan and Li Longji both lived by the Longqing Pond. Yang Fan's mansion was next to Li Chengqi's, so there was no need for him to come to Yuzhen Temple. However, Yang Fan had no choice. There was someone else's spy by his side, and Yang Fan didn't want to expose this person, but he also had to guard against him. Thus, he could only use Princess Yuzhen as a cover. Li Longji's expression turned serious and he nodded lightly. The emperor announced that the empress would be the offering of the offering. Afterwards, a palace maid said that colorful auspicious clouds had appeared on the empress's dress. It was an auspicious sign, and the emperor announced it to the world. Yang Fan continued, yesterday, there was another person who said that there must be a song before the sage received the mandate from heaven. Before Emperor Taizong received the mandate, there was a song called Peaches and Plums. Before Emperor Taizong received the mandate, there was a song called Music of the King of Qin breaking the formation. Before heaven received the mandate, there was a song called Charming Lady. Today, there is a song called Mulberry Tiara Wei. It can be seen that Empress Wei is the empress of the nation from heaven. Li Longji said, all these are very similar to the empress before she became the emperor. First the offering, then the auspicious sign, followed by the mandate from heaven. Haha, Empress Wei's actions are all imitating the empress. Then what did the empress do next? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said sternly, kill the members of Li Tang's royal family and execute the loyal officials of Li Tang. Li Longji said with a heavy expression, we are like an arrow on the bowstring. We have no choice but to release it. Chapter 1171. Back then, Wu Zetian had waited until her husband had passed away, until her son had become emperor. Only then did she begin to build up her power and move to eradicate her dissidents. Only after preparing for 8 whole years was she able to force the puppet emperor's son to abdicate the throne. But Empress Wei was not like Wu Zetian. The more important the matter was, the more she planned before taking action. Only when the willow had just sprouted did she have the ambition to become emperor. Before the willow catkins had filled the air, she had already accomplished half of what Wu Zetian had needed 8 years to accomplish. Countering soldiers with arms was built on a foundation of equal strength. If there was a large disparity in strength between the two sides, then what was the use of countering soldiers with arms? By the time the opponent was fully prepared, there would be no way to stop them. All they could do was close their eyes and accept death. Yang Fan and Li Longji were both people with the keen senses of wild beasts. They sensed danger, but they could not be sure when Empress Wei would begin her purge of the imperial clan and loyal ministers, so they had to race against time. Yang Fan sternly asked, has San Lang ever tried to probe your esteemed father's intentions? What does the Prince of Xiong think? Li Longji lightly shook his head and dejectedly said, I once carefully probed my father's intentions. When my father sensed something, he immediately sternly reprimanded me. His esteemed self will not. Alas. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then said, since this is the case, there is no need for you to probe your esteemed father's intentions. If this matter succeeds, it will naturally be best for your esteemed father to ascend to the throne. At that time, your esteemed father will be the Emperor Emeritus, and I believe that your esteemed father will be able to accept this result. If your esteemed father insists on not replacing his brother, then we will settle for the next best thing and have your esteemed father become regent. In short, we must seize power. No matter what, we cannot allow the present emperor to grasp it, or else we will inevitably end up like Zhong Zhenji and the others. Li Longji solemnly nodded. I understand. After the grand ceremony, I will hurry back to Lu province to prepare. Yang Fan said, good. I will also try to get in touch with a squad of my 10,000 cavalry as soon as possible. If we can make it in time, we will act first. If we can't, we will begin our preparations early so that we won't be unable to fight back when the butcher's knife is upon us. Li Longji said, well, after I return to Luzhu, I'll leave my father to you. Yang Fan understood and said, be at ease. If Empress Wei suddenly strikes a vicious blow, Shui Chongjian and I will do our utmost to escort the Prince of Xiong and Princess Taiping out of Chang'an and defend the northern lands. We might be able to fight back. Li Longji cupped his fists towards Yang Fan and bowed solemnly. Yang Fan returned the greeting solemnly. This bow was a promise of life and death. The southern suburbs' grand ceremony was held as scheduled. For Li Xian, such a solemn and dignified great ceremony of heaven and earth was just a game he used to make his wife and daughter happy. But for Wei Hu, It was of great significance. Wu Zetian had only obtained the right to preside behind the curtain 5 years after she was conferred the title of empress, and this was because Emperor Gaozong Liji's rheumatism had made him dizzy and unable to attend to politics, so he had no choice but to entrust the empress with the task. Empress Wei had smoothly obtained the right to preside behind the curtain when Li Xian had just become emperor. Wu Zetian had only obtained the right to preside behind the curtain 11 years after she was conferred the title of empress. Empress Wei had still walked ahead of Wu Zetian. As for the ballad of offering auspicious signs and accepting the mandate of the heavens, while Emperor Gaozong Liji was alive, Wu Zetian would never have dared to do such a thing, but Empress Wei had done the same. Empress Wei was filled with pride. She felt that she was even more outstanding than her mother-in-law, Wu Zetian. It was even easier for her to become empress than it was for Wu Zetian. Once ambition sprouted, in this environment extremely suitable for growth, it almost instantly grew into a towering tree. In the 4th year of Jinglong, the grand ceremony in the southern outskirts. The Son of Heaven offered his first offering, the Empress offered her second offering, and the noble women and daughters accompanied them. After the grand ceremony, the Emperor declared a general amnesty, pardoning the exiles. After the ceremony, the Son of Heaven returned to court. The Prince of Xiong, Taiping, and the other important ministers accompanied him, while everyone else dispersed in a hubbub. When those noble women and daughters first heard that they were going to accompany the Empress in the grand ceremony, they thought it was a very interesting matter. But after this grand ceremony, their faces were covered in grease and sweat, their makeup was ruined, and their feet were sore. They truly complained incessantly. Once the grand ceremony was over, they all climbed into their carriages and returned to their manners. Li Chengqi and his brothers first went into their carriages to change out of their heavy and old-fashioned ceremonial robes and put on casual robes before riding off again. After riding along the official road for a while, Li Longji suddenly pulled on the reins and gazed into the distance. Li Longfan asked in surprise, "Sanlang, why aren't you going?" Li Longji replied, "You guys go back first. I want to walk by myself." After saying this, Li Longji kicked his stirrups and whipped his horse. He charged out of the official road and galloped into the wilderness. Li Longfan anxiously called out, "Third brother." He turned his horse around and wanted to chase after him, but Li Chengqi anxiously called out, "Laro Wu, stop." Li Chengqi gazed in the direction Li Longji had gone and gently shook his head. He sighed and said, "Don't worry about him. Let him go by himself and relax." Among these brothers, only Li Chengqi had a rough idea of what Sanlang was doing. He knew that this brother of his, who had yet to reach adulthood, bore a heavy burden on his shoulders. But he knew that his talent was not as good as his third brother's. There were some things that he, as the eldest brother, could not shoulder. He could only silently pray in his heart that his third brother could succeed. Li Longji whipped his horse in a hurry. His steed was extremely handsome, but under its master's urging, it shot off like an arrow from a bow. In just a few moments, it had disappeared without a trace. Li Longfan looked in bewilderment in the direction his third brother had gone, then turned his horse around and returned to the ranks. Higher, higher, higher. Li Longji, one man and one horse, galloped as if they were flying. The horse arrived at Kunming Lake and was greeted by the boundless blue waves. His chest felt free, and the heavy pressure that had been pressing down on his chest suddenly turned into a mass of turbid air. He forcefully exhaled it, and only then did he feel much better. Li Longji dismounted and led his horse forward, pacing back and forth on Kunming. Everywhere he looked, there were blue waves and green trees, as if they were from a painting. Li Longji's depressed mood gradually relaxed in this picturesque scenery. A grassy slope appeared in front of him. On the side was a large tree with a canopy like the clouds. The leaves were all fresh green, reflecting the sunlight and giving off a light yellow color. A shallow ditch had been dug in the grass to divert the lake water. A dozen or so finely dressed youths were sitting on both sides of the shallow ditch, surrounded by pretty maids. Obviously, they were all children of either rich or noble families. Li Longji stopped in front of that grassy slope. Less than a foot in front of him was the small ditch that diverted the lake water. The lake water flowed leisurely, and a wine cup was floating on the surface of the water. The cup was filled with fine wine. A young man who was about 6 or 7 parts drunk saw Li Longji. He saw that although he was only one man and one horse, his appearance was handsome, and he looked like a talented person. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Longji. He raised his cup to Li Longji with a smile, and in a clear voice said, "Meeting is fate. Why don't you drink a cup?" Li Longji saw their leisurely and carefree appearance, and his nervous heart was even more relaxed. He smiled slightly and let go of the reins, letting the horse go to the side to nibble on the grass. He stooped down and picked up the cup of wine from the water. He raised it to the hospitable young man and drank it in one gulp. The young man saw that he was straightforward, clapped his hands and laughed. "What a wonderful man. Since you are alone, why don't you sit with us and drink a few cups?" Li Longji was very pleased with this person's frankness, so he walked over and sat next to him. The young man giggled and said, "Huanyun, why aren't you pouring wine for this Langjun?" The pretty maid standing next to him immediately knelt down and poured wine for Li Longji. Li Longji sat cross-legged, his expression calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of uneasiness. Looking at all the young men present, only Li Longji was as handsome as jade. The pretty maids around him couldn't help but steal glances at him, rather envious that the young girl pouring wine could be so close to him. The young man who invited Li Longji to sit with him turned his head and said to his companions, "Therefore, I believe that the Confucian school of thought is good for cultivating the body, but not enough to govern a country. I'm not saying that human nature is inherently evil, but as a human being, there are countless temptations in the world. Human nature, which has no distinction between good and evil, will naturally lean towards the evil side. Just relying on moral education is absolutely not enough, and must be restrained by law." Li Longji glanced at him in surprise and thought, "So these young officials are debating here. It seems that this young man who shares the same surname as me advocates legalism." The young man surnamed Li continued, "The dogma of the Confucian school, the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, are too unrealistic. Governing by law, one must be smooth on the outside, but square on the inside. Only then can the imperial court and the country have rules to follow, and only then can one not do or not do, and only then can one have a limit to everything." A young man with a few pimples on his face saw Li Longji's handsome face and graceful bearing, and couldn't help but feel jealous. Then he saw that he was sitting with them without restraint, and he became even more displeased. However, he was not in the mood to listen to the young man surnamed Li's argument. He put down his wine cup and interrupted the young man surnamed Li, saying, "Jian Yu, today is a rare day of leisure, so why are you peddling your Han-Fei theory again? We are all disciples of the Confucian school, so we won't listen to your unorthodox methods. He, why don't we play a game and drink a few more cups?" The young man surnamed Li laughed helplessly and said, "What game? Tell me." That person looked left and right and said with a smile, "You and I are both officials of high status. Why don't we introduce ourselves here and list the heroes of our families from the previous 3 generations, and then arrange the drinking order based on that?" When everyone heard this, they all felt that it was very interesting. If it was only based on the position of the father's generation, then there was no need to arrange the ranking. But when it came to the grandfather and great-grandfather, then it was not certain who was higher and who was lower. The youths were competitive, and so they all cheered. One of them said excitedly, "I'll go first. My great-grandfather is the right servant of the Minister of Finance, a disciple of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and was conferred the title of Duke of Shu. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Ancestral Appointments. My father is the Provincial Governor of Zhuzhou. I am Su Zhen, conferred the title of Colonel Qianyou." Those who dared to be the first to introduce themselves naturally had a more illustrious family background, but the others might not necessarily be weaker than him. Some great-grandfather's generation was not as illustrious as their family, but their father's generation would surpass them. Thus, the youth who initiated this game said, "My great-grandfather is the provincial governor of Dingju. My ancestor is the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and the son of the Crown Prince. My father is the Crown Prince's junior protector and the Minister of Rights. I am Xue Chitong, currently the Palace Grandee." After Xue Chitong finished speaking, he arrogantly glanced at Li Longji. The youth surnamed Li, who was sitting next to Li Longji, said, My great-grandfather is the Prince of Changping. My ancestor is the chief historian of Yuanju. My father is in the army at Yangju. I am Li Linfu, currently the Colonel Chenyo. As Li Linfu spoke, his tone was somewhat gloomy. Compared to those two people, his clan was really getting worse with each generation. Li Longji looked at him with some surprise. He didn't think that the person in front of him would be his cousin in the same generation as his great-grandfather. Although their bloodline was already very distant, they were still part of the Li clan. Li Tang's imperial clan was now in decline, so seeing someone from the same clan inevitably made them feel closer. At this time, another person was about to introduce himself, but Xue Chitong interrupted him and said to Li Longji with a smile, "Since you came uninvited, you must be from a noble clan. I wonder what kind of illustrious figures are in your clan. Why don't you tell us and broaden our horizons?" There was a hint of mockery in his tone. When the other youths heard his words, they all revealed a playful smile and looked at Li Longji in unison. Although Li Longji's family background is not bad, for him to travel around the Kunming Lake without a servant and on his own horse, even if there is someone in his family who is an official, his position must be very low. Li Linfu was a little drunk. Only now did he realize that Xue Chitong's game was meant to humiliate the guest he invited. He was a little displeased, and just as he was about to defend Li Longji grabbed his arm. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Li Longji indifferently declared, "My great-grandfather is the son of heaven. My father is the Prince of Xiong. I am Li Longji, the current Prince of Linzi." As soon as his words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances and were speechless. Li Longji smiled and asked, "Can I drink the first cup of wine?" Xue Chitong's face turned red and he embarrassedly replied, of course it should be me." No. It should be Prince who drinks first." Li Longji laughed heartily. He picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Then, he tossed the cup aside and stood up. He bowed deeply to Li Linfu and said, "Thank you for inviting me to drink. I'm deeply moved by your hospitality. I shall take my leave now." Li Longji led his horse and rode away under the shocked and embarrassed gazes of the crowd. In a short while, he disappeared into the lush green forest. Beside the Kunming Lake, Li Longji mounted the 3-feet-long Han Dynasty stone whale. Standing on the whale's back, he could see the vast expanse of blue water before him. A gust of wind blew from the lake, causing his robes to flutter. Holding the 3-foot sword, Li Longji sadly sighed, "A real man must not be powerless for a day." Chapter 1172. Yang Fan walked behind the crowd. Seeing Li Longji riding his horse away as if he was venting, Yang Fan could not help but smile. He had thought that this youth, who looked far more mature than his actual age, had a strong will that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Now it seemed that this was not the case. In the end, he was still a youth. Even if his breadth of mind, knowledge, courage, and wisdom were all stronger than his peers, it was still a skill that required time to accumulate. It required experience to form. Perhaps if he was given another 10 years, he could become very mature, but if a youth had that kind of deep shrewdness, then he could only be described as a monster. A light carriage suddenly sped past Yang Fan from behind. The carriage was very gorgeous. Even the outer wall of the carriage was engraved with exquisite patterns. It was also painted with good varnish. Under the sunlight, it shone with a jade-like luster. Yang Fan stared at the carriage seriously, as if he admired its workmanship and craftsmanship. But at the same time, he slightly tightened the reins in his hand, and the light horse slowed down. The carriage in front was still speeding, and Yang Fan rode freely. By the time he reached the gate of Chang'an, the carriage had already disappeared. After returning to Longqing Square, Yang Fan turned his horse away from the main road and turned into a small path in the forest beside the road. It had just rained the day before, so the path was a little muddy. The guards following behind Yang Fan did not show any strange behavior. They knew that the path was not long, and that the back door of the Yuzhen temple was at the end of the path. The master often went there recently. The story of Yang Fan and Princess Yuzhen had never been spread among the people, but the guards by Yang Fan's side had given them the clearest instructions. Every time the sect master went to Temple Master Yuzhen's place, He would linger for more than 2 hours. There was no doubt that this young, beautiful, and noble princess was the master's new favorite. 2 hours was enough for them to do a lot of things. When they reached the back door of the Jade Truth Temple, Ren Wei and the others dismounted without Yang Fan's orders. They tied their horses to a tree and scattered around to wait. Yang Fan walked forward and personally knocked on the door. The door to the courtyard opened and a pretty face peeked out. It was like a peony peeking out from the wall. Ren Wei recognized that it was a little immortal nun by Princess Yuzhen's side. He seemed to have heard the sovereign call her Ning Xiong. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, Ning Xiong's face revealed an elated smile. She happily welcomed Yang Fan in and closed the door. Ren Wei looked up at the sky and lazily lay down on the soft grass. He had to wait for at least 2 hours. Yang Fan sneakily entered Princess Yuzhen's courtyard. An affair was indeed the best excuse to cover up. No matter how strange Yang Fan's actions were, others would help him make a reasonable explanation. "You're here." True Jade was wearing a white daoist robe. Her silky hair draped over her shoulders. She was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with a daoist scripture in her hand. She was quietly reading it. She was as beautiful as a white lotus that had just taken a bath. Hearing the sound of the barrier door, Li Kaiying raised her head and saw Yang Fan come in. Her plain face and elegant manner immediately transformed into a joyful expression. This kind of action and expression was definitely the expression a young girl in love would have when she saw her lover. Ever since that day when Li Sanlang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, angrily grabbing Yang Fan's collar and roaring, Yang Fan already knew this girl's affection for him. Seeing her reveal her true feelings, the softness in the depths of Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be touched. "All right, you can go out." Li Kaiying was about to welcome him when she suddenly remembered that Ning Xiong was still at the door and hurriedly said. Due to Yang Fan's influence, Li Kaiying now also loved to drink tea. The charcoal fire in the clay stove was burning brightly and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. Naturally, there was no need for Ning Xiong to come in and serve. As soon as the door was closed, Yang Fan's smile turned solemn. "Is he here?" Princess Yuzhen swallowed the words she was about to say. Her smile faded and she nodded lightly, gesturing to the back. Yang Fan smiled and said, "If it wasn't for something important, he wouldn't have come to find me. I'll go and see him first." Princess Yuzhen was initially disappointed when Yang Fan asked about someone else. But when she heard his tone of explanation as if he was afraid that she would be unhappy, Li Kaiying's heart suddenly became happy. She nodded like a virtuous wife and gently watched as Yang Fan opened the door and walked to the back. Yang Fan passed through the corridor and walked into the meditation room. He saw Shun Mu sitting cross-legged and staring at the portrait of the Elder Supreme on the wall. Hearing the footsteps, Shun Mu turned his head and smiled at Yang Fan. Ever since they publicly broke off their relationship at the 5 Feet Plains, the two of them no longer met. When there was truly an important matter, they would communicate through Gu. However, which matter that required the two of them to discuss wasn't an important matter. It couldn't be explained in a few words. Later on, when they discovered that the Jade Truth Monastery was an exceptional hiding place, this predicament was resolved. With the hidden sect's ability, it was a piece of cake for them to dig a secret passageway that led directly to the Jade Truth Monastery's rear residence, the princess's courtyard. Yang Fan asked, "You suddenly invited me to meet you. Did something big happen?" Shun Mu replied, "If that wasn't the case, why would I come to see you? You aren't a charming beauty." He might be smiling casually, but there was a trace of worry in between his brows. It was obvious that something big had happened. Yang Fan could tell that he was worried. However, the current Yang Fan was getting more and more composed as he encountered something big. He wasn't in a hurry to probe further. Instead, he slowly sat down and teased, "I might not be a woman, but there is a delicate and noble beauty in this monastery." Shun Mu casually replied, "I might be a playboy, but I would never have designs on my brother's women." Yang Fan's face instantly heated up. He let out a dry cough and asked, "What exactly is it?" Shun Mu wasn't in a hurry to answer. He sized him up and asked, "Has Li Longji returned to Lu province?" Yang Fan nodded and replied, "He will leave tomorrow." Shun Mu muttered, "The matter you are doing, You really don't need my help. Yang Fan shook his head. There's no need. If there's a chance of success, my strength is more than enough. If it doesn't succeed, even with the combined strength of the obvious and hidden sects, how can we contend against the army of the Imperial Court? You only need to place a few chips on the Wei clan's side. If this one fails and has no choice but to flee into the pugilistic world, you can come out and clean up the mess. Quickly tell me, why did you call me here today? Shun Mu sat up a little straighter, and after a few moments of deliberation, he slowly said, Archie Protector General Guo Yuanzhen might not be one of us, but over the years, our two sides have established a very close relationship. We have used our identities as powerhouses of the Western regions to help him consolidate the Imperial Court's rule in the Western regions, and in return, he has provided us with some conveniences. Our two sides have always cooperated happily, but now, he is in trouble, very big trouble. Yang Fan frowned. Are you talking about the conflict between Tukishi and Ashina? Shun Mu replied, yes. The Tukishi had received the support of the hidden sect to become the #1 tribe of the 10 Turkic tribes, and Shun Mu had even succeeded in making the chief of the Tukishi tribe, Uzhail, into Tukishi Khan. But at the end of last year, Uzhail had died of illness. After Uzhail's death, his son Suoga succeeded him and became the chief of the 10 Turkic tribes. Logically speaking, the Imperial Court should have issued an edict conferring upon him the title of Tukishi Khan, but for some reason, the Imperial Court had not conferred this title. Ashina Zhongjie, the chief of the Ashina tribe, whose strength was second only to the Tukishi tribe, believed that Suoga had lost the support of the Tang dynasty and wanted to seize the throne of Khagan of the 10 Turkic tribes. The two tribes had fought several times, leaving Archie in shambles, but Archie Protector General Guo Yuanzhen could only bide his time. This was an internal conflict among the 10 Turkic tribes, and they were fighting over the leadership of the 10 Turkic tribes, not the Tang dynasty. Even though Guo Yuanzhen was Archie Protector General, he did not have the authority to use the army to interfere. He quickly submitted a memorial to the Imperial Court, suggesting that Ashina tribe be moved to the Guasha prefectures and cut off from the Suoga tribe. Li Xian issued an edict in agreement, and Ashina Zhongjie, who was transferred to a more affluent area and would no longer be subject to Suoga's control, happily agreed. But while Ashina tribe was moving, the Imperial Court suddenly changed its mind. Li Xian suddenly sent an envoy to Ashina Zhongjie, and at the same time, he appointed Great General Niu Shichang as Anshi Vice Protector General. Together with Ashina Zhongjie, he would send troops to suppress Suoga. The Imperial Court was openly siding with the offending Ashina tribe. Li Xian's appointment of Niu Shichang as Vice Protector General was a sign that Guo Yuanzhen was going to be deposed. If everything went as expected, after Niu Shichang defeated Suoga, he would officially replace Guo Yuanzhen as Anshi Protector General. The chief of the Tukishi tribe, Uzhail, had been loyal to the Imperial Court his entire life. For his son, Suoga, to take over his father's position was a matter of the heavens and the earth. It was precisely because the Imperial Court had delayed the appointment that Ashina tribe's ambitions had been aroused. Now, the Imperial Court was even helping Ashina tribe. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Suoga was infuriated by the news and naturally declared himself independent, proclaiming himself Khagan of the 10 families. He then dispatched 5,000 cavalry from Anshi, 5,000 from Yanqi, 5,000 from Shulei, and his elite cavalry to attack the garrisons of the Tang dynasty. While Ashina Zhongjie was welcoming the imperial envoy, Suoga had received the news and personally led a surprise attack. In a single battle, he captured Ashina Zhongjie, killed the imperial envoy, and executed Great General Lu Shusu. The newly appointed Anshi Vice Protector General, Niu Shichang, was infuriated by the news and personally led an army to suppress Suoga, but he was utterly defeated by Suoga. Even he, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, died on the battlefield, and the 4 garrisons of Anshi fell. Li Xian was infuriated by the news. Believing that Prime Minister Zhong Chuk had said that Guo Yuanzhen had been guarding the western regions for a long time and had befriended various foreigners, that he harbored ill intentions, and that the rebellion of the Turkic 10 families was instigated by Guo Yuanzhen, he was relieved of his military post and ordered to return to the capital to be consulted. Li Xian also followed Zongchuk's advice and appointed General of the Right Guard Zhu Iti as Anshi Protector General and Ashina Zhongjie's younger brother, Ashina Xian, as Kargan of the 10 families. How could Shen Mu just sit back and watch Guo Yuanzhen suffer? He had been dealing with this matter for the past few days, and Yang Fan knew the details. Hearing Shen Mu's words, Yang Fan could not help but frown and said awkwardly, "Even if I still have military authority, I cannot interfere with the court's handling of a high-ranking military official. Moreover, I am currently a wild crane with nothing to do. What can I do to help?" Shen Mu said, "You only need to help me bring a person to the imperial court during the Grand Court Conference." "Who is it?" Yang Fan asked in surprise. Clapping his hands 3 times, Shen Mu sternly ordered, "Bring him here." Chapter 1173. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from the study room on the left, followed by the sound of a heavy metal door opening. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the door to the quiet room was opened. 2 men in green appeared in front of Yang Fan and Shen Mu with a man whose face was covered with a black cloth. This person's face was covered with a black cloth, so that everything from his nose to his hairline was covered, only his chin, which was full of beard, was exposed. His body was extremely tall and sturdy. With one look one could tell that he was a valiant warrior. Standing in the small room, he looked like a Mount Tai or a stone Gandang. However, in the eyes of a martial arts expert like Yang Fan, the 2 men in green who didn't look burly were the true experts. They might be skinny, but their bodies seemed to be forged from steel. Every movement they made seemed to exude an aura of vigor. After the burly man was brought into the room, one of the men in green pressed his shoulder lightly, and he sat down cross-legged. The 2 men in green quietly retreated and closed the door. Shen Mu said slowly, "Brother Guo, you can remove your mask now." When Yang Fan saw Shen Mu's actions, he knew that this person wasn't from the hidden sect. Therefore, Shen Mu asked him to wait outside. However, this person should have a close relationship with the hidden sect. Furthermore, his surname was Guo. Yang Fan was starting to get interested. When the burly man with a face full of beard heard Shen Mu's words, he removed his mask. When he came into contact with the light, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he slowly opened them. His brows were as thick as ink, and he had a square face and a wide mouth. He looked majestic, and although he wasn't handsome, he had a masculine beauty. Yang Fan couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Shen Mu pointed to Yang Fan and said, "Brother Guo, this is the Grand General that supports the nation." The burly man took a closer look at Yang Fan. When he saw that Yang Fan was much younger than him, he was even more astonished. He bowed to Yang Fan respectfully and said, "Anshi Protectorate's military advisor, Guo Hong, pays his respects to the Grand General." Yang Fan smiled and asked, "Who is Protector General Guo to you?" Guo Hong replied solemnly, "He is my father." Yang Fan softly exclaimed and cupped his hands. "Apologies," Shen Mu said, "Brother Guo, Zongchuk covers the sky with one hand. The only one who can help your father now is the Grand General that supports the nation. Tell him what you said to Grand General Yang." Guo Hong nodded and looked gratefully at Shen Mu before telling his story to Yang Fan. Guo Hong nodded and looked gratefully at Shen Mu before telling his story to Yang Fan. It turned out that after the death of Tukisha Hanwu Jila, Suo Ge succeeded as the leader of the Tukisha tribe and immediately requested the imperial court to appoint him. The reason why the imperial court did not do so was because Zongchuk failed to bribe him. When Guo Hong ascended the throne, Zhu Protector General of the Right Guard stationed in the West region, Protector reminded him show to show of was Bai, of Grand of Hua, of Ge. When Guo Hong came, the supports by from of was mighty Guo Hong by Hua of An. Of sure enough, when Suo Ge's memorial arrived at the imperial court, it was kept there. Later on, Zhu Iti and the chief of Ashina tribe, Zhongjie, became close. Not long after, Zhongjie, who was instigated by Zhu Iti, issued a challenge to Guo Hong. Guo Yuanzhen, the Protector General of Anshi, submitted a memorial to the imperial court, suggesting that Ashina tribe be transferred out of Anshi and relocated to Gua and Sha. Ashina Zhongjie, who had not gained any advantage in the previous battles with Guo Hong, readily agreed. However, on the way, The unwilling Zong Chuk once again persuaded Li Xian to send Great General Niu Shijiang out of the western regions to interfere in the internal struggle for power among the Turkic tribes. He wanted to ally with Ashina tribe to destroy Suoga. The imperial court's actions caused the other tribes of the Turkic tribes, who had always maintained a neutral position, to be greatly disgusted. They began to provide intelligence to the protectorate of the Turkic tribes and secretly support them. As a result, Suoga was able to capture Ashina Zhongjie alive and kill Niu Shijiang. At this time, Zong Chuk once again proposed to have Great General of the Right Guard Ju Iti replace Guo Yuanjin as Protector General of Anxi and seize Guo Yuanjin's military authority. He also had the emperor appoint Ashina Zhongjie's younger brother, Ashina Xian, as Khagan. Although Suoga had won a great victory, he did not have the confidence to oppose the imperial court. After capturing Ashina Zhongjie and Great General Lu Shusu, he learned the whole story and immediately wrote a letter to Guo Yuanjin, entrusting him to express his difficulties to the imperial court. By this time, Guo Yuanjin had already been stripped of his position as Protector General and ordered to return to the capital to await his return. He knew that the moment he returned to the court, he would suffer the same fate as Blacktooth Chang, so he did his best to delay his return. Now that he saw Suoga's letter and the confessions of Ashina Zhongjie and Lu Shusu, Guo Yuanjin felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. He was worried that the evidence would be destroyed by the minions of Wei Yi's clique through normal means, so he had his son disguise himself and return to the capital to seek help from his good friend Shun Mu. Shun Mu was delighted to see the evidence brought by Guo Hong, but he had no way of safely escorting Guo Hong to the Golden Palace Hall, so he had to find Yang Fan. Guo Hong explained the matter to Yang Fan, then reached into his bosom and took out a sheepskin package. He carefully opened it in front of Yang Fan and took out a letter. Yang Fan skimmed through it and found that the contents were exactly as Guo Hong had said. Besides Guo Yuanjin and Suoga's confessions, the letter also contained the confessions signed by Ashina Zhongjie and Lu Shusu. Shun Mu asked in concern, "Great General, if this evidence is made public, will it be able to topple Zong Chuk?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then replied, "At the very least, it can ensure Protector General's safety." Overjoyed, Guo Hong kowtowed to Yang Fan and said, "Great General, please uphold justice for us father and son." Yang Fan courteously said, "Brother Guo, please rise. Protector General has guarded the western regions and has made outstanding contributions. This Yang has always respected him. Now that Protector General has been harmed by scoundrels, this Yang cannot stand by and watch." After a moment's thought, he said to Shun Mu, "Brother Shun, please escort Brother Guo to my residence first. During the court assembly tomorrow, I will ask Brother Guo to pretend to be my bodyguard and bring you into the palace to meet the emperor." As soon as Guo Hong heard this, he cried tears of joy. With tears streaming down his face, Guo Hong kowtowed 3 times to Yang Fan and said gratefully, "Great General's kindness, I will never forget it." Immediately 2 men in blue came in and covered Guo Hong's eyes, then took him away. Shun Mu said to Yang Fan, "I know that your present situation is not very good. This matter has troubled you." Yang Fan said, "Even if I pretend to be a harmless little rabbit, their butcher's knife will still come down. Sowing good karma and leaving a way out is not bad." At the court assembly, civil and military officials, nobles, and members of the royal family all stood in their respective groups. Yang Fan stood at the head of the military group, but he only had a nominal position at the moment. Most of the time, he just stood there and listened to politics. According to the order, the court assembly usually dealt with foreign affairs and the memorials from the local officials first. Today, there was only one local official's memorial that the emperor needed to deal with. It was Prince Qiao Li Zhongfu's request to return. The memorial officer said, "Your Majesty, today Jeonju Provincial Governor Qiao Wang Zhongfu requests to return." Li Xian impatiently raised his chin. The memorial officer said, "Qiao Wang Zhongfu said, Your Majesty burned incense and offered gifts to the heaven and earth. The people's crimes were all pardoned, but the innocent child was abandoned. The heaven's law of fairness is not like this. The people of the world shed tears for me. Moreover, Your Majesty is benevolent, how can you not pity me for my loneliness? Kneel and kowtow, begging to return to court." Before he finished, a cold laugh came from behind the bead curtain. Empress Wei coldly said, His Majesty ordered Prince Qiao to guard Ling Nan because he had high hopes. Could it be that in Prince Qiao's eyes, this is a hard job similar to being exiled? His Majesty offered sacrifices to the heaven and granted amnesty to the world. What he pardoned were criminals and exiles. Could it be that even the princes who were in theft were to be summoned back to the capital? What does it mean that the people of the world shed tears for him? What sensationalism! Your Majesty need not pay attention to him. Li Xian saw his wife display her female might and unnaturally shifted his buttocks. He dryly said, This memorial, leave it in the hall. The memorial officer bowed and retreated. Yang Fan did not wait for the other officials to respond. Yang Fan suddenly stepped out of his office. Raising his ceremonial tablet, he said in a clear voice, Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. There was a slight commotion in the imperial court. Even when Yang Fan was in charge of military power, because he was a military general, he rarely submitted memorials to the imperial court. Now that he was in an idle position, he suddenly stepped out, but for some unknown reason, the officials all became alert. Li Xian looked at Yang Fan with some surprise and said, There is a memorial. Yang Fan said, Your Majesty, Archie Protector General Guo Yuanzhen's son, Guo Hong, has an important matter to report to the Son of Heaven. The court immediately buzzed with discussion. Guo Yuanzhen had already been dismissed from his post, but he had been delaying his return. Now, what did he want to do by secretly sending his son back to the capital? All the officials keenly sensed that something big was about to happen and unconsciously became excited. Li Xian was also somewhat surprised. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Summon him to the hall. A moment later, Guo Hong, dressed in military attire, walked into the Golden Hall. He loudly said to Li Xian, This subject, Archie Protectorate's military advisor Guo Hong, greets Your Majesty. Li Xian glanced at him and coldly said, Your father, Yuanzhen, did not do his job well, causing the 10 clans to frequently go to war. We ordered him to return to the capital to wait for the memorial, but he has yet to return. Instead, he sent you to see us. What is his purpose? Somewhat enraged, Guo Hong suddenly prostrated himself on the ground and burst into tears. He said, Your Majesty, the leader of the Tuki Shi, Soro-Ge, rebelled because someone failed to bribe him and made things difficult for him. This subject's father acted as a mediator and was framed by slander. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. Guo Hong crawled a few steps and raised his voice, recounting everything that had happened in the western regions from beginning to end to Li Xian's face. For a moment, the entire hall was in an uproar. According to the rules, when someone was impeached, the impeached official should have bowed and removed his hat to await the memorial. However, Zhong Chuk suddenly stepped out of the ranks and sternly shouted, A bunch of nonsense. Your Majesty, this is all Guo Yuanzhen's slanderous words to bewitch His Majesty. Guo Yuanzhen has guarded the western regions for a long time and harbors ill intentions. When Soro-Ge sent his cavalry to wreak havoc, he did not move his troops. This is irrefutable evidence. Now that the court has ordered him to return to the court to await the memorial, he has delayed his return and even ordered his son to enter the court to falsely accuse this subject. Imperial censor Qui Wn saw that Zhong Chuk was acting so unbridled and immediately stepped out. Master Zhong, the Son of Heaven has not questioned you, so you should have stepped out of the ranks to await the memorial. How dare you be so impudent? You say that Guo Hong is making irrefutable lies, but Guo Hong has irrefutable evidence. If Guo Yuanzhen and Soro-Ge's statements are false, then is Lu Shusu's statement also false? The statement was personally signed by him. Zhong Chuk coldly glanced at Qui Wn and sneered, I have never instructed Ju Iti to ask for bribes for me. Ju Iti is far away in the western regions. How can I know what he has done in Chang'an? Now that Lu Shusu is dead, only heaven knows whether his statement is true or false. Guo Hong, who was crying on the ground, suddenly raised his head and said, Lu Shusu may be dead, but Ashina Zhongjie is still alive. As long as Your Majesty issues an edict, this subject is willing to go to the western regions and escort Zhongjie to the capital to confront her. Empress Wei sat behind the beaded curtain. Seeing the situation, she couldn't help but frown. She was very clear about whether Zongchuk's request for bribes was true or not. 70% of the bribes Zongchuk asked for had either landed in her pocket or thrown into Princess and Lezding Kuan Kai. Using Soroji's rebellion to strip Guo Yuanzhen of his military power and replace him with someone from Wei's clique, this was something that Zongchuk had discussed with her. Who knew that Niu Shijiang would be so useless and Ashina Zhongjie was such a good-for-nothing? Even when the court's army joined with Ashina's troops, they still suffered a crushing defeat and were even captured alive. This matter would most likely not be concealed. Thinking of this, Empress Wei couldn't help but glare hatefully at young Fan and thought, this person is really a scourge. Chapter 1174. Guo Hong had not immediately presented the memorial to the Son of Heaven, instead using the method of complaining about his grievances in the Golden Hall to reveal the inside story. Yang Fan had warned him to do this. Yang Fan was well aware of Zongchuk's current status in the Wei faction, and the Wei clan would not sit by and watch as such a capable general fell from power. Moreover, if Guo Yuanzhen were to be dismissed for his inaction, the Wei clan would be able to take the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Anxi Protectorate into their pocket. Based on this point alone, the Wei faction was certain to protect Zongchuk. Thus, if the evidence was presented to the imperial court, the matter might be manipulated behind the scenes and left unsettled. Given Empress Wei's control over the emperor, this matter was likely to go along with the mistake. But if the matter was publicly exposed in court, the situation would be completely different. The emperor could not ignore even the most basic rules. Now that Guo Hong had exposed the truth, Li Xian ordered people to present the confessions of Soroji and Guo Yuanzhen, as well as the confessions of LV Shusu and Ashina Zhongjie. After personally perusing them, his face instantly darkened. He had not known about Zongchuk's embezzlement, and now that he saw this evidence, Li Xian was furious. Although there were only written confessions, he believed that Guo Yuanzhen and Soroji's confessions were the truth. It was a very simple reason. Soroji had already declared himself to be sweating. If he had not truly been wrongly accused and truly wanted to rebel, there would have been no need for him to do this. Li Xian coldly glanced at Zongchuk and sternly said, "Zongchuk, what do you say?" Zongchuk gave a deep glance in the direction of Empress Wei's curtain, then calmly bowed and loudly said, "Your Majesty, this subject has been wrongly accused. This subject is loyal to his duty, careful with his words and self-cultivation. How could this subject do something that would disappoint your Majesty? Moreover, that Ju Iti is far away in the western regions. How could this subject collude with him?" Li Xian was enraged. Throwing the letter forward, he sternly shouted, "In that case, how are you going to explain Ashina Zhongjie and Lu Shusu's confessions? Could it be that you want us to escort Ashina Zhongjie to the capital to confront you face to face before you are willing to bow your head and admit your guilt?" Zongchuk lowered his head. This subject is terrified. This subject does not dare. But, this subject is innocent. This subject is innocent. You. Li Xian angrily pointed at Chu Ku of the sect. His quibbling made his hair stand up in anger, and his face flushed red. Behind the bead curtain, Empress Wei coughed lightly and leisurely said, "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Zongchuk has always been loyal to the country. In this Kie's view, accusing him of asking for bribes is not very likely." Li Xian frowned and said in a slightly resentful tone, "Empress." Empress Wei was unconcerned and continued, "Logically speaking, Zongchuk is the Prime Minister of the present court. If he wants to ask for a bribe, who knows how many people will rush to the Prime Minister's residence like a flock of ducks. Why would Zongchuk go so far to extort a Hu tribe? How much money can those nomadic tribes have to be worth the coveting of our Tang dynasty's Prime Minister? Of course, this Kie believes Guo Hong's words are not false. But has your Majesty considered that Ju Iti cannot use the title of Prime Minister to intimidate others?" Hearing this, Li Xian was unconsciously moved. Thinking carefully, it seemed that what the Empress said was very reasonable. From the bottom of his heart, he was not willing to believe that his favored Zongchuk was so insatiably greedy. Also, because of the hardships the Empress had suffered for him in her early years, and the inferiority he felt from losing his normal functions as a man, he did not have the courage to go against his wife's wishes. Zong Chuk sighed inwardly and hurriedly bowed. Empress is wise. Empress Wei smiled faintly and said, if the emperor wants to escort Ashina Zhongjie back to the capital for questioning, it is not impossible. But the journey is long, and the return trip will take at least half a year. By the time the emperor investigates the truth and deals with it, it will take about a year. At present, Suo Ge has already occupied Anshi and cut off the communication between the four towns and the Central Plains. The trade routes of the western regions have been cut off. Zhu Iti is leading an army to suppress them. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will be a disaster of war that will implicate countless people. How can your majesty bear this? The Tubo and Turkic Khaganate will not let go of this good opportunity. If they take the chance to raise their troops and sow discord, persuading Suo Ge to ally with them, the western regions will once again be in flames of war. It is unknown when peace will return. Li Xian thoughtfully said, Empress words are very reasonable. Then according to Empress words, what should Jin do? Empress Wei said, Your Majesty, with Guo Hong's testimony today, it is enough to prove Guo Yuanzhen and Suo Ge's innocence. In this Kie's view, the most important thing is to pacify Suo Ge and restore Guo Yuanzhen to his military position to pacify the situation in Anshi. Hearing this, Li Xian repeatedly nodded his head. Empress Wei continued, This Kie believes that Your Majesty only needs to acknowledge the righteousness of the Suo Ge 10 families Khaganate, and then the Turkic 10 families can be brought back under your rule. The 4 towns of Anshi will be restored without a fight. Your Majesty originally thought that Guo Yuanzhen, as Anshi Protector General, watched as Suo Ge and Ashina fought for loyalty and integrity. Later on, when Niu Shicheng was attacked, he did not promptly rescue him and thus punished him. Now it seems that all of this was Zhu Iti's slander because he coveted the position of Protector General. At this point, Empress Wei paused for a moment, her eyes suddenly turning cold. This Zhu Iti first used the name of Prime Minister to extort foreign chieftains, and then he slandered important ministers, corrupting the discipline of the court. He should be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Li Xian happily said, Empress words are very appropriate. Then, let it be done. Li Xian turned his head and issued the edict according to Empress Wei's wishes. As soon as Guo Hong heard that his father was out of danger and had been reinstated, even though he was unable to overthrow Zong Chuk, it was an extremely good result for him and his son. He immediately kowtowed in thanks. Unexpectedly, Imperial Censor Kui Wan did not want to let the matter rest. At present, the court of the Tang dynasty was completely controlled by the Wei faction, but this did not mean that all of the officials had become members of the Wei faction. It was just that all of the important positions were controlled by the Wei faction, and the operation and execution of the court's power was controlled by the Wei faction. The censorate was the headquarters of the imperial censors. Not everyone had the right to enter this place. Although the imperial censor was an important position and did not have many benefits, due to tradition, to enter the censorate, one first had to be a scholar. Just this one rule limited many officials who were lucky enough to enter. There were naturally many officials who were scholars and had joined the Wei faction. However, even if they weren't the heads of a yamen, they were still officials in important places, or in places that were not high but were full of benefits. It was impossible for them to swear loyalty to the Wei faction, so they were sent to sit on the cold bench in the Qingshui Yamen. As a result, the censorate was one of the few places that had not been occupied by the Wei faction. Now that he had finally found a reason to attack Zong Chuk, how could Kui Wan let it go so easily? Seeing that Empress Wei was about to throw a pawn to protect the general, Kui Wan immediately stepped out of the crowd and shouted, Wait, subject still has a memoria. Li Xian furrowed his brows and looked at him with displeasure. Kui Wan said, Your Majesty, subject deeply agrees with Empress' suggestion to immediately appease the 2 cavalry and reinstate Protector General Guo to pacify the situation in the western regions and prevent the Tubo or Turks from taking advantage. However, Kui Wan pointed at Zong Chuk and said sternly, The reason for this action is that Guo Hong has presented evidence. But regarding the matter of Zhu Iti forcing Suo Ge to rebel, whether it was Zhu Iti who used Prime Minister Zong's name to ask for bribes, or whether Prime Minister Zong instructed Zhu Iti to ask for bribes on his behalf, we cannot make wild guesses. Kui Wan took a step forward and held his scepter. Your Majesty, if it was Ju Iti who used Prime Minister Zong's name to ask for bribes and thus forced Suo Ge to rebel, resulting in this military disaster, Ju Iti's crime cannot be punished. But what if it was Prime Minister Zong who asked for bribes and caused trouble on the borders? This subject believes that this matter should be thoroughly investigated. Zong Chuk flew into a rage and pointed at Kui Wan. The one surnamed Kui, you are a fame-seeking person. For the sake of your own reputation, you have repeatedly slandered me and now you are making wild guesses. What is your intention? His Majesty and Empress have already made a decision on Ju Iti's case. Are you going to defy the edict? Kui Wan responded tit-for-tat, his voice much louder than Zong Chuk's. As an imperial censor, I am the son of heaven's eyes and ears. All officials who are treacherous, villains who set up cliques, and tyrannical and disorderly, impeach. All officials who are wretched, corrupt, impeach. All scholars who are not upright, who submit petitions to change the constitution, and who hope to be promoted, impeach. I have the power to impeach the officials, clarify the injustice, and supervise the various departments. Prime Minister, do you think I can't impeach you? Both of them were good at debating. For a moment, they talked non-stop, each making their own arguments. Above the Golden Hall, only their roars could be heard incessantly. Li Xian said helplessly, my two beloved officials, pay attention to your official conduct and stop arguing. The two of them engaged in a war of words, turning a deaf ear to Li Xian's words. Li Xian continued helplessly, my two beloved officials, we have already made a decision on this matter. Both of you may leave. Kui Wan and Zong Chuk argued until their faces were red, but they still ignored him. Li Xian was furious. He abruptly picked up the trembling mountains and rivers and slammed it with all his might. A loud pah resounded in the Golden Hall. Zong Chuk and Kui Wan were stunned. Only now did they realize that they had lost their etiquette in front of the ruler. Kui Wan adjusted his official hat, which had been crooked because of the angry argument. He was completely unconcerned. He was an imperial censor and had special privileges in this aspect. He was not afraid of the emperor's rebuke. Zong Chuk, on the other hand, blushed. He was the prime minister. Such an action was truly embarrassing. Zong Chuk hurriedly adjusted his attire and asked for forgiveness from Li Xian. Li Xian tried hard to make his voice sound gentle. He said, my two beloved officials, even though you two have lost your etiquette, it is all for the sake of the imperial court. We are very comforted and will not accuse you. My two beloved officials are both loyal and good. Do not harm the harmony because of your bigotry. How about we make the decision today? From now on, the two of you will become sworn brothers with different surnames. From now on, you will work together to protect our country. There will be no more meaningless disputes. What? Hearing Li Xian's preposterous words, not only were Zong Chuk and Kui Wan dumbfounded, but all the civil and military officials were also dumbfounded. Yang Fan stood at the head of the military class. His face twitched and he almost could not hold back his laughter. Such a son of heaven was truly unparalleled under the heavens. Zong Chuk and Kui Wan looked at each other, their gazes strange. The two of them had just been fighting to the death like fighting cocks. The emperor had intervened and actually allowed them to become sworn brothers with different surnames. Li Xian saw the two of them looking at each other with strange expressions. His face could not help but darken. Displeased, he said, what? Could it be that we cannot be the mediator? Do the two of you want to defy the imperial edict? Zong Chuk's eyes quickly flickered. He turned to Kui Wan and cupped his hands. Imperial Censor Kui is older than this Zong and should be my elder brother. Elder brother, please accept this younger brother's bow. As he spoke, he clasped his hands 3 times toward Kui Wan. Li Xian stroked his beard in delight. Kui Wan stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He did not know how to respond. Seeing that he did not return the greeting, Li Xian frowned slightly and urged, Kui Wan, why haven't you? Just as Li Xian spoke to this point, he saw a palace guard hurriedly rush over. Arriving in front of the emperor, he knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, Your Imperial Majesty, the right servant is at the residence of Yang Zixi, a third-rank subordinate of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He has sent someone to report the death. Chapter 1175. Young Zaisi had died of illness. Yes, he had died of illness. This was of the utmost importance to the emperor. If during the Shongyuan festival, the 8-year-old young Zaisi had no choice but to participate in the tug-of-war competition because the empress and princess Enla wanted to watch some fun and ended up losing his life, it would be a heavy blow to the emperor's reputation. Although Prime Minister Yang, who had always flattered and fawned over others as his principal, had steadily held the position of Prime Minister for more than 10 years, and had always stood firm in this era of extreme political turmoil, had indeed lost his life because of flattery. Although he had fallen in the tug-of-war, after he was sent back to his residence, the young Fu had sought out the best national doctors and managed to prolong his life for more than 4 months. This time, the emperor could separate this matter from the tug-of-war incident. Otherwise, if this matter became known, the emperor would lose his reputation as an absurdity. In reality, in order to mediate the dispute between Zong Chuk and Kui Wan, he had fantasized about having them become sworn brothers of different surnames. This was already absurd. It was just that the emperor himself clearly did not think that there was anything absurd about this matter, but the Prime Minister Yang Zaisi's death made him realize the severity of the consequences. Now, it was not just Yang Zaisi, but Dolu Qinwang had also been bedridden ever since that day in the tug-of-war, and it seemed that he would not last much longer. If the two 8-year-old prime ministers lost their lives because the emperor wanted them to tug-of-war, Li Xian would not be able to escape the reputation of an absurd emperor. So when he heard that Yang Zaisi had died, Li Xian was very nervous. He could not care about the matchmaking of Zong Chuk and Kui Wan to his brother. He immediately announced the end of court and personally went to the young Fu to pay his respects. Empress Wei also felt the matter was troublesome when she heard from behind the bead curtain. The one who had suggested having the officials tug-of-war was Enla, and she had strongly agreed. After the court meeting ended, Empress Wei took in Zong Chuk and discussed the matter with him. Zong Chuk heard Empress Wei's worry and comforted her. Nyang, do not worry. Yang Zaisi was an old man in his 80s. It is completely reasonable to say that he died of illness. That day, the tug-of-war at the Black Tortoise Gate had not spread among the people because nothing major had happened. The only people who knew were the civil and military officials. If there was anyone who would connect these two matters, it would be them. This subject will immediately use the name of the Political Affairs Hall to inform all the departments and halls to strictly prohibit the officials from criticizing. Empress Wei nodded her head in agreement and had Zong Chuk quickly take care of it. After Zong Chuk left, Empress Wei suddenly remembered the Zhu Lang and the historian and quickly ordered someone to invite Shangguan Zhaorong over. He also had to give an account to the librarian and the historian. She absolutely could not allow this to be recorded in the history books and daily notes. Once they attributed Yang Zaisi's death to the tug-of-war of the Upper Yuan, then she and the emperor would be cursed for all eternity. The historian and Qi Zhulang were currently under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan Wan. Ever since Li Shiminit interfered in the writing of history, the historian could no longer maintain the transcendent position they had in ancient times. As long as Wan exerted pressure on them, the historian could be urged to be careful with his pen. Putting aside how Empress Wei was racking her brains to control the situation, on Yang Fan's side, as soon as the court meeting ended, Guo Hong hurried over to him and thanked him profusely. Then he was summoned by a Taijian to the Political Affairs Hall to receive his decree. Yang Fan left the palace and rode his horse back. As he passed by Tongyi Lane, Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse and turned his head to look into the lane, his expression dark. His rendezvous with Taiping was in this lane. Once he entered the lane, it was the first alley of the second bend. Today was the day of their monthly rendezvous, but he hadn't come to Tongyi Lane for a long time. For some reason, Yang Fan pulled the reins and spurred the horse toward the center of the square. Ren Wei and the others silently chased after him. In this Tongyi Lane, which was adjacent to the palace and where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was even more expensive than the more secluded residences in the lane. Princess Taiping leisurely walked over from an elegant path between the wisteria rockery and tall bamboo. Behind her was the internal steward Zhoumin and the strategist great teacher Mo. Princess Taiping said to Zhoumin, "All right, Ben Gong has said all that needs to be said. I'll leave the rest to you. There's only 2 months. Take good care of things. Don't be late." Zhoumin respectfully acknowledged and stopped walking. She watched as Taiping and great teacher Mo left. Taiping said to great teacher Mo, "What interesting matter did you say happened in court today?" Great teacher Mo smiled and told Princess Taiping about the important matters of today's court meeting. When Princess Taiping heard that young Fan was standing up for Guo Yuanzhen, a strange light appeared in her eyes. When she heard that Li Xian was trying to matchmake Zhong Chuk and Kui Wn as brothers of different surnames, Princess Taiping suddenly stopped. "What? This is preposterous. How could imperial brother? This is preposterous beyond compare." Princess Taiping was so angry that her face turned red. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. An indescribable sorrow filled her chest. At this moment, she even felt that if her mother came back to life and the world was surnamed Wu again, it would be better than the current situation. Right now, it was Empress Wei who controlled the court and was part of the Wei clan. The position of Li Tang's imperial family was even worse than when Wu Zetian was alive. Even though Wei Dang had not brandished the butcher's knife against Li Tang's imperial family, they had already sharpened their knives. Moreover, when the empress was alive, even though Li Tang's imperial family had been brutally slaughtered, in the eyes of the people, Li Tang was still the holy and inviolable orthodox emperor. And now, an emperor who was played by the empress like a puppet. An emperor who was so muddle-headed and preposterous, Li Tang had become the laughingstock of the world. Great teacher Mo watched as Princess Taiping's face turned from red to green. Even though her trembling body gradually calmed down, her hands were still tightly clenched. He couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. He clenched his fists and coughed twice. Seizing the opportunity when he lowered his head, a mocking and pleased smile flashed across his eyes. Young Fan originally didn't expect to see Taiping here. Ever since he was shut at the princess residence 3 times in a row, Young Fan was somewhat disheartened. He never went to Princess Taiping's residence again. Coming to Tongyi Lane today, rather than saying that he hoped to meet Princess Taiping here, it would be better to say that it was a kind of remembrance of the deceased. But when he saw the residence's door wide open, Young Fan was first slightly startled and then filled with joy. "She's here. She's actually here." Ling Yu must be reluctant to break the fate of a lifetime. Suppressing his excitement, Young Fan hurriedly got off the horse and threw the reins to Ren Wei. He lifted his robe and quickly walked up the stone steps. 2 doormen were standing under the lintel of the door. Young Fan recognized that the 2 of them were the servants of the princess residence who were guarding the residence here. He asked, "Is the princess in the residence?" These 2 doormen had been guarding here all along. They still didn't know the grievances between Young Fan and the princess. They only knew that the princess and General Yang hadn't had a rendezvous here for a long time. Now that they saw Young Fan, they only knew that he came because of the princess's invitation. The 2 of them were very attentive. One of them nodded and bowed. "Yes, yes. General, please go to the guest hall to rest first." The other person rushed to say, "I'll go and report to the princess." The 2 doormen rushed over and closed the courtyard door with a bang. One led Young Fan to the living room while the other went straight to the back of the residence. "Young Fan is here?" Princess Taiping came out of the moon door angrily. Hearing the doorman's report, her heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were like the lake water that was blown by a breeze. "Cough. Your Highness." First Mr. Mo took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, don't harm others and yourself." Princess Taiping was startled. Her eyes suddenly became clear. She gently nodded and slowly turned around. She said to Mo Yuhan in a low voice, "Mister, please rest assured. Ling Yu knows what to do." First Mr. Mo didn't say anything. He just looked deeply at Princess Taiping and slowly retreated 2 steps. Princess Taiping took a deep breath and walked towards the living room. Her steps slowly became steady. "Ling Yu." As soon as Young Fan saw Taiping, his face immediately revealed a happy expression. However, just as his happiness bloomed, it froze on his face. Taiping's expression was very cold, and there was something in his eyes that made him feel unfamiliar. "General, please sit down," Princess Taiping said indifferently. She walked past young Fan in a dignified manner. She spread out her sleeves and gracefully sat down on the main seat. Her red phoenix eyes glanced at young Fan as if she was showing off. Young Fan slowly sat down on the guest seat. He forced a smile and said, "Hehe, today, I came here unexpectedly. I didn't expect to meet you. I didn't expect. Maybe this is God's will." God's will? The corners of Princess Taiping's mouth curled up with a touch of cynicism. She coldly said, "God's will can only be used to deceive those ignorant little girls. I don't believe in those things for a long time." Young Fan frowned and said, "Ling Yu, Shenyang and I are actually—" Princess Taiping's face suddenly darkened. She sternly shouted, "Shut up. I don't want to listen to your explanation. If you came here for this, then please leave immediately." Young Fan choked. He suddenly clasped his hands on his knees and angrily said, "Ling Yu, you'd rather believe some rumors than my words. Sometimes, you can't believe what you see with your own eyes. Moreover, we don't have any personal relationship. I can tell you the real reason." "Actually," Princess Taiping interrupted him coldly, "you don't have to say any more. Whether you are playing along or acting for real, to me, it doesn't make any difference. Because I am actually tired." Young Fan was startled. His eyes gradually became cold. He sadly laughed and said, "Tired? Hehe, tired of me?" Princess Taiping didn't answer his question. Instead, she glanced at him and suddenly changed the topic. "Today, you brought Guohong to the Golden Hall?" Young Fan was startled. He was quite surprised and said, "I just came out of the palace." "You already know?" Princess Taiping smiled. There was an indescribable pride in her smile. Guarding the country, Taiping, is not as weak as some people think. Young Fan gently shook his head and said, "This some people doesn't include me. I've never looked down on you." Princess Taiping ridiculed, "To be praised by such a scheming and intelligent person like you, Taiping is really flattered." Young Fan frowned and said, "What do you mean by this?" Princess Taiping smiled indifferently and said, "Nothing much. Guo Hong exposed Zhong Chuk's bribery in front of everyone in the Golden Hall, forcing Suo Ge to rebel and framing Guo Yuanjin. It should also be your idea, right?" Young Fan's heart skipped a beat. His pupils suddenly contracted. Princess Taiping had long been paying attention to his expression. The fleeting change in expression of young Fan didn't escape her eyes. Princess Taiping smiled and said, "Good move. I didn't expect that you could also use such a thing. The technique of creating momentum, borrowing momentum, and directing momentum are superb and have reached the peak of perfection." Princess Taiping gently sighed and said, "You told me before that when martial arts is practiced to the highest level, you can even pick leaves and fly flowers to hurt people. Your official career should have been practiced to this level, right?" Chapter 1176. Young Fan's expression slowly calmed down. He slowly straightened his body, the taut lines on his shoulders softening. An appreciative smile appeared in young Fan's eyes. This proud woman before him had the right to be proud. Her political wisdom had never disappointed him. Young Fan softly asked, "You saw through it?" Princess Taiping replied, "The most reliable method is to present the evidence when the emperor summons the prime minister and the 6 ministries. In a relatively small area, the emperor would not be in such a sorry state as he is today, or even do something as stupid as having Zhong Chuk and Kui Wn become sworn brother." Young Fan smiled gently. Taiping was somewhat angry at his smile. He said, "You purposely had Guo Hong expose the truth in front of all the civil and military officials in the Golden Hall because you knew that Wei Dang would definitely protect Zhong Chuk, and the emperor would definitely follow Wei Dang's wishes, right?" Young Fan was still sitting there, calm and unruffled. He didn't even bat an eyelid, looking non-committal. Princess Taiping said, "Guo Yuanjin built up a large number of farms in the western regions, governed Liangju, protected Anshi, consolidated the borders, and expanded the territory. He has made outstanding contributions and is the pillar of the country. Such a loyal old general was framed and almost lost his life. Now that the truth has been revealed, the matter has been left unsettled, and the one who framed the meritorious subject has not been punished. What will the generals think? Because the treacherous subject failed to extort bribes and forced Suoga to rebel, the court mobilized tens of thousands of soldiers and spent endless money and rations. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties, and the main culprit is not punished. What will the people of the world think? The 10 families tribes are an important force for our court to control Anshi and resist the Turks. To make them work for us, the court has spent much effort. In the past, when Wujile was popular, the court was still cautious and was not willing to easily remove Ashina Huzero from the throne. Now, Ashina's loyalty and strength are far inferior to Suoga's, and he does not have the prestige of having hundreds respond to his call in the 10 families tribes. Yet the court rashly supported him and provoked a civil war among the 10 families tribes. Such self-destruction is foolish. When the truth is discovered and the culprit is not punished, what will the officials think? Princess Taiping glared at young Fan and said word by word, "You are putting the emperor in an unjust position." "I didn't." Young Fan calmly looked at Princess Taiping and asked calmly, "Who did these things?" "Not me, but the emperor. If I hadn't instructed Guo Hong to expose the truth, would the emperor not have done it?" Princess Taiping felt powerless when she heard his question, and sat down dejectedly. Young Fan's words were as sharp as the wind as he coldly said, "What will happen if I don't do this?" The emperor would very likely make the best of a mistake. Guo Yuanzhen would be dismissed from his post and sent to the capital. He might even die in prison. Zhu Iti would become the Anshi Protector General and lead an army to suppress the Turkic Khaganate. The smoke of war would rise everywhere and the land would be ravaged. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was unknown how many soldiers would die in the western regions, all for the sake of Zongchuk's greed. The Tubo and Turkic Khaganate would not let go of this good opportunity. They would spare no effort to win over the 10 tribes and incorporate the entire Anshi region into their territory. At that time, our Tang dynasty would not only lose our army and our country, but also lose a large amount of territory. Young Fan took a deep breath and said loudly, "That's right. I wanted to expose His Majesty's incompetence to the world. But even if I didn't have this intention, I still had to use this method to ensure the safety of Protector General Guo, who had worked hard and made great contributions, didn't I?" Young Fan showed a hint of ridicule in his eyes and lightly said, "In fact, His Majesty did better than I expected." Princess Taiping's face turned green and then red. Young Fan's ridicule and accusation were directed at Emperor Li Xian, but as a member of the royal family and the emperor's sister, Princess Taiping felt that Young Fan's ridicule was like a fierce slap on her face. She had to admit that Young Fan was speaking the truth. He had only slightly achieved one of his goals. And the emperor's performance was even worse than Young Fan had predicted. As the ruler of the world, he had not only ignored the laws of the country and blindly shielded Zongchuk, he had even fantasized about having Zongchuk and Kui Wn become sworn brothers of different surnames. Princess Taiping's face burned. It took some time for her to calm down. Princess Taiping stared at Young Fan and sternly asked, "Just what are you planning by doing this?" Young Fan replied, "Why ask so many questions? Do you really not understand? The emperor is nothing more than a puppet, and a puppet that does all sorts of stupid things. The true emperor of the Tang dynasty is Empress Wei. Empress Wei is sharpening her blade. You, me, the Prince of Xiong, and those ministers who are unwilling to submit to the Wei clan will soon face a calamity. I don't want to sit and wait for death, and I'm not willing. In the Divine Dragon coup, I also tied my head to my belt, and in the end, what did we get in exchange? This world is not the world of our ideals, and this emperor is not the emperor of our ideals." Although she had guessed at Young Fan's intentions, when Princess Taiping heard them with her own ears, her heart still trembled. She excitedly asked, "Who do you think can replace him?" "The Prince of Xiong. I understand the Prince of Xiong's temperament the best. He will never rebel against his own brother." Young Fan calmly replied, "What does that matter? His Majesty also has no desire to rebel against Emperor Zetian, but on the night of the Divine Dragon coup, he still left the Eastern Palace. Lingyu, sometimes, there are some things that are not up to you to decide." At this point, Young Fan's eyes dimmed. He stared at Princess Taiping and whispered, "Just like I am tired of the court and want to wander the Jianghu, but I am shackled. Also, I don't understand, how did you and I end up like this? Princess Taiping was quiet for a while, then whispered, Erlang, what I hate is not you. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened as he stared unblinkingly at Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping met his gaze, and this time, she did not avoid it. What I hate is this relationship between us that can never have any results. There are some things that you will not think about, that you cannot think about, because you are a man and I am different. 30-some years is the best age for a man. Even if you are 50 or 60, it still doesn't count for a man, but a woman is different. Tears glistened in Princess Taiping's eyes. She lightly touched her cheeks and sadly said, You are only 34, in the prime of your life, but I am 45. I don't know when it started, but I began to be afraid. Every morning when I open my eyes, I remember that I have aged another day. Every time I look in the mirror, I am most afraid of finding a wrinkle at the corner of my eye, or picking out a white hair from my hair. Every time I make a discovery, I feel depressed for half a day. I don't know what will happen between us in a few years. Even now, even though we still have rendezvous, have you realized that we are very different from before? Passion can't last long after all. If I get older, the love that we use to maintain our relationship will disappear. At that time, what will be our relationship? Confidant. Occasionally meeting, sitting together to drink a cup of wine, drink a bowl of tea, and chat? Hee hee. Yang Fan was moved. Lingyu, Princess Taiping shook her head fiercely and sadly said, That is not the result I want, Erlang. What you said is right. Sometimes, there are some things that are beyond my control. I am not alone in this world. I can't abandon everything and go with you. I also have a son and a daughter. In the past, I neglected them too much. I only thought that it was enough to let them live in luxury, but I neglected that they also need a mother. Before I knew it, they had all grown up. I owed them too much. I don't know whether it is because I am getting old that I naturally care more about the growth of the younger generation, or because I am approaching the age of knowing destiny that I have sprouted the nature of a mother. I clearly know that now I can't abandon everything for love. Watching my children get married and build a career, watching them live a happy life, watching the birth of grandchildren, and grandchildren is my biggest dream and pursuit at this moment. What I want now, what I hope to get the most, is kinship. Do you understand? When the princess passed away, her son deliberately wrote on his mother's epitaph that he got his official position by his own efforts, not because his mother flattered the emperor. As an aunt, he worshipped his niece as his mother, and tried his best to cover up the princess's unscrupulous behavior. Erlang, I have been to the princess's funeral. When I saw the tombstone, I shuddered. When I saw her children not sad at all, and even relaxed, it was like the evening drum, ringing in my ears, deafening. Do you want me to be despised by my children and grandchildren? Yang Fan looked at her in a daze, looking at her unfamiliar face, but Princess Taiping actually smiled, revealing a smile that he was very familiar with. It was still charming. Emperor Wu of Han used to dote on Madame Li. When Madame Li was seriously ill, Emperor Wu of Han went to visit her, but Madame Li covered her face and did not see Emperor Wu until she died. I have never understood the reason, but now I do. Emperor Wu of Han loved Ajiao, Wei Zifu, Madame Wang, Madame Li, and Madame Gouge. Why only Madame Li could not be forgotten? Why after Madame Li passed away, Emperor Wu of Han spent a lot of money to hire necromancers to perform a ritual in her dreams to see her again? Why after Emperor Wu of Han died, only Madame Li was conferred the title of Empress Xiaowu and buried with him? As I gradually grew older, I began to understand why she did what she did. Erlang, let it end like this. That way, the memories that you and I will have in our hearts will be the most cherished, the most beautiful moments of our time. I know you love me, but in your heart, my position can never be compared to Xiaoman, Anu, Wn or even the deceased Miss Ning Ku. The reason why you came to my door 3 times is more because of responsibility. Yang Fan's body suddenly trembled. Princess Taiping smiled faintly and said, I don't want to wait until the day when everything naturally fades and vanishes into thin air, and I don't even want to miss it. In the beginning, it was me who pestered you. Now, I beg you to leave me, okay? Yang Fan stared at her deeply, but Princess Taiping had already looked away. She slowly got up and threw her back to Yang Fan. Time passes so fast, my second daughter is also going to get married. This house, I will give it to her. Princess Taiping walked to the back of the screen. When her figure was about to disappear behind the screen, she used all her strength to stop her voice from trembling, and said, "See the guest out." Chapter 1177. Princess Taiping turned around the screen, her tears streaming down her cheeks. She stubbornly raised her chin, letting the tears crawl down her cheeks. One by one they fell on her lapel. It was not until Yang Fan's heavy footsteps slowly faded away that Princess Taiping suddenly collapsed to the ground. As if someone had pulled out all of her bones, she burst into tears. A pair of snow-white socks silently approached and stopped not far from her. Then, a corner of a blue robe was raised and a person slowly kneeled down. Princess Taiping raised her head, her teary eyes gazing over. She saw great teacher Mo calmly gazing at her, his eyes suffused with the pity and helplessness of an experienced person who could see through the affairs of the world and human nature. Taiping slowly straightened her body and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She whispered, "Erlang's actions are just as teacher said. He has a plan." Great teacher Mo lightly creased his grizzled brows and stroked his beard. After a few moments of thought, he said, "Your Highness once tested your esteemed brother, the Prince of Xiong. If the Prince of Xiong truly had no interest in the imperial throne and had never pretended before your Highness," Taiping cut him off. "He wouldn't pretend. The current emperor has lived in seclusion in Fangzhou for 16 years and his personality is vastly different from when he was young. I truly misjudged him. But I would not misjudge the Prince of Xiong. The Prince of Xiong and I have lived in Luoyang for several decades and relied on each other for survival. I understand him. He has been emperor, and he has also been crown prince. In these last few years, he has seen his mother not act like a mother, his son not act like a son, his family killing each other, his blood enemies. The Prince of Xiong is benevolent and has long since hated this. He truly has no interest in the imperial throne." Great teacher Mo smiled. "Then this is very interesting. The Son of Heaven is tyrannical. Since General Yang wants to cut down tyrannical and establish Tao, and the Prince of Xiong is not willing to rebel against his brother, who does General Yang want to work with?" Taiping slowly calmed down. She pondered what Yang Fan had just said and suddenly understood. "I understand. He must have reached an agreement with the Prince of Xiong's 5 sons. Once the matter is settled, the Prince of Xiong will have no choice but to ascend the throne." Princess Taiping hesitated, then suddenly said, "Great teacher Mo, if Erlang succeeds, I don't seem to need to." Mr. Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp, like 2 sharp knives. Princess Taiping was frightened by the sharpness of his eyes, and her heart was shaken. However, Mo Yuhan immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He hastily retracted his expression and regained his elegant and gentlemanly demeanor. He lightly said, "Your Highness, you must never say such words again. You must never have such thoughts again." Mo Yuhan looked at Princess Taiping and said sincerely, "Your Highness, think about it. How many people have entrusted their lives to you? Some things, once started, could they be stopped? There was no turning back. How could the princess be half-hearted and hesitant? Even if you don't think about others, you should think about your children. If you give up now and the secret is leaked, you can only wait for death. At that time, your children will also suffer." Princess Taiping was somewhat perplexed. In these past years, she had first fought with her strong and shrewd mother and worked hard to preserve the seeds of Li Tang. Then she fought with her muddle-headed and cold-blooded brother. In order to ensure the survival of herself and the Prince of Xiong, she had long ago put in a lot of effort. Great teacher Mo said in a low voice, "Since a decision has been made, it must be continued. Besides, even if the Prince of Xiong ascends to the throne, perhaps he is not as cold and indifferent as the emperor today, but can he become a promising son of heaven just by being kind? Their talents and virtues are far inferior to Princess. You have done so much for the Tang dynasty, even your lifelong happiness, but what have you obtained? Since others can't do it well and don't want to do it, then Princess, you should not pass on this responsibility." The more great teacher Mo spoke, the more excited he became. His clear face flushed red. Your father is the emperor, and your mother is also the emperor. Why can't you be the emperor? You are also the descendant of the emperor. Your Highness, if you become the emperor, what in the world can make things difficult for you? Even if you want to stay with General Yang for a long time, you only need to issue an imperial decree to take him as your empress. Who would dare to say anything? You are the emperor, you make the rules. You make it right, it's right. Hearing great teacher Mo's bewitching voice, Princess Taiping's weak expression gradually became firm. Lu Binji looked at the 2 lists Ding Yu had produced and lightly arched his brow. What does Princess Taiping want with these things? These are all forbidden items, haha, it seems that Princess Taiping has some plans. Ding Yu had already sent someone to serve Princess Taiping as a Hu merchant of the western regions, gaining Taiping's trust. These lists were the items that great teacher Mo wanted this Hu merchant of the western regions to purchase for him and the items that he urgently needed to turn into cash. The items that great teacher Mo wanted to purchase were materials that could be used to make bows, arrows, sabers, swords, armor, and other weapons, while the items that could be turned into cash were large quantities of jewels, paintings, and even fields and manors. Lu Binji saw these 2 lists and could easily guess that Princess Taiping was plotting something. Lu Binji tossed the 2 lists onto the table and smiled. The Emperor's throne is truly something that makes one drool. It seems that the Prince of Xiong's dislike of the throne was just an act. He just doesn't dare to trust us. Princess Taiping's actions must have been inspired by the Prince of Xiong. Haha, I really did think that he was a turtle that could endure. Someone's saber is already at his neck, but he's still not willing to counterattack. I didn't think that he would be so cautious. Ding Yu frowned. Young master, should we help them buy these things? Ma Qingke and Yang Jun have already become Empress Wei's guests, so we don't seem to need to use any more chips on the Prince of Xiong's side, do we? Lu Binji glared at him and rebuked, short-sighted. Just look at Xue Huai and Zhong. They've always been ostentatious. Their status as gigolos means that no one will wholeheartedly submit to them. If there's a storm, they'll immediately fall. Ma Qingke and Yang Jun have become Empress Wei's guests, so they can only provide us with some important intelligence on the Wei faction. Look at the people in charge of the Wei faction right now, it's very difficult for Ma Qingke and Yang Jun to get a share of the pie. Besides, the emperor is still alive. Empress Wei dares to keep gigolos, but she doesn't dare to publicly promote her gigolos to an official. At most, she'll reward them with some gold and silver. What use are these things to me? If we want to interfere with the imperial court, we can only place our bets on the Prince of Xiong's side. As the saying goes, adding flowers to a brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in snowy weather. If the Prince of Xiong succeeds, our people will be able to be of the greatest use. Lu Binji stood up and slowly paced a few steps before instructing, help them get everything they need done. Also, recommend some talented people to them, be they skilled in literature or martial arts. Pick the most talented people for them. Once they succeed, we will have done the service of ascending the dragon and can be worshipped as generals and conferred marquises. In time, they will become pillars of the imperial court. At that time, the world will be under my control. If we fail, we will just lose some money and manpower. Ding Yu worriedly said, this subordinate is worried that, given the sensitive ears of the obvious and hidden sects, they will smell something unusual. At that time, they will assuredly become our great enemies. Lu Binji waved his hand. There's no need to worry about them. This young master just received a secret report that Guo Yuanzhen was framed by Zhong Chuk and was on the verge of being imprisoned. He sent his son to the capital because Yang Fan helped him greatly. Yang Fan's actions were clearly to show his favor to Guo Yuanzhen. Guo Yuanzhen is the Anqi Protector General, and Shen Mu's foundation is in the western regions. For Yang Fan to be willing to offend the Wei faction in order to rope in Guo Yuanzhen, what do you think he's up to? Haha, the duel between the obvious and hidden sects is approaching. The more Lu Binji spoke, the happier he became. The obvious and hidden sects are about to meet on the battlefield. And in the imperial court, the Prince of Xiong and Taiping have reached the end of their patience. A fierce struggle between dragons and tigers is about to take place. It's too wonderful. When the obvious and hidden sects both suffer heavy losses, it will be time for us to step forward and take over the Hall of Succession. As for the imperial court, if the Prince of Xiong's faction gains complete victory, we will henceforth take control of the imperial court. If the Prince of Xiong loses, we won't suffer too many losses. When the time comes, the obvious and hidden sects will be in our hands, and we can slowly plan. Ha 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 ha, Lu Binji held his hands behind his back and laughed. I like this feeling of having everything under my control. I like this feeling of controlling everything from behind the curtains. Yang Fan finally understood why Princess Taiping's personality had undergone such a massive change. He had originally believed that Taiping was middle-aged and had a temperamental temperament, that this sort of woman was not rare. Only now did he understand what Taiping was afraid of, what she grieved about. Even more lamentable was that he could not use a single forceful word to comfort her. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. Taiping was right. He was also keenly aware that the pleasure of the bed alone could not sustain a relationship. He and Taiping naturally did not have a carnal relationship, but any sort of relationship required a heavy foundation to continue, whether it was a family or a child. But what was there between them? He had his family and his children, and Taiping also had her family and her children. They each had their own lives, and no one could enter the other's family world. Taiping was not a qualified wife, because this marriage came from Wu Zetian's coercion. This husband and wife, who shared the same bed but dreamed of different dreams, did not need to fulfill the duties of a husband and wife. But in front of her children, she was still a mother. As one grew older, the passion between a man and a woman would gradually fade. No matter if it was a man or a woman, the focus of his life would inevitably turn to his family and children, and this was precisely where they could not have any interaction. Yang Fan reined in his horse and looked toward the palace. Inside the palace, there was Wan. This was the difference between Wan and Taiping. Wan was imprisoned in a visible palace, while Taiping was trapped in an invisible palace made of human relationships and emotions. The city that trapped Wan, he could use his knife to cut it open and rescue her. The city that trapped Taiping, what could he use to break it? He was also a human. Born as a human, he had to follow some basic rules of the human world. That heart city was not something he could break. Yang Fan stood in a daze on the long street. After a long time, he could only sigh. Chapter 1178. Dolu Qinwang did not disappoint Li Xian. He lasted 4 months longer than Yang Zixi. When the autumn wind swept away the withered leaves on the branches, it swept him away as well. Dolu Qinwang died. Dolu Qinwang had been struggling at death's door ever since he had broken his head in the tug-of-war at the Black Tortoise Gate during the Upper Lantern Festival. He only died at the end of the year. In addition, he was already 79 years old. It could be said that he had died a natural death. Moreover, after Yang Zixi's death, Li Xian had accumulated enough experience and was able to handle this matter with relative ease. However, whether it was out of guilt towards Dolu Qinwang or because of Dolu Qinwang's age and status, Li Xian had to personally pay his respects. The emperor's arrival caused the Dolu family to be in a state of chaos. But when the emperor arrived, he only ordered his trusted eunuchs to light a stick of incense for him and then ordered someone to recite a eulogy written by Shanghai Wana on his behalf before leaving. The Li family had inherited cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Emperor Gaozu, Emperor Taizong, Empress Zhongsun, and Emperor Gaozong all suffered from qi disease or wind disease. As Li Xian grew older, these diseases also began to become prominent. He had been in Fangzhou for 16 years. Not only had he lived a difficult life, he had also been worried and afraid, causing him to contract other diseases. As a result, his body became even weaker. Although this journey had not been long, he still felt extremely tired. He boarded the imperial carriage and lazily lay down for a while. Feeling increasingly stifled, he said, "Open the curtain." One of the 4 little palace maids kneeling in front of the soft couch immediately stood up and gently rolled up the curtain. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the side of the road. "This subject is Zuzhu military advisor Yang Qinrong. I request an audience with His Majesty." Immediately after, there was a clamor. Among the countless commoners watching from the side of the road, a person suddenly leaped out and pounced on Li Xian's imperial carriage. His roar was clearly heard by the winged cavalry, 10,000 cavalry, thousands of oxen, and the imperial bodyguards in front of the emperor. Some of them had already brandished their sabers to slash at him, but upon hearing that he was an official of the imperial court, they hastily retracted their deadly sabers. Although they did not kill, they would not allow this person to get close to the imperial carriage. This person was only a weak scholar. In front of these tall and strong imperial bodyguards who were well versed in martial arts, how could he possibly break through? He was immediately pressed to the ground. Li Xian frowned and ordered, "Stop, ask him why he wants to see us." Yang Xishuan immediately shouted for the guards of honor to stop. Then, he rushed over to the Shu province adjunct who was pressed to the ground. A moment later, he returned to Li Xian's side. With a strange expression on his face, he said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, that Yang Qinrong is impeaching." Impeach the Empress, Princess Anli, Wu Yanxiu, Zhong Chuk, Kui Shu, Zheng Qiao, and the others. Li Xian's expression darkened. These people were either his relatives or his trusted aides. He could not question them on the streets. After a moment of silence, Li Xian slowly said, "Take him back to the palace. Your Majesty, the Empress is promiscuous in the palace and preempts politics. The entire Wei family ascends to heaven and controls both civil and military affairs. The world only knows Empress Wei, not your Majesty. If this goes on, the Wu family's disaster will be repeated. Shouldn't your Majesty be vigilant? Princess Anli is extravagant and takes bribes. The officials in the household are especially frivolous. They all come from families of butchers. Because they donate money to buy official positions, there are countless officials who are conferred titles. Most of the officials of the marquises and kings come from her family. The Anli temple and the Anli Buddhist hut were all modeled after the palace. The craftsmanship was even better. When Enlil built Kunchi, he used more than 100,000 people of the country for free. In order to curry favor with Enlil, the Minister of Agriculture Zhao Elwen acted like Enlil's lackey. He used his third-rank official status to pull the reins and transport the soil. Enlil seized the Linchuan Princess Royal's old residence as his private residence. He tore down the houses of the commoners and complained. All the construction needs came from the inner palace. The forbidden land was empty. Enlil built the Anli temple and used millions of the Ministry of Revenue's money. Enlil and the other officials could not win. They sent people to the South Seas River Temple on fast horses 800 li to cut off Bodhisattva Morje's beard and used it as a rare grass. That beard was given by the Southern Dynasty's Xie Lingyun before he died. From now on, it no longer exists. When Li Xian returned to the palace, he dismissed his attendants and listened to Yang Qinrong's accusation. When he heard his daughter's absurd deeds, his face alternated between green and red. Some of these things he knew, some he didn't. But regarding the virtuous wife Wei Shi who was close to him, he absolutely did not believe it. Li Xian wanted to ask clearly, who knew that this Zuzhu adjunct finally had a chance to speak. He talked non-stop and did not give him a chance to speak. Yang Qinrong continued, Zhong Chuk and Wu Yanxiu conspired together. They asked for bribes and caused trouble at the border. Did they think the world did not know? These people who conspired against the country cannot be redeemed even with 100 deaths. But these people stole high positions. There are also people like Kui Shu and Zheng Qiao. They are not even 40 years old and are only a fifth-rank official. They suddenly became the prime minister and entered the political affairs hall. These people are also in cahoots with each other. They sold their positions and titles. As a result, the selection of officials has been ruined. Now the positions for the next 3 years have been sold. Your Majesty, do you know? There was no court conference today. Kui Shu, as the newly promoted prime minister, accompanied the emperor to pay his respects to Dolu Qinhuang's family. The carriage had just stopped when someone rushed to the front of the carriage and shouted, "Candidate of Jiannan, Han Shufeng, requests an audience with Master Kui." Kui Shu got off the carriage and glanced at the person. He saw that it was a man around 40 years old. He was not tall but his appearance was decent. Shi walked up the stairs and did not pay him any attention. Ever since he and Zheng Qiao became prime minister, he was in charge of the Ministry of Appointments. He had great power. How could he stop to listen to a candidate's clamor? Seeing that Shi was ignoring him, Han Shufeng could not help but panic. He jumped and shouted, "Prime Minister Kui, your relatives have already accepted my monetary gift. Why is my name not on the list of officials?" Shi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly looked to his left and right. There was no one walking in front of the prime minister's door. There were only his servants and guards. Shi relaxed and immediately shouted, "Bring him in." Shi hurried back to the residence and asked someone to bring Han Shufeng to the living room. He did not even bother to change his clothes. He asked in a deep voice, "Han Shufeng, you said that my relatives have accepted your monetary gift." Han Shufeng said, "Not a bit false. It's 1,000,000 taels of silver. I still have a receipt here." "Master, why did you leave me out of the list of officials?" Shi had already sold all the positions for the next 3 years. There was a lot of criticism from the officials in the court. He had no choice but to restrain himself. Originally, he had wanted to make one more payment before temporarily stopping. Yesterday, he had appointed the last batch of officials. Those who had not presented monetary gifts naturally had no chance. Now that he heard that a relative had used his name to accept monetary gifts, Shi could not help but fly into a rage. He said, "Let this prime minister see who dares to use my name to accept monetary gifts. This prime minister will capture him and beat him to death." Han Shufeng had just taken out a receipt from his sleeve. When he heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said, "Master, please calm your anger. This matter must not be allowed." Shi glared at him and said, "Why not?" Han Shufeng said in embarrassment, "Master, if you kill him, you will have Dingyu." Dingyu? Dingyu would only need to be removed from his position because of his parents' mourning. Then the person who accepted the monetary gift was, for a moment, Shi's face swelled to the color of an eggplant. He was very embarrassed. Inside the palace, Yang Qinrong knelt in front of Li Xian and talked non-stop for more than an hour. His voice was hoarse, but he did not stop. With great difficulty, he finally finished accusing these people of their misconduct. He kowtowed to Li Xian and wept. "Your Imperial Majesty, if we do not reform the country, the world will be rotten beyond repair." Li Xian's expression was calm as he asked, "You are an official in Zhuzhou. How do you know what is going on in the capital?" Yang Qinrong smiled sorrowfully. "Your Imperial Majesty, I have long heard rumors in Zhuzhou. Today, the Ministry of Appointments had me return to the capital to report on my work. I clearly scored excellent in the exams, but I was removed from my position. This was to make room for the briber. I have many old friends of the same age in the capital. After asking around, I found out that the rumors were not false. Your Imperial Majesty, these matters have long been known to the world. Only Your Imperial Majesty is still in the dark. Your Imperial Majesty only needs to investigate and you will know. I am not speaking nonsense." Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Gritting his teeth, he asked again, "You say that the Empress corrupted the court. What proof do you have?" Yang Qinrong straightened his body and said, "I do not have proof, but this matter has long been spread throughout the capital. Not only by the common people, even the low-ranking officials and high-ranking officials of the court have spoken with certainty. They even said the name and identity of the adulterer. Does Your Imperial Majesty think that this is false?" Li Xian suddenly walked in front of Yang Qinrong. Because of nervousness, his voice had become as hoarse as Yang Qinrong's. "Who is it?" Yang Qinrong boldly said, "Grand Physician Ma Qinke and Imperial Guard Yang Jun." Li Xian's body shook. He suddenly remembered that Wei Yisha was not feeling well. She had said that Grand Physician Ma Qinke was the best at nursing. Recently, Ma Qinke was the only one treating her. He had seen him more than once when he went in and out of the Empress Palace. He then thought of Yang Jun, who was good at bowing. Empress Wei also liked to watch him play polo. Sometimes, she would go with the Empress to watch bowing. The Empress would always stare at Yang Jun and occasionally reward him. Could it be? It can't be, it can't be. The Empress and I have been in Fangju for 16 years, sharing weal and woe. If it wasn't for her encouragement and support, Jun would have hung myself long ago. How could there be today? Now that the hardships are over, how could the Empress betray me? This must be. Yes, this must be because the Empress is not feeling well and often has Marchinka to nurse her. When watching Bowing, she was especially caring for young Jun and caused some people to be jealous and slander. They slandered the two of them and implicated the Empress. Li Xian continuously comforted himself, but the cloud of doubt lingered in his heart and grew thicker and thicker. If your Imperial Majesty does not believe, you can have your trusted aides investigate. These things cannot be hidden from the eyes and ears of others. Your Imperial Majesty will know once you investigate. Yang Qinrong saw that Li Xian was in a daze and did not speak, his expression constantly changing. He thought that his words had reached the Emperor's ears and couldn't help but grow hope. He hurriedly tried to persuade him again. Li Xian hesitated slightly and then waved his hand. Go. Stay at the inn and wait for Jun's inquiry at any time. Yang Qinrong was overjoyed. Kowtowing, he said, this subject will obey. On Li Xian's way back to the palace, someone barged in and asked for an audience. Afterward, the emperor brought people into the palace and dismissed his attendants to make a secret inquiry. This matter quickly became known and someone took the opportunity to tell Empress Wei. After Empress Wei heard, she immediately hurried to the imperial study. By the time she arrived, Yang Qinrong had already left. Empress Wei saw Li Xian sitting on the throne with an ugly expression and a wandering gaze, ignoring her arrival. Her suspicions deepened and she couldn't resist asking, Your Imperial Majesty. Your Imperial Majesty? Why is Your Imperial Majesty so distracted?